Chapter 836. At 5 o'clock, all the Black Wind cavalry who were resting on the ground outside the city had woken up. They lined up neatly and stood against the wind. No matter how tired or exhausted they were, once the army was reorganized, they would be able to quickly enter a state of combat readiness. Gu Jiao, who had been busy the whole night and hadn't rested, was riding on the back of the Black Wind King. His red armor was like fire, and the black armor was like a blade. Even the howling wind couldn't blow away the killing intent and fighting spirit of this young man. After yesterday's battle, everyone looked at this young commander in a new light. Whether or not they could trust him with their loyalty was another matter, but they could trust him with their backs. On the battlefield he was the king. Gu Jiao held the reins with one hand and her helmet with the other. She looked at all the Black Wind cavalry calmly and said, "The 10th and 9th rules of the army." Everyone straightened their backs and recited with a magnanimous expression on their faces. Stealing people's belongings and taking people's heads for their own benefit. Taking people's heads for their own merit. This is called a pirate army. Those who break this rule will be beheaded. Wherever you go, you abuse the people. If you force, separate, women, this is called a traitor army. Those who break this rule will be beheaded. Gu Jiao said, "Very good. You are the soldiers of the Great Yan. Jianghu city belongs to the Great Yan. Remember the mission on your shoulders. Don't hurt the people in the city in any way." After saying that, she looked at the Great Yan flag and the Xianyuan flying eagle flag raised high in the cavalry's hands. Enter the city. Nearly 50,000 people entered the city. It was still early and the people in the city were still resting. The Black Wind cavalry's hooves were very light, and the soldiers tried to minimize the sound of armor rubbing against each other. Even so, when they were halfway through the journey, the people in the city got up early and started to work. When they saw the Black Wind cavalry, they were so scared that they froze on the spot. In the market, a peddler carrying mountain goods whispered to his companion, "I told you that I heard someone ramming the gate last night. You didn't believe me. Look, didn't they break in?" All the people kept quiet out of fear. The difference between the Black Wind cavalry and the Nangong army was obvious. Firstly, their aura was different. Secondly, their armor and war horses were vastly different. Not to mention that one of the banners in front of the troops was different. Gu Jiao took the lead and walked at the front. She put on her helmet but didn't put down her mask. Her young and tender face was exposed, along with the birthmark on her left cheek. The commoners were terrified. The Black Wind King was the king of war horses, and its aura was unapproachable. The strange-looking man and his ferocious-looking war horse made some children cry on the spot. The child's mother hurriedly covered the child's mouth, afraid that the little god of death would be unhappy and kill her son. Gu Jiao didn't mind and continued to ride the Black Wind King forward. Bang! He didn't know who had closed the windows. Bang! Then someone closed the door. The commoners on the street seemed to have finally come to their senses. They carried their children and pushed their stalls, and the lively street was suddenly empty. Advisor who was riding behind Gu Jiao, opened his mouth. "My lady, we don't seem to be very popular. We are the ones who cleaned up the rebels and saved the people of Jianghu city. Shouldn't the commoners line the streets to welcome us?" Gu Jiao said calmly, "In their eyes, we are the rebels." Advisor who, a 1-year-old child was placed in a basket next to a vegetable stall. The adults didn't see the basket fall and the little guy didn't cry either. He used his hands and feet to crawl out of the basket. As he crawled, he arrived at the official road. Cheng Fugue was walking at the front of the troops. He hurriedly stepped out, dismounted and picked up the child. Cheng Fugue didn't look fierce, but he had been in a battle. His face was bruised and swollen and he looked quite fierce and scary. The little guy burst into tears and stretched out his hand towards his parents who were not far away. His parents were shocked. They rushed into the house and closed the door without saying a word. Cheng Fugue was confused. "You don't want your child anymore?" The little guy wailed loudly. His cries were heart-wrenching and soul-stirring. He didn't forget to use his invincible little chubby hand to pull Cheng Fugue's ear. Cheng Fugue cried out in pain, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." In the end, Mu Qingchen came over on his horse. He dismounted and came to Cheng Fugue's side. "Give him to me." The little guy stopped crying as soon as he was in his arms. He was very obedient and his little fat hand was very quiet. He was indeed a handsome uncle who could even coax a young princess. Mu Qingchen walked over with the little guy in his arms and gently knocked on the door. The couple looked out through the crack of the door. If it were Cheng Fugue, they would be too scared to open the door. Mu Qingchen didn't have much murderous aura, so even if he was wearing armor, he still gave people a sense of elegance and refinement. The couple boldly opened the door. Mu Qingchen returned the child to them. Be careful in the future, he reminded them. The couple looked at the handsome young man in front of them in a daze. Ah yes yes. Mu Qingchen turned and left, returning to the team with Cheng Fugue. Looking at the unscathed child in their arms, the couple couldn't believe it. The news of Jianghu City being recaptured spread to Tianshan Pass, which was hundreds of miles away. In the mansion of Linfeng City, Old Master Han and his descendants gathered together. After listening to the spy's report, the atmosphere in the parlor was a bit solemn. Old Master Han's eldest son Han Ye's father Han Lei said with emotion, I didn't expect the Imperial Army to arrive so soon. The silver-haired fifth Master Han sat opposite Han Lei. He said, the main force hasn't arrived yet. Only the Black Wind Cavalry has arrived. Han Lei glanced at his brother. That's what I meant. The Black Wind Cavalry is also the Imperial Army. In the past, the Han family had never been so hostile. However, when the war started, everyone was on high alert. Naturally, their emotions fluctuated more than before. Fifth Master Han didn't care about his brother's tone. He only said lightly, 50,000 Black Wind Cavalry, less than 20,000 of them. Even so, they still managed to take down Jianghu City, which was guarded by 80,000 soldiers. Han Lei said coldly, that was Xiao Yolang's trick. Fifth Master Han said, all is fair in war. Even Chang Wei fell. I don't know what our Han family's chances of winning are. Han Lei frowned. Fifth brother, you're praising others too much. You're diminishing our own morale. Fifth Master Han said lightly, if it was you, would you be able to lead the Black Wind Cavalry and defeat Chang Wei's 80,000 soldiers? Han Lei choked. After a while, he mumbled, that's because the Black Wind Cavalry is powerful. He took advantage of the situation. Speaking of which, the Black Wind Cavalry was trained by our Han family. The Imperial Court is really shameless. They stole our soldiers and killed our people. Fifth Master Han said calmly, have you forgotten? We also took it from the Shenyuan family. Third Master Han was a good-for-nothing. He didn't care about war. He looked at his eldest brother and his fifth brother. He didn't know who to support. Old Master Han stomped his walking stick. Alright, both of you, stop arguing. Just one Xiao Lulang and you're already in such a mess. You've really brought shame to the Han family. The Black Wind Cavalry was the strongest army in the Yan Kingdom. It wasn't easy to deal with them. In addition, the Nangong family was careless and underestimated the enemy. That's why they fell into Xiao Yolang's trap. This guy is indeed quite capable. However, his forces are limited. It won't be easy to defend Jianghu City. The Imperial Court's army will arrive in about 10 days. However, the Liang Kingdom's army will break through the Yen Gate Pass in 3 days. The main general of the Liang Kingdom's army is Chu Feiping. He's a famous divine general. He used to be as famous as Shen Yuancheng. Xiao Lulang will be dealt with by him. After the Black Wind Cavalry entered Jianghu City, Gu Jiao didn't stay in the city lord's residence. Instead, she stayed in the barracks with the soldiers. Mu Qingchen was sent out as a woman's friend to spread the news that the Black Wind Cavalry was a righteous army. Gu Jiao sat in the barracks. She looked at the small wooden tokens on the sand table. Each wooden token represented 1,000 soldiers. They were stationed at the various strongholds in the city. It's still not enough. She rubbed her chin. Once the Liang Kingdom's army attacked, 10 to 20,000 cavalry would not be enough. Especially since the Liang Kingdom's manufacturing industry was very advanced. Their siege chariots were very powerful. They were 3 times more powerful than the Yan Kingdom's chariots. They also used ladders to climb up the city walls. They could pull people up directly. The advantage of cavalry was in attacking the city. It was rare to use cavalry to defend the city. If the Black Wind Cavalry was able to display all their advantages in the battle against the 80,000-strong army of the Nangong family, then the following battle against the Liang Kingdom's army would no longer be the Black Wind Cavalry's home ground. It would be an even more difficult battle. Chapter 837. Gu Jiao was too tired. As she thought about it, her eyelids drooped and she fell asleep on the small table in front of her. The curtain of her tent was open for ventilation, and there were 2 cavalrymen guarding the door. A cavalryman of the vanguard passed by and inadvertently glanced inside. Then he paused. Then 2 more, 3 more, 4 more. Gu Jiao didn't know that the door was crowded with curious heads. The young commander is drooling, the young commander is frowning, he's wrinkling his nose. Lower your voice. Gu Jiao was lying on the table, her tender cheeks were squashed. Her mouth was slightly open and crystal clear saliva flowed out. After learning from Wang Man for so many days, Gu Jiao, who had finally learned the essence of it, had no idea that her image as an official had completely collapsed one day. Hey, don't push me, I can't see," a cavalryman muttered. He was almost squeezed out. There were more and more onlookers. Everyone wanted to see the young commander sleep. Speaking of which, it was strange. They were all grown men, so why would they like to look at another grown man? In terms of appearance, Mu Qingchen was more handsome. After all, he was the first young master of Xingdu. But they didn't like to stare at Mu Qingchen. What's going on? What's going on? Advisor Hu had just come out of the kitchen, was shocked when he saw the door was surrounded by people. He thought that something big had happened in the commander's tent. He asked. But no one paid attention to him. He poked the cavalryman at the back of the line. Hey, what's going on? The cavalryman didn't look back and pushed his hand away. Don't be noisy. Go away. Advisor Hu's eyes widened and he gasped. What did this brat say? We should go away. I'm your Uncle Hu. I'm no longer that nameless and unappreciated advisor. I'm Chief Commander Zhao's most important confidant. I've followed His Excellency everywhere and fought everywhere. My status is very high. Advisor Hu was furious. He raised his hand, jumped up, and slapped the back of the cavalryman's head. How dare you? The cavalryman turned around and saw that it was Advisor Hu. He shrunk his neck and pinched his companion's butt. His companion slapped his hand away. What are you doing? I'm looking at the young commander. Cough, cough. He coughed heavily. All the cavalrymen turned around and glared at him. They lowered their voices and said in unison, Shut up. He woke up the little commander. Then they saw Advisor Hu with a gloomy face. Everyone stood there awkwardly for 3 seconds before they scattered like a swarm of bees. Unable to catch any of them, Advisor Hu gritted his teeth in anger. A bunch of brats. He stormed into the tent angrily. When he saw Gu Jiao lying on the table, he couldn't help but cover his heart. It can't be, right? What kind of immortal commander was this? It was too cute. Gu Jiao slept until the afternoon. Advisor Hu let down the curtain of the tent. Perhaps the group of brats would see the little commander's squeaky face again. After Gu Jiao woke up, she wiped the corners of her mouth without batting an eyelid as if nothing had happened. If I'm not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Advisor Hu smiled embarrassedly. Sir, it's still early. Do you want to rest for a while? No. Gu Jiao rubbed her sore neck. How's the situation in the city? Advisor Hu said, Everything is fine. Don't worry, sir. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao asked, Xiang City has a governor, right? Advisor Hu had already gathered all this information. He said, the old city lord was from the Nangong family. After the head of the Nangong family came, he became the city lord himself. When he left, he took the old city lord with him. Gu Jiao nodded. We have to find a new governor to restore order in the city. Advisor Hu hurriedly said, I'll keep an eye on it. Oh, by the way, sir, when you were resting just now, the medical officer from the casualty barracks came and said that Changwei has woken up. Gu Jiao was surprised. Well, that's fast. His vitality is not bad. I'll go take a look. Looking at his skinny figure, Advisor Hu couldn't help but blurt out, Eat before you go. It was the tone of an elder scolding his own child. Gu Jiao, who had already stood up, looked at Advisor Hu strangely. Advisor Hu realized what he had said in a moment of desperation. He was so scared that he trembled and lowered his head. I meant, you haven't eaten anything for the whole day. Changwei isn't worried. He won't die anytime soon anyway. Sir, why don't you go after dinner? Don't punish me, don't punish me. It wasn't easy for me to make a name for myself. Don't make me sit on the bench again. Oh, okay. Gu Jiao sat back down on the cushion. Advisor Hu clutched his chest in shock. He almost thought that he was going to die. Gu Jiao's meal was simple. There were 2 steamed buns and a plate of pickled vegetables. Today they had slaughtered pigs in the reserve barracks and made braised pork with cabbage for the soldiers. Advisor Hu also left a bowl for Gu Jiao. War consumed a lot of energy, so did his appetite. Gu Jiao swept away all the food on the table. Advisor Hu was stunned. Gu Jiao went to the casualty barracks. Changwei's situation was special. There was a possibility that he would counterattack. He was placed in a separate casualty barracks and was guarded by 2 Black Wind cavalry. When Gu Jiao went in, a medical officer's attendant was feeding him porridge. He turned his face away in refusal. The attendant was put in a difficult position. You may leave, Gu Jiao said to the attendant. Yes. The attendant put down the bowl and left. Gu Jiao came to the bedside and looked at Chang Wei indifferently. You woke up quite quickly. Chang Wei turned around and looked coldly at Gu Jiao. His pale lips spoke in a weak but powerful voice. Kill me if you want. Don't even think about anything else. Gu Jiao put his hands behind his back and raised his eyebrows. I'm curious. Why are you so loyal to the Nangong family? They are rebels. Don't you care? Chang Wei said coldly, Don't talk nonsense here. We don't know who the rebels are yet. The king is heartless. There's no need for us to serve him. King, oh king, look at the sins you've committed. Gu Jiao said, The king is heartless, but does the Nangong family have any morals? How much do you know about the Shenyuan family? Yes, the king wanted to kill the Shenyuan family. The king wants to get rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. It's not worth serving him. But do you think the Nangong family is a good thing? If the Nangong family didn't work with the Han family to betray the Shenyuan family, how could the imperial court destroy the Shenyuan family with their measly military strength? Chang Wei said sarcastically, Do you think I'll believe you just because you're spouting nonsense? Gu Jiao said again, I'll only ask you one thing. If the Nangong family betrayed the country, are you still willing to serve them? Chang Wei looked away. That's none of your business. It was an evasive action. It seemed that the only reason Chang Wei served the Nangong family was because he was grateful to the Nangong family for recognizing his worth. The rest was because he was dissatisfied with the king's cruelty. However, he didn't seem to have any intention of betraying the country. He also didn't know that the Nangong family had plans to collude with the country of Liang. It was too late to look for evidence now. She only had 3 days to make Chang Wei believe her. If Tsun Takeshi was still unwilling to fight the enemy with her after 3 days, then Xiang City would most likely be lost. South of the country of Yan, Duke and his great-aunt wanted to reach Chishui Pass as soon as possible. After leaving Hu City, they chose to travel by sea. Wang Su followed them. They boarded the Navy warship at the Yamen port. If the journey went smoothly, they would reach Chishui Pass within 5 days. His great-aunt was obviously dissatisfied with the progress. She was worried sick about Jiao Jiao. She didn't know how much hardship she had to go through, how many battles she had to fight, how much blood she had to shed, and how many injuries she had to suffer. Is there a shortcut? She asked. The old chancellor asked in the language of the Yen kingdom. Wang Su already knew that they were the distinguished guests of the duke's public house. He cupped his hands politely and said, There is, but it's a bit risky. That place doesn't belong to the sea area of the Yen kingdom. We almost never go there. His great-aunt glanced at him. The old chancellor immediately understood and continued to ask Wang Su in the language of the Yen kingdom, How fast can we go there? 2 days, Wang Su said. We'll go there. His great-aunt said decisively. Wang Su looked at Dukin, who was opposite him. Dukin wrote, Agreed. He was worried that Gu Jiaojiao had the same feeling as his great-aunt. 3 days was nothing in a peaceful area, but in the border where the flames of war were spreading, it was the life and death of tens of thousands. Dukin was the imperial envoy. Wang Su had no choice but to listen to him on important matters. He said unwillingly, But if something happens on the way, don't regret it. Wang Su's jinx came true in the afternoon when they took the shortcut. Their 3 warships were surrounded by a group of pirates. The pirates were all tall and strong. They were incomparably brave. The military forces on the warships were almost powerless in the hands of these valiant pirates. Finally, the pirates broke through the blockade of the warships and stepped onto the warship that Dukin and the others were on. The pirate leader raised the machete in his hand. Brothers! Go! Kill all their men. Snatch all their women. Capture all their children. This person was 7 feet tall. He had a strong body and a strong aura. He wore a small cloth over his right eye. Everyone thought of the pirate one-eyed dragon at the same time. He didn't make a move himself. However, one of his subordinates was very fast and had very high martial arts. He knocked down 2 or 3 people with one punch. Not long after, all the guards on Class A were thrown into the sea. Wang Su pulled out his long sword and slashed at the back of the little pirate. Who would have thought that before he could even touch the little pirate's hair, the little pirate would turn around and fiercely stomp down, stepping on him. Wang Su lay on the deck and vomited blood. Even pirates have such high martial arts now. The little pirate took care of all the guards. The pirate leader raised the corner of his beautiful lips and came to Wang Su without restraint. He said in the language of the Yen kingdom that he wasn't very familiar with robbery. Gold handed over. The little pirate stepped on Wang Su's face expressionlessly. Wang Su gritted his teeth and said, I won't hand it over, even if I die. you're quite stubborn. The pirate leader faintly pointed to the room where his great-aunt and the others were. He said arrogantly, then I can only kill them all. As soon as he said that, a small round head poked out from the room. The owner of the small head looked at the pirate leader and blinked her big eyes. Little chicken monkey. Chapter 838. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet can be found here. This little chick monkey was simply a demon's voice. A certain one-eyed pirate leader's body trembled. It can't be? How could it be this guy? Also, how could he still be recognized when he was already armed to this extent? You've got the wrong person. The one-eyed pirate leader refused to admit it. He turned around and strode towards the guardrail. He wanted to get off the ship. Once the news of him robbing his own people reached his son's ears, his son would be angry with him. He hooked his finger at the little pirate and said, "Retreat." Little Jing Kong ran out and said, Little chick monkey, why are you leaving?" The one-eyed pirate quickened his pace and strode forward, adhering to the principle of, "It's not my fault if I'm not caught." Who would have thought that at this moment, the little pirate's marbles would fall out and clatter at his feet? He stepped on it and fell face first onto the ground. "My waist, Chang Jing, can't you not cheat your master for a day?" Chang Jing looked at Marquis Xianping with disdain. He picked up the marbles on the deck and rubbed them on Marquis Xianping's trousers. Then he put the clean marbles back into his brocade pouch. "Brother Chang Jing." Little Jing Kong came to Chang Jing's side, raised his little head and stretched out his little fist. "Long time no see." "And Jing Kong, long time no see." Chang Jing nodded and stretched out his hand to punch little Jing Kong. Wang Su was dumbfounded. "What's going on? Do you know each other? What dialect are you speaking? Why can't I understand?" Little Jing Kong was an ordinary little language genius. He switched seamlessly to the Zhao language, so of course Wang Su couldn't understand. However, the people in the room understood. The old chancellor walked out with a sullen face. "Marquis Xianping, how dare you leave your position as a marquis and become a pirate on the sea?" He even said something like, "Kill all their men, steal all their women and catch all their children." Listen, is this something that a marquis of a country can say? He was a living pirate. Is this what you got from suppressing the bandits at sea last year? Instead of learning the good stuff, why did he learn the words of these bastards? Marquis Xianping had already calmed down and he slowly climbed up from the ground. He dusted his sleeves in a dignified and elegant manner and smiled. "Chancellor Hua, long time no see, how have you been?" "I'm just," the old chancellor interrupted his words and continued on his behalf, "it's just pretending to be a pirate to test the military strength of our warship. However, it seems like this military strength isn't enough. I still have to go out personally to escort you." Marquis Xianping's mouth twitched. "No wonder you're a storyteller. How did you manage to guess such an excellent line?" Marquis Xianping hurriedly changed the topic. "Speaking of which, why are you on the Yen Kingdom's ship? You are the chancellor of Zhao country. It is not appropriate for you to appear together with the officials of Yen country." His ability to play the blame game has improved. "Unfortunately, Marquis Xianping, the person you are facing this time is not me." The old chancellor stepped to the side. From the side room, Empress Dowager Zhuang walked out majestically. Marquis Xianping's gaze trembled. He looked at the old chancellor and then looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang. "No way the two of you eloped?" The old chancellor exploded on the spot. "It's not what you think." Marquis Xianping looked at him strangely. "If it's not, then it's not. Why are you so agitated?" The old chancellor raised his hand and tidied up his lapel. Am I agitated? Aren't you the one who ruined the Empress Dowager's reputation?" Marquis Xianping squinted his eyes. "Granduncle?" The old chancellor replied instantly, "What?" Marquis Xianping, he. Wang Su didn't understand the language of Zhao country. He only saw them talking back and forth and didn't know what they were talking about. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at Marquis Xianping deeply. "Come with me." Marquis Xianping followed the Empress Dowager into the side room. Wang Su supported himself on the deck and stood up. He looked at the little pirate who was skilled in martial arts and then looked at the big pirate who seemed to listen to the Empress Dowager. He felt a throbbing pain in his chest. What kind of people were these? If he had known, he wouldn't have exchanged missions with the Feng family's kid. He should have followed the emperor's grandson to Qin country. Chang Jing and little Jing Kong stayed on the deck to play marbles. Marquis Xianping followed the Empress Dowager into the side room for discussion. There were two familiar faces sitting inside, Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan. Madame Nan and Master Lu had some private matters to attend to in Chengdu, so they didn't come back with them. There was also an unfamiliar man in a wheelchair. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshen didn't speak. They knew that Marquis Angua was proficient in 6 languages. No matter what they said, they would be exposed. They simply didn't greet Marquis Xianping and just looked at him with their eyes. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, "We're all on the same side. There's no need to be restrained. This is Marquis Xianping of Zhao country." She introduced him to Marquis Angua and then said to Marquis Xianping, "Marquis Angua of Yen country, Jiao Jiao's adoptive father." His daughter-in-law had an adoptive father in Yen country? Marquis Xianping instantly became polite. He smiled and said, "Marquis Angua, I've heard a lot about you." Marquis Angua wrote in Zhao country's language on the armrest, "Marquis Xianping, I've heard a lot about you. You really heard a lot about you. 20 years ago this guy was on the beauty list of the 6 countries. Who didn't know you? You can even write backwards." Marquis Xianping admired him. "Sit down." Empress Dowager Zhuang said. Marquis Xianping sat down. He looked at Gu Xiaoshen and said, "You've grown taller." Then he looked at Gu Yan and asked, "Have you recovered?" His essence, energy and spirit were all different. Gu Yan said with pride, "I've recovered. My sister cured me." Marquis Xianping nodded and said, "My daughter-in-law is amazing. Don't be so fast. She's not your daughter-in-law yet." If it weren't for the occasion, Marquis Angua would have written this sentence on the armrest. However, there were priorities. Now was not the time to care about love. Gu Jiao's life was the key. The purpose of his expedition to the east was to negotiate peace with Zhao country. To be able to see Zhao country's generals ahead of time was a rare opportunity for him. "My identity you must have guessed a bit," Empress Dowager Zhuang said to Marquis Angua. Marquis Angua looked at Marquis Xianping. He dipped his finger in water and wrote on the armrest, "Zhao country, Empress Dowager Zhuang." Along the way he had a few guesses. He only confirmed it just now. To be able to make Marquis Xianping bow, other than the Emperor of Dezhou, there was only the Empress Dowager Regent. Empress Dowager Zhuang also introduced the old Chancellor. His surname is Hua. He is the Chancellor of Zhao country's Imperial College. He had heard a bit about Zhao country. Empress Dowager Zhuang and Chancellor Hua were mortal enemies. Even if a knife fell from the sky, the two would not mix. Thus, Marquis Angua really did not guess that the other party was the old Chancellor. Empress Dowager Zhuang said faintly, "Next let's talk business. I'll keep it short. The reason we came to Yen country was because we were worried about the children." Marquis Xianping looked around. "Ahing is not on the boat." Empress Dowager Zhuang said. "Where did he go?" Marquis Xianping asked. "He went to Qin country." Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "Don't be in a rush to ask. Let me finish speaking. You left the military camp without permission. This is a crime of dereliction of duty. Pretending to be a pirate and kidnapping the Empress Dowager is a crime of offending your superior." Marquis Xianping rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "I didn't know it was you, right? We're family. Give me some face." Empress Dowager Zhuang said in a low voice, "I cannot look into your matter, but the matter of Jiao Jiao, do you want to care about it?" Marquis Xianping said with a smile that was not a smile, "Oh, what happened to that girl?" Empress Dowager Zhuang saw his appearance and knew that he really did not know what happened in Yen country. He could not be blamed. But when she thought of the abyss of suffering in Jiao Jiao, this guy still had the mind to rob at sea. She really wanted to give him a big slap. Empress Dowager Zhuang suppressed her anger and said seriously, "She was surrounded by the rebel army of De Yen and the army of Jin and Liang. She will not be able to hold on for much longer." Marquis Xianping's smile became cold. His eyes gradually became dangerous. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed, "Many things happened in between. In a moment, Chancellor Hua will explain everything to you. In short, you came to attack De Yen this time. You are not attacking anyone else. You are attacking Aheng and Jiao Jiao." Marquis Xianping? Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at him and said with a calm expression, "Also, I should congratulate you. Your son is still alive. The one that Princess Xanyang gave birth to." Marquis Xianping again? Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored Marquis Xianping's shock and asked, "Who are you going south with this time?" Without waiting for Marquis Xianping to speak, a certain Grand Marshal's devilish laughter came from the deck. "Ha ha ha, old Xiao. Today we robbed another fat fish. Our army's pay has increased again. This method of raking in soldiers' pay is not bad. Later we will help De Yen in the name of suppressing the bandits. We will have them pay us a bit more for suppressing the bandits. We will gain both fame and fortune. Ah. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan looked sympathetically at the door, the unlucky guy who had fallen without even making an appearance. The two silently counted in their hearts, 1, 2, 3, the burly Tang Yushan boldly and decisively walked into the room. He laughed loudly 3 times, but on the 4th time he suddenly choked. Then he could no longer laugh. Chapter 839. I'm in the wrong place. Tang Yueshan turned and walked out. His reaction was the same as when Marquis Xianping was caught. It was obvious that he had been led astray by Marquis Xianping recently. They used to be political enemies. One was loyal to the Empress Dowager and the other to the Emperor. Nobody knew when they suddenly shook hands and made peace. Maybe it was because the Empress Dowager and the Emperor had buried the hatchet. But the two of you can make peace with each other, but why are you colluding with each other? Was there such a big difference? It was not surprising that Marquis Xianping did such a thing. He was not a serious person. He was the most shameless person in the world. Of course, he was also the most good-looking person. The problem was that Tang Yueshan was not like that. He was the supreme marshal of the army. If he had behaved like Marquis Xianping, Empress Dowager Zhuang would have driven him as far away as possible. Tang Yueshan and Marquis Xianping were dressed in the same way. Even the essence of one-eyed dragon was gone. The difference was that Marquis Xianping covered his right eye and he covered his left. In addition, Marquis Xianping was dressed as an unruly and handsome pirate. Tang Yueshan was only unruly. Seeing Tang Yueshan, Marquis Xianping remembered that he had not taken off his eye mask. He hurriedly took it off. Once he did, his appearance was revealed. Dukan finally understood who Shang Wanqing looked like. It seemed that not only the appearance but also the character was exactly like him. Marquis Xianping turned his head and smiled calmly. Old Tang, come here. Come here, my ass. Why didn't you say that the Empress Dowager was in there? It's all your fault. I said to rob the merchant ship, but you had to rob the warship of the government. Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at him coldly. Tang Yueshan's heart skipped a beat. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, Tang Yueshan, you are bold. Who is the fat fish? Tell me. Ah. Tang Yueshan was not as eloquent as Marquis Xianping. His voice was stuck in his throat. He was puzzled. Why was it that when he and Marquis Xianping robbed Great Yan's warship, they could rob Empress Dowager Zhuang? The old chancellor was also there. There were also 2 faces that he seemed to have seen before but wasn't sure about. There was also an unfamiliar man sitting in a wheelchair. Wow. Could it be that the Empress Dowager was kidnapped by the people of the Great Yan, and he was the one who did it? You're thinking too much. There isn't. Empress Dowager Zhuang hit the nail on the head. Tang Yueshan lowered his head and cupped his hands pitifully. Greetings, Your Majesty. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Tang Yueshan glanced at Dukan listlessly. Who is he? This man looked the weakest in the room, but his aura was the strongest after Empress Dowager Zhuang and Marquis Xianping. Empress Dowager Zhuang was not in the mood to introduce them to him one by one. Marquis Xianping was very happy to share Empress Dowager Zhuang's worries. Marquis Xianping introduced him with a smile. This is Dukan of the Great Yan, my in-law. Tang Yueshan was confused. I haven't seen you for a while. How come you robbed your in-law? Marquis Xianping was speechless. After they got to know each other, Tang Yueshan asked the 2 little guys about them. When he learned that they were the little girl's younger brothers, he generously took out 2 jadeite and golden balls and gave them to play with. Gu Yan didn't take them. Tang Yueshan didn't realize what Tang Ming had done to Gu Shaoshan until Gu Yan took Gu Yan out of the room. You would never know how painful it was until you hit your own feet with a brick. Now that it hit him, he had mixed feelings. Of course, the most important thing now was how to reinforce Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's situation was too difficult. Although they were rushing east, the battle reports from the west were constantly sent by pigeons. They already knew that Gu Jiao led the Black Wind Battalion to take Tuyang City alone. Tuyang City was the fortress of Yanmen Pass, where 80,000 rebels of the Nangong family were stationed. Thinking of the huge gap in strength and the fact that Gu Jiao went thousands of miles to fight, Empress Dowager Zhuang's heart was full of anxiety. This was much more difficult than attacking the Qin kingdom and the remnants of the previous dynasty in the Zhao kingdom. Fortunately, Gu Jiao only acted secretly at that time. There were many main combatants, including Tang Yueshan, Marquis Ding, and Gu Chao, Gu Changqing, and the generals at the border. The people also lined the streets to welcome her. It was a battle of unity between the people and the people. Right now, her Jiao was facing a besieged situation. The old chancellor told the 2 of them about all the things that happened in the Yan kingdom, including the reason why the children went to the Yan kingdom was to treat Gu Yan's illness, Xiao Heng's identity and Xiao Qing who was still alive. After that, he also talked about Gu Jiao's various encounters in Xingdu. To be exact, it was a mess. With her own strength, she caused a stir in the whole circle, killed Nangong Li, and stirred up the water in the pool of Xingdu. Marquis Xianping and Tang Yueshan listened and nodded with pride. She is so good at stirring up trouble. She is indeed my son, brother, and daughter-in-law brother. The old chancellor was speechless. The amount of information was too much for them to digest. But it didn't matter. A woman's heart was a cupboard that piled everything together. A man's heart was a drawer that could store different things and emotions without affecting each other. It was the same for them to digest it one by one on the way. Tang Yueshan cleared his throat and decisively betrayed his friend for glory. Empress Dowager, in fact, we are not the only ones here. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned. Who else? Marquis Xianping and Tang Yueshan were already shocking enough. She really couldn't think of any big shot in the Zhao kingdom who was capable enough or strong enough to mix with these two people. A huge pirate ship was docked on the sea a mile away. Under the mast with the sail closed, a mighty and cold figure stood. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the sea with majestic eyes. His gray hair was blown by the sea wind. Suddenly a small boat came into his sight. The boat was very fast and soon came to the warship. He didn't mean to put down the rope ladder, and the people on the boat were not in a hurry. They easily jumped onto the tall warship with Qinggong. Old Gu. Tang Yueshan strode toward him and patted him on the shoulder. I asked you to come with me but you didn't. You missed a good show. The old marquis glanced at Tang Yueshan lightly. Take your hand away. In terms of official position, Tang Yueshan was above him. But this time, His Majesty appointed him as the main general in the south. If there was a war, Tang Yueshan had to listen to him. He didn't want to participate in the robbery of Tang Yueshan and Marquis Xianping, but he wouldn't strictly forbid it. First of all, with Marquis Xianping's virtue, he absolutely couldn't forbid it. Second, there were no fish in the clear water. After so many years of ups and downs in the officialdom, the only thing he could do was to keep his nature unchanged. But if he couldn't tolerate any sand in the bottom of his eyes and dealt with people he saw, it was either he killed them all or they killed him. He wouldn't be so upright and outspoken. He came here to watch the two and make sure they didn't go too far. For now it seemed to be working well. The two were restrained and didn't make too much trouble. Marquis Xianping smiled. Old monkey. The old marquis's heart skipped a beat for no reason. What trouble did you make this time? What trouble can I make? Marquis Xianping spread out his hands. I just robbed Empress Dowager. The old marquis staggered and almost fell into the sea. He looked at Marquis Xianping in disbelief. What did you say? Empress Dowager she. Tang Yueshan added, not only Empress Dowager but also your precious grandson. But you may not be able to see him. We have a new task and have to set off immediately to reinforce the Yan dynasty's cavalry. I forgot to mention it's your granddaughter. The old marquis frowned. Tang Yueshan had been completely led astray by Marquis Xianping. He didn't mind watching the fun. What? Do you still want to pretend that you don't know? Gu Jiao had been away for a long time. Many things had happened in the Zhao kingdom, including various legends and rumors about her. Of course the old marquis didn't care about these. Even when Gu Jiao was conferred as the protector of the country, the emperor tried to cover her little identity in front of the old marquis. However, Marquis Gu held Gu Xiaobao and lectured him, saying things like, don't learn from your sister when you grow up. You think you're so great just because you know a little martial arts and know how to fight. You bully her father every day, and so on. The old marquis who went to visit Gu Xiaobao heard these words. When the old marquis asked, Gu Jiao's horse fell off the horse. She knew martial arts and this alone couldn't escape. In addition, there were all kinds of masks in her room that the old marquis was familiar with. Yao sure didn't have time to hide, so it was confirmed. The old marquis said coldly, I don't have such a rebellious granddaughter. A girl should act like a girl. How could she play with swords and spears all day long? She even fooled him, her biological grandfather, and went to the Yan dynasty to be a cavalry. It was unreasonable. Tang Yueshan looked at Marquis Xianping. Old Xiao, he won't go. Marquis Xianping casually rolled up his sleeves. Okay then let's go. Tang Yueshan nodded. The next second they raised their hands together, one on each side, and blocked the old marquis's arms. The old marquis was suddenly dragged back and he glared at them. What are you doing? Marquis Xianping smiled. We're going to the border. Chapter 840. In the wounded barracks of Jianghu City, Gu Jiao had just finished distributing the anti-inflammatory medicine and wound balm to the medical officers. Based on the experience of several battles, the demand for these two herbs was huge. The small medicine box provided a considerable amount of them. Before they came, the state preceptor hall also gave them a large number of self-made pills and ointments. On the way here, Gu Jiao also collected a lot of herbs. The 30 medical officers were very busy in the wounded barracks. Although they didn't directly participate in the battle, in fact, they were at the rear of the battlefield. A steady stream of wounded soldiers was sent there. Like all the cavalrymen, they had experienced a very tiring day and night. Some medical officers couldn't stand it anymore and fell asleep on the ground. Some of them lay on the table and closed their eyes. The medical officers who could barely stand it had huge dark circles under their eyes. They changed the dressing of the wounded soldiers, examined them and operated on them. Go to the city and summon some doctors. After coming out of the wounded barracks, Gu Jiao ordered Advisor Hu. Advisor Hu replied, yes. The military barracks were very efficient places. Some things couldn't be done in the local government office in 10 days or half a month. In the military barracks, orders must be carried out and results must be carried out. On the first night, Advisor Hu went to the city to summon more than 30 doctors. In addition, the new mayor of the city was decided. His surname was Qian and his name was Wang. He had been the local governor. He was upright, but he wasn't a trusted follower of the Nangong family. Therefore he hadn't been valued. The Nangong family didn't take him with them when they abandoned the city. Gu Jiao temporarily appointed him as the new mayor of Jianghu City. At about 9 o'clock, Mu Qingchen dragged his tired body back to the barracks. He thought that it would be easy without killing people. He didn't expect that dealing with a group of people, mostly women and children, would be very tiring. His throat was on fire. Gu Jiao leaned against a big tree at the entrance of the barracks. She looked at him with her arms crossed. Well done, Director Mu. Let's continue tomorrow. What, Master? Mu Qingchen asked in a hoarse voice. Yes, Director. The director of the Women's Federation and the director of the sub-district office, Gu Jiao added in her heart. She looked at him with bright eyes. It's okay. You can go and rest. The way you look at me always makes me feel like something bad is going to happen. However, Mu Qingchen was too tired. He couldn't care less about what Gu Jiao was thinking. He returned to his tent with a gloomy face and immediately fell asleep. For the past 2 days, Gu Jiao did not issue any orders, only allowing the soldiers to recuperate and rest. On the night of the second day, she called the 6 commanders and Mu Qingchen into her tent to discuss with them how to deal with the enemy. A sand table was placed on the table in the center of the tent. On the sand table, there were small wooden plates that represented the military strength in the city. Gu Jiao pointed to a valley at the border of the two countries. This is the Swallow Gate Pass. Originally there was a camp set up in the valley and there was a checkpoint. In order to facilitate the invasion of the Liang Kingdom's army, the Nangong clan removed the checkpoint, and the defensive measures of the camp were all destroyed. This place could no longer be defended. Therefore, Jianghu City became the first barrier to stop the Liang Kingdom's army. No matter what, we have to defend Jianghu City. Everyone agreed with the young commander's words. Cheng Fugui's arm was hanging on his neck with gauze. He gritted his teeth. The Nangong clan's children have no assholes. How could they do such a despicable thing like betraying the country? Don't let me catch them again. Otherwise I'll kill them all. Li Jin was the calmest among them. He looked at the sand table and pondered for a while before asking, they will arrive at the Swallow Gate Pass tomorrow. That's right. Gu Jiao said, however they are the same as us. After a long journey their army is tired. They won't attack the city immediately. They will rest for at least a day. This is our opportunity. Li Jin asked, Commander, you mean? Gu Jiao said, we can't just sit and wait for death. The most optimistic situation is that Chang Wei is willing to take the tens of thousands of captives in the city to fight the enemy with us. The worst result is that the city is on fire. Cheng Fugui frowned. Will Chang Wei take the opportunity to rebel? Li Jin said, we can't rule out this possibility. Cheng Fugui hurriedly said, why don't we just kill him? Everyone looked at Gu Jiao. They also felt that Chang Wei was a huge threat. It was better to kill him to prevent future troubles. Gu Jiao said seriously, if it really comes to that and we need to fight with the entire army, I will definitely kill him before we go. Hearing Gu Jiao's words, everyone was relieved. Everyone saw how fierce the young commander was on the battlefield. He would never go back on his words and be soft-hearted. Li Jin said again, "Commander, you said that we can't just sit and wait. Do you already have a plan?" Gu Jiao said, "The Imperial Army will arrive in more than 10 days. We have to delay the attack of the Liang Kingdom's army." Zhang Shiyong, the left commander of the reserve camp, slapped his thigh and said, "I know. Burn their food." Zhou Ren, the right commander of the reserve camp, glared at him. "Why do you only know how to burn their food? Who will burn it? You." Zhang Shiyong puffed out his chest and said, "I will go. You are all fighting at the front line, but I can only guard the captives in the reserve camp. I have long wanted to fight with them." Gu Jiao picked up a small wooden tablet and inserted it in the north of Jianghu city. She said, "This is the new city. It just took the initiative to surrender to the Nangong family a few days ago. After the Nangong family left Jianghu city, they should have gone to this place. There are not many guards in the new city. If the Liang Kingdom's food is burned, they will definitely go to the new city to plunder the food. Whether the Nangong family cooperates or is forced to pay tribute, they will not use the food." Li Jin had an epiphany and said with a serious expression, "They will oppress the people and rob them of their wealth." Gu Jiao nodded. Zhang Shiyong also understood. He scratched his head and said, "It seems that we can't burn the Liang Kingdom's food for the time being. But if we don't burn the food, how can we delay their attack?" Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the sand table. "Destroy their siege weapons." The Liang Kingdom's war chariots were very powerful, and the scaling ladders were very fast. But if these important weapons were gone, what would they use to attack the city? Pry with knives? Crawl with their hands? Of course, they could go to the new city to borrow the weapons from the Nangong family, or reassemble new weapons. But the former was not powerful enough and the latter would take too long. In short, it was not good for the Liang Kingdom's siege plan. Cheng Fugue praised, "Wonderful. I have only heard of burning food, but this is the first time I have heard of destroying weapons." The main reason was that weapons were not easy to destroy. They burned slowly and could not be cut. Often they would alert the enemy before they could be cut twice. But now they had a secret weapon that could destroy weapons. Snow Domain Heavenly Silk, which could definitely cut them without leaving a trace. There were a total of 5 pieces of Snow Domain Heavenly Silk, 1 for each person. Including the scouts, there were a total of 11 people. This was a suicide squad. Because it was too dangerous, there was a possibility that they would not be able to return at any time. "I'll go." Cheng Fugue stood up and said. Gu Jiao looked at his hanging arm. "You guys won't go tonight. Zhou Ren, Zhang Shiyong, you go and call Wenren Chong, Zhao Dengfeng and Li Shen." Then Gu Jiao picked a few cavalrymen who were good at lightness skill and were not injured in the battle. "I'll go too." When she came out of the tent, she met Mu Qingchen who was walking toward her. Gu Jiao looked past Mu Qingchen and fell on Teacher Hu was behind him. Teacher Hu touched his nose. "Great Madam, Her Highness the Crown Princess ordered young Master Mu to protect Her Highness." The truth was that he was worried about Her Highness, so he secretly called Mu Qingchen. No matter how he looked at it, Mu Qingchen's kung fu was the best among these people. He was reliable to block the knife. "Okay." Gu Jiao did not refuse. However, before Gu Jiao left, she called someone else. Gu Jiao put her hands behind her back and looked at Sun Takashi who was lying on the bed. "I see that you're recovering well. It's time for you to go out and exercise." Sun Takashi turned around. "I won't work for you." Gu Jiao spread her hands. "You don't have to work for me, but I can't feed so many rebels for free. Food is very precious. Why don't I kill 180 of them a day and save some food for my cavalrymen?" Sun Takashi looked at her coldly. "You're despicable." Gu Jiao smiled faintly. "You're the most familiar with the terrain of Swallow Gate. You lead the way. If you don't, I'll kill your men right now." Sun Takashi knew that he was facing a young man who killed without batting an eyelid. Using his conscience to wake him up and using his reputation to restrain him would not work. In the end, Sun Takashi gritted his teeth and endured the pain from his wound as he accepted Gu Jiao's threat. "I want my own horse." "Give it to him," Gu Jiao said. Zhou Ren ordered his men to bring his warhorse over. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes as she watched Sun Takashi get on the horse. Sun Takashi had just undergone surgery and he could still be so fierce. In order to reduce the sound of their armor rubbing against each other and to better conceal themselves, they all changed into night clothes. Then, a group of people spurred their horses out of the Jianghu city, and went all the way to the Yanmen Pass in the west. According to the report from their scouts, the Liang Kingdom's army would be stationed in the valley outside Swallow Gate. Their horses could not get too close, otherwise the sound of the horses' hooves would reach the camp. The horses can't go any further. Soon Takashi pulled on the reins when they reached a mountain range. They got off their horses. Soon Takashi tied his horse under a big tree. Seeing that Gu Jiao and the others were not moving, he said with a strange expression, "Tie the horses or they'll run away." "Cavalry? Don't you know this?" Gu Jiao nodded and said seriously, "But the Black Wind Cavalry doesn't need to be tied. They were very disciplined and never ran around." Soon Takashi. Why did his face suddenly hurt? Chapter 841. That sentence was not the most fatal. Gu Jiao shrugged and said, "Actually, it's fine if you don't tie it up. The Black Wind King will keep an eye on your horse and not let it run around." His own horse had to be tied up to prevent it from getting lost, but other people's horses could not only discipline themselves, but they could also discipline other people. Other horses. Soon Takashi felt a blow to his soul. He did not want to talk to this kid anymore. Soon Takashi walked forward with a dark expression. Gu Jiao followed behind him with his head held high. Mu Qingchen cautiously observed the surroundings and also strode forward to catch up. Soon Takashi snorted. "Kid, aren't you afraid that I'll set you up?" Gu Jiao said casually, "If I don't go back, the tens of thousands of captives in Jianghu City will all die with me. You can calculate that yourself." Soon Takashi gritted his teeth. "How can you be so cruel at such a young age?" Gu Jiao smiled faintly. "Thanks for the compliment." Soon Takashi almost choked on his words. Generals often had bad tempers. This was a double-edged sword. It could stimulate their combat power and fighting spirit on the battlefield. The downside was that they would be easily angered off the battlefield. Soon Takashi was heavily injured. For the sake of his own life, Soon Takashi decided not to talk to him anymore. The group went around a hill and came to a narrow stream. In front of them was the valley where the two countries intersected. The Liang Kingdom's army had set up camp here. They had obviously just arrived and were still tidying up the place. "We'll go after they sleep," Soon Takashi said. "Okay," Gu Jiao replied. Soon Takashi realized that he had used the tone of a general. This cruel kid did not seem to think that there was anything wrong with being ordered around by a captive. He did not get angry or refute. The group lay in the grass behind the rocks. It was late autumn in the 9th month of the lunar calendar. The night wind at the border was chilly. It made their hands and feet feel cold. The ground was cold as well. Mu Qingchen subconsciously touched the back of Gu Jiao's hand and whispered, "Why is it so cold?" "Is it cold?" Gu Jiao didn't feel it. Mu Qingchen wanted to take off his outer robe and give it to her, but he was wearing night clothes. "They're asleep," Gu Jiao suddenly said. Mu Qingchen looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the last group of soldiers from the state of Liang had also entered the tent. Only 100 soldiers were left to patrol in different places. After observing for a while, they had a rough idea of the patrolling route. Seizing a wrong peak, a group of people sneaked into the camp of the Liang army. Their weapons were in the supply camp at the back of the camp, and so were their provisions. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was a good time to burn the provisions, but unfortunately they couldn't. Gu Jiao gestured to the 10 people. Mu Qingchen and the others understood and took out a pair of silver-threaded gloves and put them on. Soon Takashi's mouth twitched when he saw that these people had taken away all his gloves. Gu Jiao took out 5 brocade pouches made of special materials. Each of the pouches contained a long strand of snowfield silk. After distributing the brocade pouches, the group began to move. The scouts and Soon Takashi were responsible for keeping an eye on the patrolling army. For them who had the snowfield silk, it was not difficult to cut the chariots and ladders. However, the key was to prevent the remaining parts from falling to the ground. Wenrenchong was good at this. He pointed at a few parts and said, "Cut here. The chariots won't fall apart on the spot." Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen each pulled one end of the snow domain heavenly silkworm's silk. Mu Qingchen used his qinggong to leap to the other side of the war chariot. The two exchanged a look and cut off the silk. It was silent, as if he was cutting the body of a cake. It was extremely smooth. Gu Jiao exclaimed, "Wow." Her obsessive-compulsive disorder was cured. Gu Jiao had a lot of fun. No, the mission was going smoothly. "Someone is coming. Let's retreat." Soon Takashi said in a low voice. Gu Jiao smacked her lips. "I didn't cut much." Everyone was dumbfounded. There were so many chariots and ladders, but we only cut a little. Some people didn't even have time to cut them, but you took all of them. "Let's go." Mu Qingchen leaped over with his lightness skill and returned the snowfield silk to her. Gu Jiao said, "Oh." She slowly put it away and cut another part of the chariot when no one was paying attention. Mu Qingchen was speechless. When Dayang soldiers patrolled, they had already left. Among these people only Gu Jiao didn't know Qinggong. Mu Qingchen held her soft and slender waist and brought her back and forth between the various large tents. Soon Takashi was injured and could not use lightness skill. Li Shun and Zhao Dengfeng took turns to carry him. When they passed by a tent with a dim oil lamp, Gu Jiao suddenly patted Mu Qingchen's arm and signaled him to stop. Mu Qingchen gently landed on the grass. "What is it?" he asked with his eyes. Gu Jiao pointed at a tent about 10 meters away. "I saw someone go in." The others also stopped beside them. They hid in the dark and looked at the tent that Gu Jiao pointed at. Gu Jiao thought for a while and gestured to the others to leave first. Mu Qingchen, Li Shen and Zhao Dengfeng stayed behind. Although they were unwilling to leave, it was a military order. Zhao Dengfeng, Wenren Chong, and the others quietly disappeared into the night. Gu Jiao and the others approached the tent. They hid behind the tent. Gu Jiao and the other two put their ears to the tent wall. Li Shun was responsible for keeping an eye on the surroundings. Men's voices came from the tent. They were speaking the language of the Yan Kingdom, but one of them was not very fluent. The one who was not fluent said, "Is this your sincerity? The king of the Yan Kingdom is trying to capture you. Without the protection of the Liang Kingdom, you will soon become his prisoners." Everyone understood. One was a general of the Liang Kingdom, and the other was a rebel army of the Yan Kingdom. It was either the Han clan or the Nangong clan. Obviously the latter was more likely. "I want to see your General Chu." The others did not recognize the voice, but soon Takashi recognized it immediately. It was the fourth son of the Nangong clan, Nangong Ju. Nangong Zai and Nangong Ju were guarding the border all year round, so Tsun Takashi was very familiar with them. The general of the Liang Kingdom said, "General Chu is tired from the journey. He has already rested." Gu Jiao translated, "Your position is not high enough. Talking to me is already a gift to you." Nangong Ju's aura was tinged with anger, but it was quickly suppressed. "Do you really think the Black Wind Camp is so easy to deal with? I am not afraid to tell you that with your military strength, without the help of the Nangong clan, you will definitely be defeated by Xiao Lulang." Gu Jiao clenched her small fist. Mysterious energy. "I'm so awesome. So, he really is from the Nangong clan." Gu Jiao looked at Tsun Takashi sympathetically. No wonder his face turned so ugly. "Look, this is the Yan Kingdom's lord you are loyal to, colluding with the traitor of the Liang Kingdom." The general of the Liang Kingdom said arrogantly, "Don't try to scare me. You lost because you are not capable. Do you think that the Liang Kingdom's army is as useless as the remnants of the Nangong clan? If that General Tsun Takashi comes to the Liang Kingdom, we won't even let him be a chili arch." Gu Jiao nodded with praise. "Wonderful. Go on, you are an ally tonight." The general of the Liang Kingdom said calmly, "The Liang Kingdom has no need to cooperate with the Nangong clan." Nangong Ju said with cold sweat, "Aren't you just bullying us because we have lost our military strength? But as far as I know, General Tsun Takashi of the Nangong clan is not dead. He was only captured and is being treated in Xiang City. There are nearly 60,000 soldiers in Xiang City. As long as Tsun Takashi leads them to cooperate with you, the Liang Kingdom's plan to attack the city will be twice the result with half the effort." Gu Jiao looked at Tsun Takashi sympathetically again. Tsun Takashi looked calm on the surface, but the blood seeping out of his chest betrayed his emotions. The general of the Liang Kingdom seemed to be interested in this proposal, but he held back his bargaining chip and tried his best to negotiate. "Tsun Takashi deserves to die, but he is not dead. How can you be sure that he did not join the Black Wind Camp?" Nangong Ju said with certainty, "Tsun Takashi will not betray the Nangong clan." The general of the Liang Kingdom smiled. "Oh." Nangong Ju said sarcastically, "He came from a poor family. When my father met him he was begging on the street. It was my father who picked him up, took him in and let him join the army. He is stubborn and inflexible. But fortunately he is loyal to the Nangong clan. He can be said to be the most loyal dog of the Nangong clan. Wherever the Nangong clan points he will bite. Even if his body is broken he will not hesitate." Gu Jiao almost rushed forward to give Nangong Ju flowers. "Well said. Tonight's friendly army belongs to you." If it was in the past, Nangong Ju would not say such arrogant words in front of outsiders. But now he was angered by the arrogant attitude of the general of the Liang Kingdom. He needed to look down on others to regain his dignity and show that he was superior. Unfortunately the speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. Outside the tent, soon Takashi's face turned completely green. Chapter 842. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are available here. On the way back, Tsun Takashi did not say a word. Wenren Chong and Zhao Dengfeng saw Tsun Takashi's expression and kept signaling Li Shen with their eyes. Li Shen could not say anything in front of Tsun Takashi, so he could only ignore his companion's eyes. The group arrived at the hill where the war horses were parked. The untethered Black Wind cavalry was standing there perfectly fine. On the other hand, Tsun Takashi's war horse's rope was broken. However, under Black Wind King's suppression, it did not dare to go anywhere. A wild beast came here, Gu Jiao said as he looked at the footprints on the ground. Being untethered had its benefits. The Black Wind cavalry could fight together. If they were tied up, they would only be bitten to death by the wild beast. Are you hurt? Gu Jiao patted Black Wind King's neck and asked. Black Wind King raised his head and snorted. It seemed like he was fine. 11 Black Wind cavalry was not a joke. Even if it was a wolf, it would have been driven away. Tsun Takashi's horse was a little frightened, but Black Wind King had already calmed it down. In the past, everyone only saw Black Wind King's power as a ruler. However, this time, everyone felt another side of Black Wind King, a side that had never been seen in Han Ye's hands. The group leaped onto their horses. Gu Jiao sighed and said, Don't be so dejected. Maybe he doesn't really think that way. He's just saying it out of anger. This was the right way to persuade him. The more he persuaded, the angrier he got. Tsun Takashi snorted coldly. He whipped his horse and charged into the night. Zhao Dengfeng finally could not help but ask, What happened? Was he beaten up by someone? Li Shen did not speak much. He ignored Zhao Dengfeng. Mu Qingchen was not familiar with Zhao Dengfeng, so he did not speak either. Zhao Dengfeng then looked at the junior commander. The junior commander sighed exaggeratedly. Sigh, he was beaten up by scum. His heart is broken. Zhao Dengfeng. Everyone, Zhao Dengfeng and the rest chased after Tsun Takashi. What if he wanted to escape? Mu Qingchen and Gu Jiao brought up the rear. The two walked at a moderate pace. Mu Qingchen said, I can't guess who the general of the Liang kingdom is, but the one from the Nangong clan seems to be the fourth son, Nangong Ju. Gu Jiao said, Yeah, I think it's him too. He said, My father brought Tsun Takashi back. That father should be the head of the Nangong family. The head of the Nangong family had a total of 4 sons, and Nangong Cheng was the eldest. His martial arts were not proficient, so the Nangong family would not allow him to take the risk to come here in the middle of the night. The second son, Nangong Li, was dead, but the third son, Nangong Zhe, didn't sound like that. Right now, only his fourth son, Nangong Ju, still had full combat power. Mu Qingchen asked, Should we kill him? Gu Jiao glanced at him. Are you used to killing people now? Mu Qingchen lowered his eyes and said, You have to get used to it. Gu Jiao was very satisfied. As expected of young Master Qingchen, he improved rapidly. Gu Jiao said, He won't come out tonight, so we can't kill him. Let's wait for the duel. After the group returned to the barracks in Xiang City, Tsun Takashi went straight to his camp for wounded soldiers. The medical officer felt a gust of wind blow past him, and he immediately woke up from his sleep. He shuddered and looked at Tsun Takashi, who had almost smashed himself onto the bed, and then looked at the junior commander outside. He quickly walked out and asked, Commander, is he okay? Gu Jiao said, He's fine. Don't worry about him and don't ask too much. Just use the medicine as usual. Yes, the medical officer replied. Everyone returned to their own tents, and the medical officer went to take care of the other patients. Tsun Takashi lay alone on the bed with a thick mattress and his body was cold. He came from a poor family. When my father met him, he was begging on the street. He's stubborn, self-opinionated, and inflexible. He's the most loyal dog that our Nangong family has raised. As long as Tsun Takashi leads them to work with you from the inside, your plan to attack the city will be twice the result with half the effort. Just because you're useless and lost, you think that our Liang army is as useless as your Nangong family's remaining soldiers? If that General Tsun Takashi comes to our Liang, we won't even let him be a chili arch. Tsun Takashi clenched his fists bit by bit, and his body trembled violently. His wounds burst open, and blood seeped out from the bandages, dyeing his entire shirt red. The Liang army only discovered the abnormality of the military equipment the next morning. It was drizzling at the border, and a few soldiers from the supply camp went to wipe the rainwater off the chariots. As soon as they touched the chariots collapsed with a boom. The few of them were stunned. The huge commotion alerted the deputy general of the supply camp. The deputy general checked the rest of the chariots, and without exception, all of them collapsed. Not only that, but the ladders they used to climb up the city walls were also broken into pieces. This was a major accident in the barracks. The deputy general of the supply camp immediately reported to the few generals. When Chu Feiping came to the scene, he touched the smooth cut on the chariot with his fingertips, and his eyes turned cold, snow domain heavenly silk. The general next to him said, "General, this," Chu Feiping said indifferently, "looks like someone came here last night." The general immediately knelt down on one knee. "I've failed in my duty." Chu Feiping looked at the direction of Jianghu city. "Nangongju is right, the Black Wind cavalry of Great Yan is not easy to deal with. The plan to attack the city will have to be postponed. Tell the Nangong family that I agree to their conditions." After losing their military equipment, the Liang army spent a total of 8 days to transport new ladders and chariots from other cities. This was another huge amount of manpower and material resources, and it also slightly shook the morale of the army. But it didn't matter, the Great Yan was surrounded by wolves, and the Liang was not the only enemy. The other 5 kingdoms were also crazily nibbling on this fat piece of meat. Sooner or later, the Great Yan would fall completely. On the 18th of September in the evening, the west wind was strong. General Song Kai of the Liang led 20,000 vanguard soldiers and launched the first wave of attack toward the west gate of Jianghu city. Last night, Chang Wei received an order from the Nangong family. As the Nangong family had taken root in Jianghu city for a long time, naturally they still had spies in the city. One of them disguised himself as a food delivery vendor and sneaked into the military camp, then came to the tent where Chang Wei was recuperating. He showed Chang Wei a token hidden in his sleeve, then said, "Clan Master has given an order. If the Liang army is going to attack the city later, you are to command your men to charge out and annihilate the Black Wind Battalion." Chang Wei responded calmly, "So Clan Master is asking me to help the enemy and commit treason?" The vendor said, "The Emperor of Great Yan is heartless, and this is a strategy to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. Of course, Clan Master will not commit treason. Once we take down the Black Wind Battalion, Clan Master will ask you to lead the army and drive the Liang army out of Great Yan's border." Chang Wei lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "Is that so?" The vendor smiled and said, "Of course, Clan Master is wholeheartedly serving the people of Great Yan, and his sincerity can be witnessed by heaven and earth. Since Clan Master has entrusted General Chang with such an important task, it not only shows his trust in General Chang, but also his high regard for General Chang. General Chang, please don't disappoint Clan Master. After all, you are the most trusted retainer of Nangong clan." Chang Wei looked at the vendor with a serious face. "Clan Master, is that how you see me? Don't you think that I'm just a lackey of Nangong clan?" The vendor sighed. "Why would General Chang think so? Did you hear some rumors?" General Chang, you have been brought back to the border by Clan Master for many years, but have you ever seen Clan Master do anything to betray the people?" "Yes, it's wrong to abandon the city and flee, but this is also for the sake of the big picture. Don't forget who saved your life back then. Without Clan Master you can't be ungrateful." After the vendor left, Chang Wei went to the place where the prisoners of war were kept for the first time. They were stripped of their armors and weapons, but not a single one of them suffered any form of abuse. They ate whatever the Black Wind cavalry ate, not a single meal was left out. The wounded soldiers were all treated in time, and the bodies of the dead soldiers were not damaged. They were all sewn up by a coroner so that they could be buried with dignity. The iron plates were also kept with Teacher Hu. Chang Wei went to Teacher Hu and asked for the iron plates of the soldiers back. When everyone saw Chang Wei again, it was when the Liang Kingdom's army arrived at the city. Chang Wei stood on the city gate tower in the west wind, wearing a shining armor and holding a big bow in his hand. In front of the Liang army's camp, Song Kai slowly rode his horse to the front of the army. He stood on the empty battlefield and looked up at Chang Wei, who was on the city tower. He smiled and said in the Yin language that was not very authentic, "You must be General Chang Wei. It seems like we don't have to fight this battle anymore. The Nangong family has already taken back Jianghu city." Before he could finish, Chang Wei drew his bow and shot an arrow through his shoulder. The huge force threw Song Kai off the horse's back. Song Kai screamed and fell heavily to the ground. He clutched his injured arm and looked at Tsun Takeshi in disbelief. "You with the surname Chang. Are you crazy? Chang Wei waved his hand and hundreds of archers appeared on the city gate tower. They drew their bows and aimed at the Liang Kingdom's army. These people were not the Black Wind Cavalry of Chengdu. They were the Nangong clan's army. Chang Wei looked at Song Kai coldly and said, "Didn't you say that our Ziyang city's army is useless? How does it feel to be shot by a useless person like me?" "When did I say that?" Song Kai's pupils shrank. Yes, he did say that. In front of Nangongju, he mocked the Nangong clan's army that lost to the Black Wind Cavalry as a bunch of useless people. How did Chang Wei know? Did Nangongju tell him? No, that's impossible. Nangongju would not do that. Could it be? Song Kai's eyes turned cold. You were the one who destroyed the military equipment that night. Chang Wei did not explain that he was not the one who did it. There was no point in talking nonsense with such a person. Chang Wei sneered. My strength is indeed not good, but it's more than enough to deal with you, you bastards from Liang Kingdom. Now open your eyes wide and watch how we, this bunch of useless people, chase you out of Liang Kingdom's borders. Song Kai endured the pain coming from his arm as an ominous premonition surged in his heart. What is this guy trying to do? Soon Takashi looked down at the Liang Kingdom's army and said, Archers, fire. Chapter 843. Arrows that blotted out the sky pierced through the sky, emitting soul-shaking whistles. With an unstoppable momentum, they interweaved into a dense rain of arrows in the sky. After the first row of archers finished shooting, they quickly retreated and reloaded. The archers in the back row stepped forward from the gap and mercilessly shot the arrows in their hands. A total of 3 rows of archers cooperated well. Not only did they have no gaps in their attacks, but they also allowed their arm strength to recover fully. The rain of arrows fell into the frontmost camp of the Liang army. The Liang army hurriedly raised their shields to defend. However, the shields could only block one side. They could block the front but not the front. The arrows came from different angles, but there would always be one that could enter the gap and hit the body of the Liang army. After the first round of arrows was shot, dozens of people from the Liang army fell. Soon Takashi continued to attack. The archers pulled their bows until sparks flew. The terrifying sound of the arrows piercing through the air resounded throughout the city tower. For a moment, the Liang army screamed and wailed. After 3 rounds of attack, the number of people in the Liang army who were shot had reached 100. For the Liang army that had 20,000 vanguard troops, the sacrifice of 100 people might not be a big deal. However, if it happened in a flash, it would be a very serious situation. Especially when the enemy did not lose a single soldier. They only wasted some arrows. Song Kai felt the pressure from the Ziyang army. What was going on? Wasn't Tsun Takeshi the confidant of the Nangong family? Why did he start a war with the Liang army? Could it be that the Nangong family was pretending to ask for peace that night, but in fact, it was to attract their attention so that Tsun Takeshi could destroy the military equipment? Had the Nangong family been toying with the Liang army from the beginning? Song Kai narrowed his cold eyes. No matter what, since Tsun Takeshi dared to start a war with the Liang army, then he could not blame them for turning hostile. He broke the arrow on his shoulder and shouted. He used his internal energy to send out his voice clearly, Everyone do not panic. Listen to my orders. Vanguard left camp, get into formation. Flying crane formation. The flying crane formation was a formation created by the divine general of the Liang kingdom, Chu Feiping. It used the shield as the sky to form a defensive formation. Because it looked like a flying crane from above, it got its name. A single shield could only cover a limited area, but when all the shields were put together, they formed an impenetrable iron roof. The front was also blocked by the shields. There was nowhere for the arrow to hit. However, if they thought that this was all Tsun Takeshi had up his sleeves, they would be too naive. Catapults. Tsun Takeshi ordered. The archers retreated to the side in a well-trained manner, and the catapults were quickly pushed to the edge of the city tower by the soldiers. They loaded the stones, pressed them down and fired. Their movements were neat and orderly. Some of the generals of the Black Wind Battalion were also present. Cheng Fugui's mouth was wide open and he couldn't close it for a long time. These soldiers? Not bad. Back then when the Black Wind Cavalry killed them all, he thought that these rebels were useless. Gu Jiao said, It's just a matter of specialization. They might not be a match for us in close combat, but when it comes to defending the city they are kings. Ziyang City was impregnable. Not only were the city walls and city gates sturdy, but the defensive tactics were also impenetrable. If Zhao Kingdom had such a force in Yuelu City, it would not have been so difficult to defend the city. Gu Jiao was relieved when he saw this. Although the Liang Kingdom's army had a large number of soldiers, as long as the city gates were not opened and the city tower did not collapse, they would not be able to break through Tsun Takeshi's defense. 2 hours later, the Liang Kingdom's army had lost nearly 1,000 soldiers. The general's order came from the rear. Song Kai gritted his teeth unwillingly and retreated. In the first wave of attack they did not even get close to the city walls. Although they used the catapults a few times, Tsun Takeshi's attack was too fierce. They could not get close to the catapults and they wasted more than 10 heavy stones. The Liang Kingdom's army rested for 4 hours, and they launched the second wave of attack at night. This time they came prepared. They used extremely sturdy shields to push the chariots dozens of feet forward. Their catapults finally worked and caused some damage to the soldiers on the city tower. Tsun Takeshi used the black gunpowder. The Yen Kingdom did not have a large amount of saltpeter mines, so the raw materials for the black gunpowder were very limited. It was difficult to use it for military purposes. Tsun Takeshi used all his trump cards. The explosive power was not enough, so he used knockout drugs to make up for it. The Liang Kingdom's army was pushed back again. Song Kai's face was covered in dirt. He was so angry that he was about to explode. He dragged his injured arm and rode on his horse. He pulled out his sword and pointed at the city tower. "Chong, come down and fight me if you have the guts. What kind of man are you if you keep hiding on the city tower?" Tsun Takeshi only replied with 2 words. "Release the arrows." Song Kai was only able to avoid being turned into a hedgehog by sacrificing himself to protect him. In the middle of the night, Song Kai did not give up and launched a sneak attack. However, he was defeated by Tsun Takeshi, who had already seen through everything. The first day, a perfect defense. The soldiers were quite happy. The confidence that was destroyed by the Black Wind cavalry seemed to have recovered. Everyone was in high spirits. They were the Nangong family soldiers after all. The reason why they obeyed Tsun Takeshi was because the Nangong family had always thought highly of them. Now that the Nangong family was not in the city, Tsun Takeshi had become the backbone. Naturally, they would listen to whatever he said. Tsun Takeshi came down from the city tower and saw Gu Jiao by the roadside. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and leaned her right shoulder lazily on the city wall. "Well done, old Chong." Tsun Takeshi glanced at her coldly and said, "I'm not that close to you. Also, I'm doing this for the people in the city. I'm not working with you." Gu Jiao shrugged. "It doesn't matter. As long as you don't work with the Liang Kingdom." She raised her hand and yawned. "It's getting late. I'm going to rest. I'll leave the defense of the city to General Chong." Tsun Takeshi frowned as he watched her leave. In the end, he did not stop her and went to the temporary casualty camp to visit the soldiers who were injured today. When he went in, the Nangong family's medical officer told him that a few soldiers who were seriously injured were saved by the Black Wind Cavalry's junior commander. He was busy in the casualty camp for as long as the battle on the city tower ended. He only left when it was over. "Got it," Tsun Takeshi said. In the next 3 days, the Liang Kingdom's army launched more than 10 attacks at the western city gate. Tsun Takeshi blocked all of them with great skill. There were provisions that Gu Jiao stole from Nangong Zhe in the city. It would not be a problem for them to fight for another 10 days to half a month. Moreover, they did not have to hold on for that long. The 120,000 soldiers from the imperial court would arrive in 5 days at the earliest and 7 days at the latest. The situation in Xiang City was good. However, just as everyone was waiting for victory with joy, an accident happened. The northern city gate collapsed. It was not attacked by the Liang Kingdom's army. It was destroyed by a Nangong family's confidant who was hiding in the city. He used gunpowder to blow up the door from the inside. The confidant was a soldier in the army. He was guarding the northern city gate. It was his turn to be on duty that night. No one expected him to do such a thing. The moment the northern city gate collapsed, everyone rushed forward to capture him. However, he had already ignited the signal of fireworks. "What's that?" In the military camp, Cheng Fugue looked at the fireworks in the night sky. "It's so beautiful." Li Jin frowned and said, "It's coming from the north of the city." Tong Zhong was puzzled. "Did something happen at the northern city gate?" Li Jin said, "I don't know what this signal means. Quickly send someone to check it out." They did not know what it meant. However, Tsun Takeshi knew very well that this was a signal that the city gate had been breached. The Liang Kingdom's army was outside the western city. Who breached the northern city gate? Could it be, there was a spy? Soon Takashi's heart skipped a beat. Gu Jiao was bandaging the wounds of the injured soldiers in the barracks. When she heard the commotion outside, she quickly went up the city gate tower and asked Soon Takashi, "What happened?" Soon Takashi said with a serious expression, "The northern city gate has been breached." Gu Jiao was puzzled. "Breached? No army is heading to the northern city gate." Soon Takashi judged based on his past experience. Yes, no. So, the situation might be more serious. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier at the side pointed at the Liang Kingdom's army camp and shouted, "They've retreated." Gu Jiao looked and her eyes turned cold. "They're not retreating. They're heading to the northern city gate." The Liang Kingdom's army was about to attack the northern city gate. Gu Jiao and Soon Takashi rushed downstairs. Gu Jiao whistled and the Black Wind King galloped over. Gu Jiao took a big step forward and nimbly mounted the horse. Soon Takashi called for a deputy general and put him in charge of the defense of the western city gate. He rode his horse and chased after Gu Jiao to the northern city gate. When the two of them were halfway there, they met the soldier who came to report. The soldier cupped his hands and said, "General Chang, bad news? The northern city gate has fallen." Soon Takashi said, "Speak clearly." The soldier said, "That bastard Zhang Damon destroyed the door mortar while he was on duty." The door mortar was equivalent to the door binder of the modern world. Without it, the door could not be fixed. The door mortar of Jianghu City was made of stone and was integrated with the entire city gate. Once it was destroyed, it was impossible to repair it. They could only build a new one. However, that was not something that could be done in a day or two. Soon Takashi realized the seriousness of the situation. They could deal with the Liang Kingdom's army because they had the advantage of the city wall. If the Liang Kingdom's army took the opportunity to enter the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. The soldiers at the other three city gates could not be withdrawn because their enemies were not only the Liang Kingdom's army but also the Han family and Jin Kingdom. Therefore, there were less than 20,000 soldiers who could go to the western city gate to fight. Gu Jiao said calmly, "General Chang, go back and guard the western city gate. Leave the northern city gate to the Black Wind Cavalry." Soon Takashi opened his mouth. But, Gu Jiao held the reins tightly and looked at the northern city. From now on, the Black Wind Cavalry's flesh and blood will be the gate of the northern city. Chapter 844. Gu Jiao and Black Wind King returned to the barracks. In fact, the Black Wind Cavalry had already heard the news that the north gate had been destroyed. The entire army was already prepared and ready to go. The soldiers and their horses were all equipped with armor, and each one of them held a spear or a sword in their hand. They stood on the west wind's biting cold training ground. Gu Jiao didn't ask who was the leader. Perhaps she didn't need to ask. They didn't fight for the military uniform. Instead, they had to fight for honor, for their country, and for the common people after donning the military uniform. As long as they were still alive, no one could step on the rivers of the great Yan dynasty. To be honest, when Mu Qingchen saw this scene, he was also very shocked. He had been with the army for more than a month. He always thought that he knew enough about the soldiers of the great Yan dynasty. But in the end, his knowledge was still too superficial. What kind of feelings could be sacrificed to this extent? Gu Jiao sat on the back of the Black Wind King's horse. Looking at the majestic Black Wind Cavalry, she said with a solemn expression, "Very good. Vanguard Battalion, Assault Battalion, follow me to battle. Garrison Battalion, get ready to fight." Mu Qingchen's heart skipped a beat. Even the Garrison Battalion was going to fight? Zhou Ren and Zhang Shiyong heard this and their hearts surged. They finally had a chance to go to the battlefield. But in the next second, their arms that were waving in the air froze. They were not afraid of death. But if even they were going to fight, it meant that the situation had deteriorated to an inestimable extent. This battle might be the battle of the Black Wind Cavalry's survival. Gu Jiao looked at the reserve battalion. "I hope you won't be needed." If they were needed, then the Vanguard Battalion and Assault Battalion would all be killed. In the dream of war, the Liang Kingdom and the Black Wind Cavalry did fight a fierce battle. The Black Wind Cavalry, which was depleted by the civil war, had less than 20,000 soldiers left. They were surrounded by the Liang Kingdom's army in the mountains of Mount Mang. They were completely wiped out. Gu Jiao held the reins tightly and urged the horse to walk on the deserted street. This time, could she change the fate of the Black Wind Cavalry? Mu Qingchen urged his horse to keep up with her. Every city gate in Jianghu City has 3 gates, but one of them is broken. Gu Jiao said, "No, all 3 channels are broken." The innermost gate had its mortar blown off. There was another gate and a secret door. The rebels had also destroyed the corresponding slots. Are all 3 gates broken? No wonder they couldn't hold on. Mu Qingchen frowned. Snow domain heavenly silkworm silk. Gu Jiao said plainly, no, Chu Feiping has gloves that can deal with the snow domain's heavenly silkworm silk. Mu Qingchen took a deep look at her. You seem to know a lot about the Liang kingdom. Sort of. Gu Jiao did not explain. Her ears twitched as she looked in the direction of the North City gate. We have to speed up. They're almost here. She tightened her grip on the horse's belly, and Black Wind King sensed her command. It leaped forward and galloped forward. Mu Qingchen was about to follow when a courageous citizen opened the door and walked out. Young Master Mu, are we going to war? Mu Qingchen held the reins tightly. In order not to block the army behind, he hurriedly urged his horse to move to the side. He said to the citizen who had heard his preaching before, yes, the Liang Kingdom's army is invading. The North City Gate has been destroyed by the remnants of the Nangong family. Now, Lord Xiao is leading the Black Wind Cavalry to the North City Gate to meet the enemy. As he spoke, he looked at the citizens who stuck their heads out to look at him. He pursed his lips and said, everyone go back quickly. Don't come out if there's nothing important. The citizens said worriedly, then Xiang City? Mu Qingchen looked at the young man who was leading the army and said seriously, you have to believe in Lord Xiao. He will definitely protect Jianghu City. Sigh, he's still a child? An old man sighed while leaning on his walking stick. Everyone was silent. Yes. The young commander of the Black Wind Battalion was said to be a teenager. At such a young age he was already going to fight the enemy. It was laughable that they had once suspected him of being a rebel. But which rebel in the world would use his own flesh and blood to protect the lives of the citizens in the face of life and death? When the tens of thousands of Liang Kingdom's army arrived at the North City Gate, the Black Wind Cavalry had already lined up neatly to welcome them. The 2 sides were separated by 10 feet, which happened to be within the effective shooting range of the archers. The shields and archers of both sides were already in position. The battle was about to begin. Gu Jiao took the lead and stood at the front of the Black Wind Cavalry. She was wearing her battle suit and armor, while the Black Wind King was also wearing a black helmet and armor. 1 person and 1 horse stood under the vast sky. Standing in front of the majestic army, they were as small as a grain of sand in the vast ocean. However, it was this 16-year-old warhorse and the 16-year-old youth who led the Black Wind Cavalry fearlessly in front of the Liang Kingdom's army. Kid, you're Xiao Lulang, the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry? I heard you're very powerful. In front of the camp of the state of Liang, a burly general of the state of Liang, holding a mace, urged his horse forward a few steps. He looked at Gu Jiao with his nose in the air. Do you dare to fight with me? A one-on-one? This was also a way for the 2 armies to start a war. Mu Qingchen urged his horse to Gu Jiao's side. He's called Pan Long. He's a fierce general under Chu Feiping. I once followed my grandfather to the Liang Kingdom and saw him in the main hall. This person has a violent temperament and is extremely cruel. The prisoners of war who fall into his hands usually don't have a good ending. This was a euphemism. Pan Long was famous for torturing prisoners of war in the army. After the war, it was not uncommon for him to burn, kill, rob, and humiliate innocent women. His subordinates also did the same. However, this person was indeed brave, so he was somewhat valued. Li Jin cupped his fist and said, Commander, let me go and meet him. Gu Jiao looked in Pan Long's direction. Okay. Li Jin's weapon was a spear. He held a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. He urged his horse to rush towards Pan Long. Pan Long saw this and frowned in dissatisfaction. He raised the mace in his hand. I want to beat that brat. Not some random shrimp soldier or crab general. Get out of my way. He also urged his horse to rush towards Li Jin. The moment he finished speaking, he raised the spiked mace in his hand and fiercely swung it towards Li Jin's head. Li Jin didn't have time or something else. He didn't have a shield and directly stabbed his spear towards Pan Long's heart. The 2 horses brushed past each other. The entire battlefield was silent. Only the whistling of the wind and the whistling of the horses' hooves could be heard. Li Jin's horse circled around and stopped just in time. The Liang Kingdom's army looked at Pan Long's back. The next second, Pan Long's body tilted and his eyes stared blankly as he fell into a pool of blood. Li Jin looked in the direction of the Liang Kingdom's army and said arrogantly, Ah, so you Liang Kingdom's generals can't even beat our Black Wind Cavalry. The Black Wind Cavalry burst into loud cheers. The Liang Kingdom's army's expression became very ugly. They originally wanted to show their strength to the Black Wind Cavalry, but who would have thought that they would be defeated in seconds? Is there anyone else who wants to duel? Li Jin asked coldly. Young man, don't be too arrogant. An old general in his 50s rushed towards Li Jin with a treasured sword in his hand. His strength was above Pan Long's. When the blade slashed over, Li Jin clearly felt a strong pressure. Li Jin frowned and raised the shield in his hand. With a clang, the blade heavily hit the shield. Half of Li Jin's arm was numb. Mu Qingchen continued to introduce to Gu Jiao. Liang Kingdom's old general Qing participated in the crusade against the Yan Kingdom and fought against the Shenyuan family. He is one of the few generals who can last more than 100 moves against Shenyuan Li. Li Jin's chances of winning against him are not high. Li Jin was not even 30 this year and was a very young general. There was at least 20 years of experience between him and old General Cheng. This was actually a bit of a bully. But Li Jin was also far more tenacious than people imagined. Old General Cheng's sword slashed at his shield again and again. His arm was already green, but he still did not have the slightest intention of yielding. Finally he found an opportunity. He suddenly stabbed towards old General Cheng's thigh. In the Liang Kingdom's camp, a cold light flashed. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. She suddenly picked up the longbow on the horse's back, drew an arrow and shot it at the cold light. Who is it? Old General Cheng blocked Li Jin's attack with his sword and turned his head to look. Beside the two of them, an arrow nailed a dagger to the ground. The arrow was shot by the Black Wind Cavalry. As for the dagger, there was no need to talk about it. Old General Cheng's face was green as he asked his own camp, "Who did it?" Gu Jiao held the bow and said indifferently, "I thought it would be a fair duel. Unexpectedly, you Liang Kingdom's people are so shameless. Since that is the case, there is no need for a duel." Li Jin returned to the camp. Yes. Li Jin kept his spear and rode the Black Wind Cavalry back to his camp. So close. Just now Li Jin seemed to have caught the Liang Kingdom's old general's flaw. In fact, the Liang Kingdom's old general had purposely lured him into the trap. It was really lucky that the Liang Kingdom's side did not see through it and thought that their old general was going to lose, so they took the opportunity to sneak attack Li Jin. And she just happened to use this as an excuse to end the duel between the two. The general who had sneak attacked just now walked out. It was Song Kai. He snorted and said, "Uncle Qing, why waste your time talking with them? Let's fight." Since things had come to this, there was indeed no face to continue fighting one-on-one. Old General Cheng gave the order to charge. Gu Jiao raised her voice, "Black Wind Cavalry, fight with all your might." The archers from both sides launched the first wave of attack. Under the protection of the archers, the first group of cavalry began to charge and break through the enemy lines. The Liang Kingdom's army had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. They were fighting a war of attrition. Even if they had to exhaust the Black Wind Cavalry, they had to exhaust them to death. Moreover, the strength of their cavalry was not weak. There were many Imperial Death Warriors mixed in. These Death Warriors did not fight with the ordinary Black Wind Cavalry. They specialized in harvesting the heads of the generals. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the Black Wind Cavalry's deputy generals fell. One of the Death Warriors stared at Cheng Fugui and kicked him off his horse. Just at this moment, a war horse did not have time to stop in time. Cheng Fugui's eyebrows twitched and he hurriedly rolled to avoid it. On the other side, Li Jin was also targeted by 2 Death Warriors. The 2 of them attacked from both sides and Li Jin's thigh was quickly injured. The Death Warrior slashed his sword towards Li Jin's head. Gu Jiao used her spear to deflect his sword. At the same time, the Black Wind King raised his horse's hoof and fiercely stomped on the Death Warrior's chest. The Death Warrior was caught off guard and was sent flying. He fell onto the hooves of another Black Wind Cavalry. He raised his sword to chop off the hooves of the horse. Gu Jiao shot out her red-tasseled spear and mercilessly pierced through his heart. Gu Jiao urged her horse to pull out her red-tasseled spear. She turned around and shot out another spear. It directly pierced through the head of another Death Warrior. His brain splattered all over Cheng Fugui's face. Cheng Fugui's entire person was stunned. The Death Warriors of the Liang Kingdom all felt an incomparably terrifying aura. They who never knew what fear was suddenly felt a chill run down their spine. They subconsciously looked in the direction of the dangerous aura and saw a young man dressed in red clothes and profound armor staring at them calmly. It was this calmness that made people feel an inexplicable sense of danger. It was as if endless killing was as normal as breathing in the eyes of this youth. From the moment they were stared at by this youth, They were no longer the death warriors of the Liang kingdom. They were just the prey chosen by the killing god. The death warriors fell one by one. The youth's eyes remained calm. In the camp of the Liang kingdom's army, several generals who were witnessing this scene all frowned. A general in his early 30s who was holding a silver spear muttered, "What is going on? That kid. How is he so powerful? Is he really only 19 years old?" Beside him, a young swordsman crossed his arms and said, "It's fake. He is not even 19 years old. According to people who have seen him, he is at most 16 or 17 years old." The silver spear general said, "Then how is he able to kill without blinking?" This was truly killing without blinking. Even his emotions did not fluctuate at all. 20 death warriors, he killed half of them in an instant. This youth's strength was too terrifying. The silver spear general was talking when his eyes suddenly widened. He is gone. Is he dead? The young swordsman narrowed his eyes slightly. Dead? The silver spear general's pupils shrank. Not good. He is coming this way. Gu Jiao said, "Left wing, cover him." Yes. Tong Zhong immediately adjusted the battle formation and covered Gu Jiao to open a bloody path. Mu Qingchen covered Gu Jiao's right wing. When the generals of the Liang kingdom noticed something strange, Gu Jiao had already arrived in front of their formation. "Stop him!" The silver spear general yelled. A row of soldiers with long swords swarmed toward Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao pulled the reins tightly. "Boss?" Black Wind King mustered all his strength and leaped over everyone's heads. Everyone was stunned. They had never seen such a strong and fast horse. It was terrifying. Black Wind King galloped forward and knocked away all the soldiers in his way without fear of death. The young swordsman turned around and took a closer look. Not good. He is heading toward father. Gu Jiao rode on the back of the horse as if she had merged with Black Wind King's strength. She was invincible in the camp of the Liang kingdom's army. In the dream about her ending, Jing Kong was killed by Chu Feiping. Chu Feiping killed the last of the Yan kingdom's Black Wind cavalry. If she killed Chu Feiping, the tragedy of Jing Kong and the Black Wind cavalry would not happen again, right? Today's battle would be over, right? Stop him. Don't let him get close to the general. The Liang kingdom's army was getting denser and denser. Black Wind King's gallop became more and more difficult. Hang in there, boss. She was almost there. She saw the man in the carriage. She held onto the saddle with one hand and used the momentum to fly up, stabbing the carriage with her spear. Chapter 845. The spear pierced into the carriage and into the man's sleeve. Was he hurt or not? Gu Jiao frowned. In the next second, a figure quickly approached Gu Jiao's back. The speed was unbelievably fast. Gu Jiao pulled out the red-tasseled spear and jumped forward. Black Wind King ran forward to catch Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao rode on horseback and looked at the cold gleaming tip of her spear. There was no blood. She actually missed? This Chu Feiping really lived up to his name. No wonder he could kill Jing Kong, who was already a young immortal general. How dare you sneak attack my foster father? The one who spoke was the young swordsman who almost hurt Gu Jiao. His name was Zhaoan, and he was Chu Feiping's foster son. He had just turned 20 this year. He rode on his horse and looked at Gu Jiao and Black Wind King indifferently. He said arrogantly, "I don't want your spear. I only practice swordsmanship. However, I do like your horse. After I kill you, your horse will be mine." Black Wind King's murderous aura was overflowing. Zhaoan smiled faintly. "I like your temper." Gu Jiao said, "It's no use even if you like it. It's not yours." Zhaoan didn't want to fight with Gu Jiao. He flew up and raised his sword to stab at Gu Jiao. "It'll be mine if I steal it. Kid, take this." Gu Jiao's spear swept out, changing from defense to offense, aiming straight for his waist. Zhaoan's eyes trembled. He quickly withdrew his killing move and dodged Gu Jiao's attack. Then he raised his sword and chopped at Gu Jiao's head. He wanted to take the Black Wind King for himself, so naturally he didn't want to hurt the Black Wind King. Therefore he focused all his attacks on Gu Jiao's upper body. Gu Jiao vaguely felt that his moves were somewhat familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. It couldn't be in that dream. No, in the dream, Zhaoan didn't even have time to make a move. The two of them exchanged a few blows. Zhaoan's martial arts skills were higher than expected, but it wasn't too troublesome. Gu Jiao leaped up from the horse's back and did a somersault in the air. Then, with the red-tasseled spear in hand, she viciously hacked down at Zhaoan. Zhaoan's sword was split in half on the spot. Zhaoan stared at the broken sword in his hand in disbelief. This. How is this possible? He was the youngest swordsman in the Liang kingdom. Gu Jiao did not care whether he was a swordsman or a slut. She once again thrust her spear towards Zhaoan in a domineering manner. Someone in the carriage shot out a dart and it hit the tip of Gu Jiao's spear. The strong internal energy shook off the tip of the spear, but the internal energy did not stop there. Instead, it vibrated along the body of the red-tasseled spear, causing Gu Jiao's arms to feel slightly numb. Her upper body was almost unable to exert any strength. However, if she thought that she could let Zhaoan go just like that, then she was too naive. Gu Jiao looked at the broken sword on the ground. She stepped on it and the sword was flipped over. Gu Jiao used the back of her foot to kick the sword fiercely. The blade of the sword flew towards Zhaoan's back. With a blood-curdling scream, Zhaoan was stabbed by the sword, and his body fell forward in front of the carriage. He spat out blood and struggled to reach out to the carriage. "Godfather," a faint male voice came from the carriage. "Are you still not going to make a move? If you continue to watch the battle, the alliance will fall apart." Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear in her hand tightly. Who was Chu Feiping talking to? Just as this thought flashed through her mind, 3 figures flew out from the tent at the back. This aura, this movement skill, An Hun. No, An Hun had already been killed by Long Yi. Moreover, An Hun could not have become 3 people. Then there was only one answer. These 3 were from the same sect as An Hun and Long Yi. Gu Jiao finally understood why Zhaoan's swordsmanship looked so familiar. In fact, it was not a swordsmanship, but a movement skill used in battle. It was almost the same as An Hun's. However, Zhaoan was not as strong as An Hun. These 3 were different. Once they appeared, they gave Gu Jiao a deep sense of oppression. When she was in Zhao country, Gu Jiao judged experts as serious. Now it was An Hun. These 3 swordsmen were all close to An Hun's strength. Although they were not stronger, if the 3 of them worked together they would be stronger than An Hun. The situation was a little troublesome. On the other side, the Black Wind Cavalry was also fighting with all their strength. The war drums were beating and the sounds of killing shook the sky. The guards on the city tower watched as the Black Wind Cavalry bathed in blood for the people of Jianghu City, but they could not do anything. These dangers should have been borne by them, but now the Black Wind Cavalry was shouldering all of them. At first, a considerable number of them were watching the battle with the mentality of taking revenge for the Black Wind Cavalry's sacrifice. However, as the battle continued, everyone was moved. Only when they had seen death did they know how lucky they were. The Black Wind Cavalry fought with them and killed their companions. However, at the same time, the Black Wind Cavalry replaced them to fight. Blood flowed like a river from them to the Black Wind Cavalry. Another Black Wind Cavalry fell under the siege of the Liang country's army. A guard stepped forward and punched the city wall. "Damn it!" He turned his head and looked at the general beside him. "General Ji, let's go down and fight." Another guard gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, General Ji. There are too many soldiers in the Liang country's army. If this continues, the Black Wind Cavalry will not be able to hold on." General Ji clenched his fist and said sternly, "Everyone stay here and wait for orders." All the guards said in unison, "General." General Ji said with a complicated expression, "This is a military order." Did he not want to fight? Did he not want to drive the Liang country out of the Great Yin? He wanted to do that even in his dreams. However, they could not mess up the plan. They had to preserve their strength. Once their defense was reduced to a certain extent, the Han family and the Jin country's army would immediately attack Jianghu City. They were not afraid of death. They could not die. They could not be impulsive and let the Black Wind Cavalry sacrifice themselves in vain. Cheng Fugui's eyes were red from killing. His body was already covered with cuts and bruises, but he forced himself not to fall. The attack was divided into 4 groups: left, right, middle, and rear. The first 3 groups were responsible for killing. Once a large number of Black Wind Cavalry fell, the rear group would immediately replace them. On the long street in the city, the soldiers of the garrison camp moved forward step by step. This meant that more and more of their comrades on the front line had lost their ability to fight. They were eager to fight, but they did not want to be the ones to die in such a situation. Everyone's eyes turned red when they saw their companions being carried back by the medical officers in one piece and covered in blood. The medical officers hurriedly carried the injured soldiers back to the nearby tents. The leading medical officer said, "Also call a few more people. You 2 don't have to go." There were 2 unwritten rules in the 6 states. When 2 armies fought, 1 was not to kill the envoys and 2 was not to kill the medical officers. Even so, being accidentally injured was still a common thing. The two medical officers who had slightly cut their arms said in unison, "We are fine." The two of them indeed only had superficial wounds. Moreover, they did not have enough manpower, so the chief medical officer had to allow them to continue to the battlefield. Gu Jiao was surrounded by 3 swordsmen. "Don't touch that horse," the man in the carriage said lightly. "Don't worry, we will only kill him." The middle-aged man with a white face and no beard held a long sword. He looked at Gu Jiao and said, "Kid, to let you know why you are going to die, I am Jing Shan. These two are twins. One is called Li Qi and the other is Li Quan." They were actually speaking the language of the Yan kingdom, but there were some accents from other countries. Gu Jiao looked at the 3 without fear. "I'm not interested in your names. Tell me where you are from." The middle-aged man took in Gu Jiao's reaction and suddenly felt some admiration. "Kid, you have guts. If you want to be my disciple, I can make the decision to spare your life today. However, you will not be able to return to the Black Wind Cavalry." Gu Jiao said lightly, "How about this? Kneel down and call me grandfather, and I will consider not taking your life." The middle-aged man's face darkened. "You are about to die and you still dare to talk nonsense. Li Qi, Li Quan, no need to talk nonsense with him. Kill him." The twins held their swords and slashed at Gu Jiao. The twins had a better tacit understanding than ordinary people. In addition, their movement techniques were extremely fast, and every move was fatal. For a moment, it was difficult for Gu Jiao to use the Xinyuan family spear techniques. The Black Wind King wanted to fight alongside Gu Jiao, but the middle-aged man stopped him. The Black Wind King did not say anything and charged at him. The man in the carriage slowly took a sip of tea. "Remember, don't hurt it." "How troublesome." The middle-aged man impatiently retracted his killing move and changed to dodging. The Black Wind King was more difficult to deal with than he thought. He could tell that the horse was an old one, but he did not understand how it could still release such explosive power and combat power. After dodging a few times, he got tired of dodging and called a group of soldiers. The soldiers formed a shield formation and trapped the Black Wind King in the middle. The Black Wind King's head was bleeding from the hard shields. Gu Jiao used the red-tasseled spear to block the twin swords and said to the Black Wind King, "Boss, don't move." The Black Wind King seemed to sense something and suddenly stopped moving. He stared at Gu Jiao without blinking. The middle-aged swordsman also joined the battle. Gu Jiao, who had only recovered half of her strength, was not a match for the 3 of them. Then there was only one way. She did not completely lose her mind after losing control last time. Perhaps it was because she dealt with it quickly enough, or perhaps it was because the blood energy was not dense enough. Now on the battlefield, the blood energy almost filled the air. Every pore of her body could feel the temptation of the blood energy. Perhaps, this would be an irreversible loss of control that would be more serious than any other time in the past. She would fight to the last drop of her strength. There was no way out. The Black Wind Cavalry fell one by one. The sacrifices were too great. She wanted to kill them all. She wanted to kill Chu Feiping and end this battle. The middle-aged man frowned at Gu Jiao. "What is this kid trying to do? Is he dying?" Li Qi of the twins asked. Li Quan sneered, "I'll go kill him." "Not good. Get out of the way." The middle-aged man shouted as he hurriedly retreated more than 10 steps. Unfortunately, his warning was a step too late. The youth threw something away and the aura around him suddenly increased. Li Quan's sword slashed at the youth's shoulder. The youth did not dodge and instead caught Li Quan's sword with his bare hands. The youth's eyes suddenly emitted a chilling murderous aura. The youth's fingers snapped and broke Li Quan's sword. Li Quan's expression changed. He wanted to pull out his sword and escape, but the youth's spear pierced through his heart. This murderous aura. The middle-aged man's expression became serious. "Little brother." Li Qi saw that his little brother had died under Gu Jiao's spear. His heart was filled with anger as he charged towards Gu Jiao. A complicated look flashed past the middle-aged man's eyes. He looked deeply at Gu Jiao and brandished his sword. Coordinating with Li Qi's attack, they attacked Gu Jiao from the front and back. Gu Jiao had no way to escape. Although one of the twins was missing, the combined strength of the two was still higher than in Hun. Gu Jiao had only lost control at 50% of her power. It was still quite difficult for her to deal with the 2 of them. After a few rounds, the 3 of them had suffered serious injuries. The other twin was the most seriously injured and had lost his ability to fight. The middle-aged man looked at his fallen twin and was even more puzzled. Even an Hun could not injure them to this extent. Actually, Gu Jiao's situation was not optimistic. She was exhausted. She had killed so many death warriors and then fought with Zhaoan. After that, it was the three of them. The middle-aged man held his bleeding chest and gritted his teeth as he looked at the carriage. Chu Feiping. If this goes on, we will all die. In the carriage, Chu Feiping sighed lightly. The three experts of the Sword Hut cannot deal with a 16 or 17-year-old kid. The strength of the Sword Hut is only SOSO. The middle-aged man clenched his fists in humiliation. Chu Feiping. Chu Feiping's wide sleeves moved and he flashed out of the carriage. His figure was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye he was in front of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao stabbed with her spear. She had clearly aimed. But did she miss again? Chu Feiping's strength was too terrifying. Chu Feiping looked coldly at the youth who was filled with killing intent. So what if he was a young god of death? Chu Feiping was born to kill gods. Chu Feiping stretched out his hand and grabbed Gu Jiao's neck. He only needed to twist gently and his head would fall to the ground. Swoosh! An arrow pierced through the air like lightning. It made a whistling sound and hit Chu Feiping's wrist. He let go of his hand and flicked his sleeve to block the arrow. He did not expect the arrow to cut through his long sleeve. His eyes turned cold. Almost at the same time, a black-clothed youth descended from the sky. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, he carried Gu Jiao away. Chu Feiping felt a strong killing intent coming from behind him. He coldly turned around and saw a large war chariot that had unknowingly arrived at the back of the army. On the war chariot, there was a muscular man dressed in silver armor. He was carrying a long blade and one of his feet was casually stepping on the war chariot's side. It was just a light step and did not make any sound, but it made people's hearts tremble. Chu Feiping frowned. The silver-armored man raised the long blade in his hand and arrogantly pointed it at Chu Feiping. Chu Feiping, touching my son? Son, have you asked my blade? Chu Feiping suspiciously asked. Who are you? The silver-armored man waved his blade and domineeringly said, I am Zhao country's Marquis Xianping, Shao Ji. Chapter 846. Shao Ji. Chu Feiping clenched his fists and furrowed his brows. He looked up at Marquis Xianping standing high on the chariot. The country of Zhao was only a lower country and could not enter the eyes of a higher country. However, Chu Feiping had heard of this name before. A man who was on the beauty rankings of the 6 countries had even pushed down the princess of the country of Liang. As a man he did not pay attention to this kind of thing. However, his sister was an imperial concubine and he could hear her chatter every time he entered the palace. In addition, he heard that this person did not have a good reputation. He was arrogant and extremely shameless. Those who had fought with him all had headaches over this person. Chu Feiping formed an initial impression of Marquis Xianping based on the information he had heard in the past. That was an embroidered pillow that liked to play tricks. As he thought about it, Chu Feiping did not feel much fear towards Marquis Xianping who came on the chariot. However, it was very strange. Didn't the army of the country of Zhao go to Qishui to attack the navy of the country of Yan? Why did Marquis Xianping come to Yan Gate Pass? Also, the chariot under his feet looked a bit familiar. Marquis Xianping. And I stole it from the camp of the country of Liang in the valley. Chu Feiping temporarily put aside his doubts and looked lightly at Marquis Xianping. It seems that you recognize this general. Chu Feiping could speak the language of the country of Zhao. Marquis Xianping curled his lips. If you want to fight, you have to figure out which chicken you want to kill and which dog you want to kill. Chu Feiping's face darkened. Marquis Xianping, you are impudent. He was only a marquis of a lower country and dared to look down on him, a general of a higher country. Marquis Xianping looked down at him and pointed his long sword. He said arrogantly, who do you think you are to control whether this marquis is impudent or not? Chu Feiping's status as a higher country was greatly challenged. To be honest, the relationship between the state of Liang and the state of Zhao was not too bad these years. The 3 major states all had their own tributes. For example, the state of Zhao tributes the state of Liang, the state of Zhao tributes the state of Yan, and the state of Qin tributes the state of Jin. Just last year, their country of Liang's Prince Yu went on a diplomatic trip to the country of Zhao. It seemed that the negotiations went well. After Prince Yu returned to the capital, he put in a lot of good words for Zhao. Thinking of this, Chu Feiping temporarily suppressed the surging anger in his heart. Marquis Xianping, are you mistaken? The target you are attacking is the Dark Wind Cavalry of Great Yan, not the army of the state of Liang. Marquis Xianping curled his lips into a smile. I didn't make a mistake. The person I want to beat is you, you bastard. Chu Feiping was enraged. He was not a person who was easily angered. On the contrary, his temperament was very steady and calm. However, Marquis Shenping had the ability to anger people to the point that Buddha was born and Buddha ascended to the heavens. At this moment, the young man in black carried the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry onto the chariot. Chu Feiping's mind suddenly flashed with the words Marquis Shenping had just said, his son. Chu Feiping said coldly, Marquis Shenping, take off his helmet and look clearly. He is the commander of Great Yan's Black Wind Cavalry, not your son. If it was a misunderstanding caused by the wrong person, then there was no need. Marquis Shenping touched Gu Jiao's helmet again and again, causing Gu Jiao to roll her eyes at him. You're awake? He said with a smile. Chang Jing had already found the protective talisman she had thrown away and put it back on her. The killing intent in her body slowly calmed down. However, her exhausted body fell into a state of great weakness. Marquis Shenping played with her helmet like he was playing with a doll. Her face was dark and she did not want to say a word. This was definitely not an interaction between strangers. Chu Feiping's heart surged with an ominous premonition. Could it be that you? Marquis Shenping took back his dirty hand and looked at Chu Feiping. He pointed at Gu Jiao and said, What's his name? Chu Feiping, Xiao Lulang. Marquis Shenping's lips curled. What's mine? Xiaoji. Xiao Lulang Xiaoji. Yes, I heard that this little commander came from Zhao country. So, he and Marquis Shenping were really father and son. Hey, are you done being arrogant up there? Can we not push it anymore? The chariot is very heavy. Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind the chariot. Chu Feiping narrowed his eyes. There was someone else. Gu Jiao turned her eyes and glanced at Marquis Shenping Ho from the corner of her eyes. So this is how you got your awesome entrance? Marquis Shenping coughed lightly. Okay, let's stop here. Tang Yueshan shook the sweat off his forehead and used his qinggong. He jumped up with the Tang Bao and landed beside Marquis Shenping. He looked at Gu Jiao who was supported by Chang Jing. Ah, you're badly hurt. Gu Jiao waved a finger to greet him. Hello, little henchman. Chu Feiping saw the big bow in Tang Yueshan's hand and knew that the arrow that pierced his sleeve was shot by this person. What a sharp archery. The bow in his hand was a 3-stone bow. Ordinary archers used 1-stone bows. Only some sharpshooters with amazing arm strength in the military camp used 2-stone bows. So, what kind of freak was this man to be able to draw a 3-stone bow? Tang Yueshan didn't notice Chu Feiping's look at him. He turned his head and looked behind the chariot. Hey Gu, why aren't you coming up? How long are you going to hide behind the chariot? Or do you want to push the chariot alone? Marquis Shenping gave Tang Yueshan a cold stare and used his qinggong to jump onto the chariot. Gu Jiao's eyes widened in an instant. At this moment, her mask was down, only revealing a pair of eyes that had regained their calmness. She blinked and somehow found the strength to pull out a small notebook and a charcoal pencil from her armor. She wrote crookedly, Brother, long time no see. This action exhausted Gu Jiao's last bit of strength. After she finished writing, her head tilted, her hands dropped, and she fainted. Marquis Shenping's breath was stuck in his throat. Tang Yueshan checked Gu Jiao's breath. She was still breathing. He turned to Chu Feiping. This is the guy who hurt Xiaoya. Lulang? He has some skills. Who's going to fight him? Marquis Shenping had seen the fight from afar. This general of the Liang kingdom was extraordinary in martial arts. They must not underestimate him. Together. Marquis Shenping said seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Kai arrived with a group of masters. It seems that we can't fight together. Tang Yueshan stretched his neck and drew the big bow in his hand. Leave these people to me. He occupied the commanding position and was perfect for shooting masters. Chang Jing. Marquis Shenping gave the boy in black a look. Chang Jing walked to Marquis Shenping and stuffed the unconscious Gu Jiao into his hands. Marquis Shenping trembled. What are you doing? I'm going to kill someone. Chang Jing said expressionlessly. She pulled out the long sword on her back and stabbed at Chu Feiping. Marquis Shenping looked at Gu Jiao lying on his arms. His whole body stiffened. His arms were stretched out as if he couldn't wait to send her far away. Marquis Shenping. What? Take this girl away. He didn't care about this stinky girl. She didn't want to be the daughter of a marquis and came all the way to the Yan kingdom. She even learned to fight like a man. Now she had a taste of her own medicine. Did she think the battlefield was a good place? Blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. She could lose her life at any time. With a loud bang, Chu Feiping and Chang Jing began to fight fiercely. The commotion caused by their fight was so great that Chu Feiping sent a rock flying with a palm strike. The stone flew straight at Gu Jiao. Marquis Xianping gritted his teeth. He held Gu Jiao with one hand and picked up the shield on the ground with the other to block the flying stone. Song Kai didn't stay idle either. Seeing the masters dying one by one under Tang Yueshan's arrows, he also sent out his own archers. The rain of arrows covered the sky and covered the earth as they came at them. Marquis Xianping knelt on one knee. He was very disgusted but had no choice but to use the shield to protect Gu Jiao in his arms. The arrows hit the hard shield. Fortunately, the shield was specially made in the Liang Kingdom. It was incomparably strong and durable. If it were the shield of the Zhao Kingdom, it would have been shot into a sieve. Even so, it wasn't easy for him to block so many arrows all by himself, okay? Marquis Xianping. You, do something. Marquis Xianping suddenly sensed something. He turned his head and saw that Marquis Xianping had circled behind him and was squatting on the ground to dodge the arrows. Marquis Xianping, can you be a little more shameless? Chu Feiping and Chang Jing exchanged more than 10 moves but still couldn't finish off the young Chang Jing. Chu Feiping unsheathed the sword at his waist. These days there aren't many young people who can force me to use my sword. Kid, you and Xiao Lulang are the same. Both of you have made me look at you in a new light. Unfortunately, you are loyal to the wrong person. With your ability, if you are willing to pledge allegiance to me, I will give you a bright future. Chang Jing thought for a while and said to Chu Feiping, dream on. Chu Feiping choked. This was the nonsense that little Jing Kong had learned from Su Porridge, and then it was learned by Chang Jing. Chu Feiping said coldly, kid, it seems that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Very well, this general will kill you first, then kill the rest of them. Next, this general is going to be serious. You better be careful. Chu Feiping's reputation was not undeserved. Back then he was as famous as Gong Sun Yu and Shen Yuan Cheng. He once challenged Shen Yuan Li alone and successfully lasted more than 100 moves. Even Shen Yuan Li couldn't help but praise his swordsmanship. Chang Jing's swordsmanship was mainly fast, and his was known for its dominance. In the first move, Chang Jing's arm was numb. In the second move, Chang Jing's meridians were shattered. In the third move, Chang Jing's weapons were all broken. Chang Jing looked at Chu Feiping and then at the bare sword hilt in his hand. He frowned and rushed back to the chariot. I can't beat him. The rain of arrows had been suppressed by Tang Yueshan, so the chariot was safe for the time being. Stay here, Marquis Xianping said to Chang Jing, then jumped off the chariot with his long saber. He held the long saber hilt and walked toward Chu Feiping step by step. The frivolous aura on his body was rapidly fading away, and in its place was an overbearing murderous aura that made people tremble in fear. If the junior commander of the Black Wind Battalion was said to be a young killing god, then the person in front of them was the king of the netherworld from the 9-tier purgatory. His entire aura changed. His footsteps silently stepped on the sand, but it also seemed to be stepping on everyone's hearts. Everyone's heart sank. As he walked closer, the tip of his saber scratched the ground with a piercing sound. The dark clouds in the sky pressed down layer by layer, and the sky became gloomy. The west wind whistled, blowing sand and stones, making it difficult to open one's eyes. Marquis Xianping stopped 3 feet away from Chu Feiping. His long saber stabbed into the ground, sending 3 feet of stone flying. The surrounding Liang Bing's heart trembled. Even Tang Yueshan's expression changed. Xiao Luo, was he going to be serious? Ever since Marquis Xianping's waist was injured, no one had seen him fight. Some said that his martial arts had been crippled, while others said that he could never return to his former strength. Many masters had come and gone by his side, and Chang Jing was the one who had been with him the longest. Only Tang Yueshan knew that Marquis Xianping would not be crippled so easily. That was because Marquis Xianping was the #1 master in the underground arena. The world only knew of the beauty rankings of the 6 nations, but did not know that this guy had slaughtered the entire underground arena of the Great Yan. He did not have the chance to fight with Shen Yuan Li, otherwise he would have a place among the generals who were as famous as Shen Yuan Cheng. After so many years, Tang Yueshan was very excited to see Marquis Xianping fight again. He clutched his chest. My heart is beating faster because of a man. Marquis Xianping said calmly, I haven't fought personally for many years. Chu Feiping, you are very lucky. Chu Feiping looked at him with disdain. You have to hide behind your comrades when facing a rain of arrows. Don't embarrass yourself in front of me. Is that so? Marquis Xianping curled his right lip. I'll let you have 3 moves. I'll let you have 3 moves first. That's not necessary. I want to save face. Chu Feiping could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He waved his long sword and stabbed straight at Marquis Xianping's heart. A battle between masters did not require fancy moves. As long as it was fast, ruthless and accurate enough, it would be a hit. Chu Feiping was very confident in his swordsmanship, but he did not expect his sword to slash past Marquis Xianping's waist. He missed? How was that possible? First move. Marquis Xianping said. Chu Feiping frowned and kicked at Marquis Xianping's lower body. While Marquis Xianping dodged in the air, Chu Feiping took his head with a backhand sword. But he missed again. Marquis Xianping moved his wrist and said casually, "There is one more move." Chu Feiping said coldly, "Who asked you to let me have one move first? You can't hit me, so you're finding excuses for yourself? Good. Die." This move, Chu Feiping attacked Marquis Xianping's right arm. He had stabbed him. Just as Chu Feiping was about to celebrate his victory, Marquis Xianping's figure suddenly dodged. That sword, naturally missed again. Chu Feiping found it unbelievable. Marquis Xianping held the saber in his hand. "You have used your 3 moves. Now it's my turn." Chu Feiping said sarcastically, "Don't try to be mysterious. It's impossible for you to kill me." "Is that so?" Marquis Xianping drew his saber and slashed at Chu Feiping, but Chu Feiping blocked it with his sword. "Is this all you have? Isn't it too weak?" Chu Feiping froze. Marquis Xianping's saber was a pair of sabers. At the instant Chu Feiping blocked it with his sword, Marquis Xianping quickly drew his other saber and stabbed Chu Feiping in the chest. Chapter 847. Chu Feiping lowered his head in disbelief and looked at the long saber that had pierced his chest. He did not expect Xianping Ho to be so fast, nor did he expect that it was actually a pair of sabers. Tang Yueshan's heart raced. What the fuck? Actually, it wasn't too appropriate to call it one move. Strictly speaking, the 3 moves that Marquis Xianping Ho gave Chu Feiping should also be counted. Although he didn't seem to attack, he was actually observing. There was no such thing as a free reward in this world, and there was no such thing as an easy victory. It was all about tempering one's troops and preparing one's horses. From the moment Chang Jing and Chu Feiping exchanged blows, Xianping Ho began to observe and analyze Chu Feiping's moves. But that was from afar, and it was inevitable that he would miss out on some details. Thus he allowed him to make 3 more moves, closely watching the details of every move he made. Although it seemed like he had only taken the initiative to attack once, he had already exchanged more than 100 blows with Chu Feiping in his mind when they were on the war chariot. Tang Yueshan said in admiration, "Old Shao, you're amazing." Marquis Xianping Ho said very pertinently, "Chu Feiping is not weak. He lost so quickly because he underestimated his opponent." Tang Yueshan felt that what Marquis Xianping said was reasonable, but why did it sound so unbelievable when such humble words came from Marquis Xianping's mouth? Marquis Xianping sighed in all seriousness. If he wasn't so careless, he might have been able to last 1 more move against me. Tang Yueshan was speechless. You can only choose between your dignity and your life, right? Hiss. Marquis Xianping suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and bent down. He used one hand to support himself on the ground with the long saber and the other hand to support his waist. "I owe this Marquis waist?" The corner of Tang Yueshan's mouth twitched. "Can you be more handsome than 3 seconds? Marquis Xianping said bitterly, "What are you standing there for? Come down and help me up." Tang Yueshan pursed his lips and was about to jump down from the chariot when he saw Chu Feiping, who was lying in a pool of blood, pick up the sword on the ground and thrust it at Marquis Xianping's back. Marquis Xianping was tormented by his waist injury and was caught off guard. It was too late for Tang Yueshan to react. The long sword had already stabbed out. He turned pale with fright and shouted, "Old Shao!" Below the city wall, the Liang army and the Black Wind cavalry were still engaged in an intense battle. The left wing of the Black Wind cavalry suffered the heaviest casualties. Cavalry and war horses constantly fell, but new war horses and cavalry were constantly replenished. After Tong Zhong escorted Gu Jiao to the rear of the Liang Kingdom's army, he immediately rushed back, but he was still unable to turn the tide. He had been stabbed 3 times, twice in his left leg and once in his abdomen. Even his armor had been pierced through. Judging from the situation of the battle between the 2 armies, the Liang Kingdom's army had suffered more losses. However, the Liang Kingdom's army also had more people. Even if the ratio was 3 to 1, the Liang Kingdom's army would still be the last to survive. Tang Zhong swung his sword at another Liang soldier. Unfortunately, he had used up all his strength, and this sword strike did not cause any damage to his opponent. The other party only staggered for a moment before immediately charging at Tang Zhong. Tang Zhong did not have the strength to dodge this sword. He was very clear that he could not even pick up the sword. He was going to die. Junior Commander. I may have to go first. I have misunderstood you in the past, please don't blame me. You have to live well and lead the Black Wind Cavalry to win this battle. In the next life, we will fight side by side. Tang Zhong fell to the ground. However, the Liang Kingdom's soldier did not stab him. Mu Qingchen killed him with a single strike. Mu Qingchen helped Tang Zhong to his feet, and while protecting Tang Zhong, he fought his way out. The once spotless first young master of Xingdu was now covered in the blood of the enemy. Every move he made was a killing move. He did not give the enemy any chance to survive. In just a few days, the cruel battlefield had taught him a profound truth. Mercy to the enemy was cruelty to the companions. Cheng Fugui and Li Jin's situation wasn't very good either. Cheng Fugui had been injured before, and although he had recovered, the strength in his left arm was still a lot weaker than before after 100 days of recovery. The middle army had already been fighting with the right wing. Cheng Fugui and Li Jin were guarding each other. Cheng Fugui gasped, "The vanguard can't hold on much longer." Li Jin swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "The vanguard can't hold on much longer. If the Liang Kingdom's army did not retreat, the Black Wind Cavalry would really be finished." Li Jin said, "Junior Commander went to assassinate the Liang Kingdom's general. I hope she can succeed," Cheng Fugui said, "but it has been so long." Cheng Fugui did not finish his words, but the two of them knew. They saw with their own eyes that Tang Zhong escorted Gu Jiao to the back of the Liang Kingdom's army. It had been half an hour since then. It would not take that long to assassinate a person. Unless, Junior Commander was in trouble. Or even worse, the Junior Commander had been killed instead. The two of them clenched the spears in their hands. Thinking that the fierce and cute Junior Commander might die in the hands of the Liang Kingdom's bastards, their hearts burned with a raging fire. Kill these fucking bastards. While the two of them were fighting, a low bugle sounded from the back of the Liang Kingdom's army. This was the bugle call to attack? The Liang Kingdom's army was going to attack. Junior Commander was killed. Woo, another bugle call sounded. Wait, no, this was not an attack. It was a retreat. The Liang Kingdom's army was retreating. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by a wild laughter, a man wearing the Yin Kingdom's armor rushed out from the Liang Kingdom's army with a bloody head in his hand. Chu Feiping's head is here. Your Liang Kingdom's general was killed. The Yin Kingdom's reinforcements are here. Bastards from the Liang Kingdom. Give me your life. It was Tang Yueshan. The Liang Kingdom's army was in chaos. They even panicked when they retreated. The Black Wind Cavalry, who were already at the end of their rope, suddenly became energetic. The Imperial Court's reinforcements were finally here. The Liang Kingdom's general was finally dead. The Liang Kingdom's army was leaderless. If they did not kill now, when would they? Cheng Fugui shouted at the top of his lungs. He raised the spear in his hand and shouted, "Bastards from the Liang Kingdom killed so many of our Black Wind Cavalry. You want to escape? Not so easy. Brothers, charge for me. Kill them all." Since the Imperial Court's army was here, the garrison camp did not need to be a reserve force anymore. Li Jin ordered his subordinates, "Go and tell General Zhou and General Zhang that the garrison camp will join the battle. Kill the bastards from the Liang Kingdom." Yes. What followed was a full-scale revenge by the Black Wind Cavalry. Of the 80,000 Liang Kingdom's army that attacked the city, less than 30,000 managed to escape safely. However, when the Black Wind Cavalry reached the rear, they did not find any trace of the Imperial Court's army. There was only a chariot that was destroyed by the fleeing Liang Kingdom's army, and 3 dusty men sitting cross-legged on the roadside, old, middle-aged, and young. Next to the old man was their young commander, and next to the young man was a Liang Kingdom soldier of unknown identity. The Black Wind King was next to the young commander, sniffing the young commander's breath from time to time. The young commander was still alive but unconscious. Along the way, the young commander was alert and vigilant. He did not even relax when he was sleeping. However, they did not know if it was an illusion, but at this moment, the young commander seemed to be sleeping very soundly beside these people. They did not have the heart to disturb him. After a while, one of the cavalrymen said weakly, What's going on? Aren't they Great Yan's reinforcements?" Don't tell me the Great Yan's reinforcements that the lunatic was talking about are these guys? Ha ha. It's so fun to kill them. Young bastards. Don't run away. Keep fighting with your grandfather. Everyone was speechless. Ugh, that lunatic is here. Tang Yueshan jumped off his horse. He was riding a Black Wind cavalry and he felt so good. He looked at Marquis Shen Pingho and the other two in confusion. Old Xiao. Old Gu. Changjing. What happened to you guys? The three of them were expressionless and spat out a mouthful of dust. The Liang Kingdom's army had scattered and fled. There was a lot of dust on the roadside. The Liang soldier lying on the ground was Chu Feiping. The head in Tang Yueshan's hand was not Chu Feiping's head, but a Liang soldier's. It was so bloody that it could not be recognized. In addition, he was the one who blew the horn to retreat. Just now, Chu Feiping faked his death and attacked Marquis Shen Pingho. To be honest, even Tang Yueshan thought that Marquis Shen Pingho would not survive. No one expected that Marquis Shen Pingho would strike Chu Feiping's sword with a frenzied saber. Marquis Shen Pingho's murderous aura was like a rainbow. He stepped on Chu Feiping's bleeding chest. He looked at Chu Feiping coldly. His unfathomable eyes were like a bottomless abyss. Chu Feiping, you're not enough to sneak attack me. Tang Yueshan was sure that Marquis Shen Pingho's waist injury was not faked. He was also sure that Marquis Shen Pingho had let down his guard. He could only say that Marquis Shen Pingho's reaction was so fast that it was beyond the limit of ordinary masters. He was able to fight his way from the underground arena of Zhao Kingdom to Yan Kingdom. He was the number one of the lower kingdoms and defeated the number one of the higher kingdoms. He did not rely on luck, but on his strength. However, he hid his real identity and appearance in the underground arena. The only time he lost his mask on the street was when the artist upstairs saw him. Since then, he set a precedent for men to be on the beauty list of the 6 kingdoms. Let him think. Who knocked off old Zhao's mask? It seemed to be a woman called something Yen. Chapter 848. Mang Mountain, where the Imperial Army was stationed. The heavy rain lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, which destroyed the road ahead. The soldiers braved the rain for 2 days, but they still couldn't completely clear the road. In a tent lit by candles, a little palace maid dressed as a manservant, Huana, came in with a plate of fresh wild fruits. Your Highness, this is the fruit that I just picked. Please have a taste. Shangguan Yen lightly said, I have no appetite, you can eat it yourself. But these are specially prepared for your Highness. This slave's hand is scratched. Huaner said while showing the wound on her hand. After getting along with each other these days, Huaner had already grasped the temperament of the Crown Princess. The Crown Princess was not blindly amenable to coaxing but not coercion. As long as she acted pitiful to her, it generally wouldn't be too difficult. Shangguan Yen looked at her red and swollen hand and sighed, put it on the table. Huaner happily put the fruit on the small table. Shangguan Yen picked up a red fruit and thought of the 3 children in different places. She didn't know how they were doing. Your Highness, General Wang wants to see you. A guard's voice came from outside the tent. Come in. Shangguan Yen said. Huaner sensibly pushed behind the screen and began to tidy up Shangguan Yan's clothes. Your Highness, Yi Qing wants to see you. Yi Qing's voice also came from outside the tent. Come in. Shangguan Yen said. Wang Man and Yi Qing entered the tent together. Yi Qing didn't go with the army. He was ordered by the state preceptor to transport medicinal materials to the front line. He set off a few days later because the Imperial Army was delayed by the heavy rain in Mang Mountain, which allowed him to catch up. Wang Man had always looked down on the charlatans of the state preceptor hall. He didn't look at Yi Qing at all. Yi Qing didn't care and respectfully saluted Shangguan Yen, Your Highness. Shangguan Yen looked at the two and said, Why did you come to see me? Yi Qing, as a junior, no matter what Wang Man's attitude was, he still abided by his duty and showed the etiquette of the state preceptor hall. He motioned for Wang Man to speak first. Wang Man didn't stand on ceremony with him. He straightened his back and said, I'm here to report to the Crown Princess that the road has been cleared. We can depart tomorrow morning. Shangguan Yen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we can set off. The soldiers have worked hard. We have stayed here for a few days and delayed our journey to Chuyang. I wonder how the Black Wind Cavalry is doing. Before the heavy rain washed away the roads, the scouts sent back the news that the Black Wind Cavalry had taken back Chuyang City. However, what followed was the news that the Liang Kingdom's army was going to attack Chuyang City. Wang Man coldly snorted and said, The Black Wind Cavalry is not good at defending a city. Moreover, we still have to defend against the tens of thousands of rebels in the city. In my humble opinion, Jianghu City will most likely fall. A child is a child too soft-hearted. He should have killed all of the rebels when he captured them to prevent future troubles. What was the point of seizing it? If the Nangong family were to raise their arms, the rebels in the city would definitely cooperate with the Liang Kingdom's army. What a waste of the Black Wind Cavalry's military strength. They're all going to die in that brat's hands. Yi Qing coldly glanced at Wang Man. General Wang, did you personally go to Jianghu City to see, or did you go to the battlefield? What you said is clear and logical. If Jianghu City is successfully defended, will you kneel down and call the Black Wind Cavalry's commander Big Brother? Yi Qing has always had the image of a gentle senior brother. He treated people gently and politely, and rarely showed such a thorny side. In Sheng Guanqing's words, I can give you face but you can't not know it in your heart. Wang Man opened his arms. If he can defend it, then why not let him be the great general of the West? Under normal circumstances, when the crown princess heard this, she should have come forward to stop it. General Wang, what are you talking about? You are the most senior elder, and your experience in leading troops is unparalleled. The position of the great general is yours, how can you give it to a fledgling brat? The reality is, the crown princess looked at Wang Man in surprise and helplessly said, since the great general said so then, this one will be the witness. Wang Man? Sheng Guanyin looked at Yi Qing again. Yi Qing, why are you looking for me? Yi Qing cupped his hands and said, originally, I wanted to say that if the road is blocked tomorrow, I will take a detour first, but it's okay now. Sheng Guanyin nodded and looked at the rainy night outside the tent. I really want to reach Jianghu City soon. Jianghu City. After a big battle, the north gate was full of devastation. The city's defenders were cleaning up the mess at the scene. The medical officers and soldiers evacuated the wounded soldiers from the scene. At the city gate, a medical officer and a city's defender were carrying a wounded soldier covered with blood on a stretcher. Suddenly, the medical officer's footsteps stepped on the corpse on the ground. He staggered and the stretcher was tilted. The medical officer was shocked. This was a patient with a serious fracture. He couldn't fall again, otherwise he would die. A large and powerful hand held the stretcher firmly. The defender looked up and respectfully said, General Ji Pingxuan, the North Gate's defender. Thank you, General Ji. The medical officer from Chengdu heard the defender call him General Ji, so he also called him General Ji. General Ji slightly nodded. Are you okay? It's okay. The medical officer lifted the stretcher again and entered the North Gate with the soldiers. Not long after, another group of people came to the scene. Ji Pingxuan turned around and bowed to the leader, Lord Chang. Although they were both generals, the ranks of the two were not the same. Sun Takashi was the leader of all the defenders and the commander of the border. Sun Takashi dismounted from his horse and looked at the bloody scene. He frowned and asked, What's the situation? How did the Liang Kingdom retreat? Ji Pingxuan said, The imperial court sent 4 reinforcements. Sun Takashi was shocked. He wasn't surprised by the small number of reinforcements, but that they were able to make the 80,000-strong Liang Kingdom retreat. Ji Pingxuan explained, They helped Commander Xiao to mess up the rear of the Liang Kingdom's army and cut off Chu Feiping's head. They even sounded the retreat horn without permission. The Liang Kingdom's army was in a panic when their commander was killed, so their morale dropped. It was really the Liang Kingdom's commander sounding the retreat horn, so they all retreated. The Black Wind Cavalry chased after them and killed many of their soldiers. Could it be done like that? What kind of shameless tactic was that? Sun Takashi didn't know what to say. The cowardly ones starved to death while the bold ones were stuffed to death. What did it mean to fight a battle to the death? This was it. The success rate of this plan was less than 10%. If it was Sun Takashi, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Firstly, he couldn't kill Chu Feiping. Secondly, how did he come up with the idea of sounding the retreat horn? How's Commander Xiao? Sun Takashi asked. Ji Pingxuan said, He's injured, so he went back to the camp for treatment. In the commander's tent, Gu Jiao was lying unconscious on the cold and hard bed. The old duke and a medical officer were also in the tent. The medical officer didn't know the old duke. He only heard from the soldiers that he was a reinforcement sent by the imperial court. The medical officer went to remove Gu Jiao's armor. The old duke frowned. Wait. The medical officer was shocked by the stern voice. He quickly retracted his hand and asked in a daze, Sir, what's the matter? The old duke looked at Gu Jiao indifferently and asked in a deep voice, "Is there a female medical officer?" The medical officer said, "Yes." The old duke didn't allow any refusal. "Call the female medical officer to apply medicine on him." The medical officer was stunned. Why would a male medical officer need a female medical officer to treat him? The old duke's expression was frighteningly cold. The medical officer didn't know that he wasn't an official of the imperial court and thought that he was a trusted aide of the crown princess. He didn't dare to offend him, so he hurriedly called a female medical officer over. The female medical officer was also very puzzled as to why she was sent to take care of the young commander. Her medical skills weren't bad, but she had little experience and was a woman. It was very difficult for her to be put in an important position. When she entered the tent, the old duke came out. The female medical officer made a terrible assumption. But when she saw that the young commander was indeed unconscious and couldn't have done anything to any woman, she became even more puzzled. "So why did you call me?" The female medical officer was puzzled as she removed the young commander's armor. When she used a pair of scissors to cut open his blood-soaked clothes, she was completely stunned. Gu Jiao slept soundly and didn't wake up until the evening of the third day. When she opened her eyes, the female medical officer was changing the dressing on her arm. Her eyes subconsciously flashed a trace of cold vigilance. The female medical officer was so frightened that her hands trembled and the medicine fell. "I've seen you before. You're the accompanying female medical officer." The vigilance in Gu Jiao's eyes dissipated. She sat up and said, "How long have I been asleep?" The female medical officer picked up the medicine and said in a frightened voice, "3 days." Gu Jiao said, "It's been so long. How's the battle situation?" "The army of the Liang kingdom has retreated. They suffered heavy casualties. They shouldn't attack the city in the short term," the female medical officer said and glanced at Gu Jiao's clothes. Young commander, you." Gu Jiao followed her gaze and looked down. Oh, her clothes were open. The wound on her chest had been treated and wrapped with thick gauze. It seemed that her identity as a female had been exposed. As if guessing Gu Jiao's thoughts, the female medical officer hurriedly said, I didn't tell anyone." The dignified old general forbade her to spread the news. He even said that if she dared to leak a word, he would kill her with a knife. Thinking of that person, the female medical officer's eyes lit up. "Young commander, the old general has been guarding the door of the tent these days when you were in a coma. He didn't allow anyone to come in. I'll tell him that you're awake." As she spoke, she walked around the screen to the door of the tent. She lifted the curtain that the old general had thickened. However, she didn't see the old general. The female medical officer scratched her head. "It's strange. He has been here for the past few days." "Old Gu, are you going out?" Tang Yueshan had just returned from a stroll on the black wind horse when he saw the old duke dressed as a merchant. It seemed that he was going out. The old duke said, "I'm going to Puqing to inquire about the news." Puqing was a city of the Great Yan that had been captured by the Jin state. It was less than 100 miles away from Ziyang City. It would take 2 days to get there on horseback. Tang Yueshan raised his eyebrows in surprise. You're finally willing to help? Didn't you say you didn't want to get involved? Don't blame me and old Xiao for dragging you here by force." The old duke took a few steps forward and looked at the bright moon in the gray sky. He said seriously, "Let's make it clear first. I'm not doing this for the Yan state or that girl. It's you two who acted on your own and got the Zhao state involved in the war between the Shan kingdoms. It's impossible to play it safe. The Jin state and the Liang state are on good terms with each other. The Jin state won't let the Zhao state go. We can only fight with our backs against the wall." After he finished, he didn't wait for Tang Yueshan's response and turned around. He saw that Tang Yueshan had already led the horse to the front. The old duke clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. "So I've said so much for nothing? Since when did these two become so infuriating?" Gu Jiao was seriously injured, but her recovery speed was amazing. After lying in bed for 3 days, she was fine. When everyone heard that the young commander had woken up, they were so happy that they couldn't wait to visit her in her tent. However, they were stopped by the medical officers. Gu Jiao called Advisor Hu and asked him about the casualties of the Black Wind Battalion. Advisor Hu sighed. "We were all prepared to sacrifice ourselves. Thanks to your father." "My father?" Gu Jiao was confused for a long time before she remembered that she had seen Marquis Shen Ping before she fainted. The father advisor who mentioned should be Marquis Shen Ping. This was a fierce battle. Sacrifices were inevitable. However, compared to the total annihilation, most of the Black Wind Battalion soldiers were saved. Advisor Hu said regretfully, Cheng Fugue, Li Jin and Tong Zhong are seriously injured. They may not be able to participate in the following battles. What about Mu Qingchen? Gu Jiao asked. At the mention of this, Advisor Hu's expression turned serious. Young Master Mu's performance was very surprising. His growth speed was very fast, and he was no longer the pampered young master of an aristocratic family who would vomit after killing people. He was brave and decisive on the battlefield, killing countless soldiers of the Liang Kingdom and saving many of his Black Wind cavalry comrades. Cheng Fugue was also saved by him. He was also slightly injured, but it was not a big deal. Gu Jiao nodded secretly. Mu Qingchen had also become stronger. That was great. In that dream, Mu Qingchen did not encounter the Liang state. He directly faced the Jin state army. Because he could not bear to kill, he missed the opportunity to escape. He was surrounded by the Jin army and was shot dead by Gong Sunyu. Mu Qingchen would not be merciful now, would he? If he encountered such a predicament again, he would definitely be able to kill his way out. Gong Sunyu's arrow would not have a chance to hit him, right? His ending would also be rewritten, right? Gu Jiao washed up and dressed neatly. She went to see the Black Wind King first. The Black Wind King had been guarding outside her tent for the past few days. The horse trainer had treated the Black Wind King's injuries. Its head was wrapped in white gauze, making it look very pitiful. Gu Jiao touched its neck. The Black Wind King sniffed Gu Jiao's breath. Horses were very sensitive. They could tell whether a person's injuries were serious from their breath. I'm fine, Gu Jiao said. The Black Wind King was probably relieved. It slowly lay down on the ground. It was also very tired. However, it did not dare to rest until Gu Jiao woke up. It was just like how it did not dare to grow old before the battle was over. Gu Jiao stayed by its side and gently stroked its mane. She waited until it fell asleep before going to the tent next door. Her old father, Marquis Xianping, lived in this tent. When she lifted the curtain and entered, Marquis Xianping and Tang Yueshan were both there. Tang Yueshan was wiping his precious Tang family bao, while Marquis Xianping was sitting on a long bench. He looked like a bandit, no, domineering. In front of him was a man with disheveled hair and a disheveled face tied to a pillar with iron chains. The man glared at Marquis Xianping in front of him. He wanted to pounce on him and bite him. Kill me if you can. Marquis Xianping smiled casually and said, Why would I kill you? Do I look like a bloodthirsty person? I'm so kind that I can't even bear to kill an ant on the side of the road. How can I bear to kill you? A bug crawled over. Marquis Xianping did not even lift his eyelids. He stomped it to death. The man was speechless. Marquis Xianping smiled. The people outside all think that you're dead. Your subordinates are defeated. The morale of the Liang Kingdom has been destroyed. It's impossible for them to recover. Chu Feiping gritted his teeth and said angrily, What do you want? Marquis Xianping rubbed his hands. I've been a little short of money recently. I wonder what price the king of the Liang Kingdom will pay to redeem you? If the price is too low, it's not too late for me to kill you. Chu Feiping was speechless. Marquis Xianping looked up and saw Gu Jiao at the door. He smiled. Oh, my son is here? Gu Jiao stepped in and greeted Marquis Xianping and Tang Yueshan. You're awake. Tang Yueshan carefully put down his treasure and walked over to look at her. You're the same as Changjing. You've recovered quite quickly. Changjing is also injured? Gu Jiao asked. Changjing had already fainted when she fought with Chu Feiping. Marquis Xianping looked at Chu Feiping and said lightly, My meridians were shattered by this guy. It's just a minor injury. How could a shattered meridian be considered a minor injury? What kind of pervert was Changjing? Gu Jiao's gaze fell on Chu Feiping and she checked his meridians. So this guy was not beheaded. But it didn't matter. His dantian was destroyed and he would be a cripple when he returned. Gu Jiao asked, Other than him, did you capture anyone else? Marquis Xianping said slowly, You mean those swordsmen? They're dead. Anyway, she already knew that Long Yi's master was the Sword Hut. In the future she could investigate in this direction. Gu Jiao loosened her hand and asked Marquis Xianping, You want to use him to negotiate with the Liang Kingdom? Marquis Xianping, Gu Jiao suggested, Then you'd better hide him first. Marquis Xianping, Why? Gu Jiao said, The imperial army is about to arrive. Chu Feiping is also a bargaining chip for them to negotiate with the Liang Kingdom. You should be careful that they won't snatch Chu Feiping away. Oh. Marquis Xianping laughed arrogantly, In this world, no one can snatch things from this marquee. Outside the East City Gate, the Imperial Army arrived. Chang Wei led his subordinates out of the city to welcome them. The group of people knelt on one knee and saluted, "Welcome, Your Highness the Crown Princess." The dusty curtain of the carriage was lifted. Shang Guanyin, dressed in a Crown Princess robe, came down from the carriage with a dignified look. Chapter 849. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. It was late, and there was only a thin moonlight at the city gate, but it was enough for Shang Guanyin to recognize that the people who came to pick her up were not Gu Jiao and the Black Wind Cavalry. She took 2 steps forward, stared at the man at the front of the line and said, "Raise your head." "Yes." Soon Takeshi raised his head and looked at the noblest woman in Great Yen. Shang Guanyin was tired, but there was no sign of tiredness between her brows. Her beautiful face was calm and dignified, and her behavior was dignified and decent. She exuded the aura of royalty. Soon Takeshi only took a glance and quickly lowered his eyes. Shang Guanyin said unhurriedly, "You are General Tsun Takeshi. When I was young, I saw you in the military camp of Shenyuan family." Soon Takeshi didn't know if he should be flattered or feel guilty. He was now clear about the crimes of Nangong family, and as a confidant of Nangong family, even if he didn't directly participate in the persecution of Shenyuan family, he had indirectly helped the tyrant and committed a lot of crimes. Especially not long ago, he led his troops to fight Black Wind Cavalry, which was tantamount to a blatant betrayal of the imperial court. He didn't know how the Crown Princess would deal with him. He had thought it over. No matter what, he deserved to be punished. But his subordinates were just following orders. They were innocent. If necessary, he would use his life to atone for his crime. He only hoped that the Crown Princess would not vent her anger on the Ziyang garrison. Shang Guanyin took 2 more steps forward, reached out her hand and bent down slightly to help him up. "General Tsun Takeshi, you have worked hard to defend the city. Please get up." Tsun Takeshi was stunned. He looked at Shang Guanyin in disbelief. Her beautiful face didn't have the slightest cunning of playing politics. She was sincerely praising him. Although Shang Guanyin didn't know what happened in the city, but looking at Tsun Takeshi's attitude, he didn't seem to be in cahoots with Nangong family. In other words, Tsun Takeshi was very likely to have been taken in by her daughter-in-law. It would be best if they could make peace. Her dear daughter-in-law would be the one to suffer if she was attacked from both sides. Moreover, the war was imminent. No matter how serious Tsun Takeshi and the rebel army's crimes were, it was not appropriate to punish them just like that. It was better to let them redeem themselves and serve the imperial court well. The generosity of the Crown Princess made the ugliness of the Nangong family even more apparent. Tsun Takeshi felt even more guilty. He did not dare to stand up and knelt down on one knee again. "Your Highness, I'm guilty." Shang Guanyin said softly, "Whether it's a crime or not, let's talk about it later. The ground is cold, you get up first, let your soldiers get up too." The words "the ground is cold" made the eyes of the soldiers turn sour. The officers and soldiers did not expect that the Crown Princess would still care about them. A strong emotion welled up in their hearts. This was not an era where people were judged by their appearance, but Shang Guanyin, as a woman, had a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. Men who did not know how to be brave would be willing to go through water and tread on fire for her. In addition, she had a noble status, a broad mind and a heart that cherished the world. At this moment, everyone felt that the person they were waiting for was not Great Yan's Crown Princess, but their god. They were willing to fight for their god even if the war was difficult, even if there were tens of thousands of people, they would still go forward. Wang Man dismounted from his horse and walked toward the city gate. His gaze fell on Tsun Takeshi and the others, and he could not help but frown. "Aren't you the rebels of the Nangong family? Where are the Black Wind Cavalry? Did they all die in the battle?" These words were very unpleasant. "What do you mean by rebels?" The Crown Princess said that they were meritorious officials. They were the regular army of the imperial court. Tsun Takeshi said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "So it's General Wang. The Black Wind Cavalry has set up camp in the city. Because we just won a battle a few days ago and inflicted heavy losses on the Liang family, this general boldly asked my brothers to rest in the camp. I will go out of the city to welcome the Crown Princess." His words were very clear. First, not only did the Black Wind Cavalry not die in the battle, but they also won a beautiful battle. Second, the Black Wind Cavalry had a very good relationship with the defending army. They could even call each other brothers. Third, he did not like people looking down on the Black Wind Cavalry. Although they were enemies in the beginning, the Black Wind Cavalry used their blood to win the respect of the defending army. This was the strongest military force of the Yan Kingdom, and they would not accept any rebuttal. Wang Man did not pay attention to the defense of the Black Wind Cavalry in his words for the time being. He was extremely shocked. Who did you say won the battle? What battle did they win? Soon Takashi puffed up his chest and said solemnly and proudly, the North Gate was deliberately destroyed. The Black Wind Cavalry used their flesh and blood to build the city. 20,000 of them fought the 80,000 soldiers of the Liang family. Not only did they behead the Liang family's general Chu Feiping, but they also lost 50,000 soldiers of the Liang family. Wang Man's jaw almost dropped to the ground. What did you say? Chu Feiping is dead? Chu Feiping was the Liang family's divine general, the spiritual leader of the Liang family. With him around, there was no battle that they could not win. When Wang Man first heard that Chu Feiping was the commander of the army, even he felt that it was very troublesome. On the way here, Wang Man racked his brains to think of a way to deal with Chu Feiping. Who knew that before he could even use his fist, Chu Feiping's head fell to the ground. Impossible. No one can kill Chu Feiping. Shang Guanyin thought in her heart. Could it be Jiao Jiao? Except for her, no one should have the courage to behead Chu Feiping. But thinking of Chu Feiping's strength, Shang Guanyin broke into a cold sweat for Gu Jiao. She didn't know if she was injured. In the presence of outsiders, Shang Guanyin restrained her worry about Gu Jiao. She revealed a gratified smile. When I first came to Ziyang, I heard the good news. I'm very happy. If Imperial Father knows about it, he will definitely be very happy. This time, we were able to repel the Liang army, not only because of the Black Wind Cavalry, but also because of General Chang's help in defending the city. Soon Takashi cupped his fist and said, this humble subject is ashamed. This humble subject didn't help much in the battle against the Liang family's army at the North Gate. This humble subject doesn't dare to claim credit. However, the 4 experts sent by Her Highness the Crown Princess played an outstanding role in the battle. Our army is like a god. Shang Guanyin was slightly startled. I didn't send any experts to Ziyang. This time it was Tsun Takashi's turn to be surprised. Aren't they sent by Her Highness the Crown Princess? But they claim to be the Imperial Court's reinforcements. They also have a handwritten letter from Her Highness the Crown Princess. After saying that, Tsun Takashi took out a warm letter from his arms and raised it above his head to present it to Shang Guanyin. After presenting it, he suddenly felt that he was too abrupt. Shouldn't he give it to the palace maid? If a rough man like him touches something, won't it dirty the Crown Princess's hands? But which one is the palace maid? Huaner was standing next to the Crown Princess dressed like a little eunuch. No wonder he didn't recognize her. Shang Guanyin personally took the letter. Soon Takashi was secretly relieved. At the same time he was a little nervous and excited. The Crown Princess has an incomparable noble temperament, but she doesn't put on a high and mighty air. She is really an approachable Crown Princess. After Shang Guanyin opened the letter and read it, she was also confused. It's my handwriting, but I don't remember writing this letter. There's also my personal seal on it. What the hell is going on? Right, there's also this. It says that it's your keepsake. Soon Takashi pulled out a token and handed it over to Her Highness the Crown Princess. Shang Guanyin held it in her hand and looked. Wasn't this the bank's token that she had given Xiao Heng before leaving? If there wasn't enough money for travel, take it to the bank to get some money. So it was like this? Heng had come? Didn't Aheng go to Changshui Pass to take care of the problems with the countries of Chen and Zhao? Could it be that Aheng had changed her plans and came to Chuyang to meet up with Jiao Jiao? This sort of possibility was not impossible. Soon Takashi did not hear about the eldest grandson. Looking at it like this, Aheng had concealed her identity and came over. That's also true. The eldest grandson was on his way to Changshui Pass. Of course he could not openly appear in Chuyang City. Forget it, what was she blindly guessing for? When she saw Aheng in a bit, wouldn't everything be clear? Shang Guanyin was impatient to see her son. She could not wait to march over with the army. She sat in the carriage and said to Tsun Takashi, this monarch remembers. There was such a thing. It's this monarch's trusted aide. Lead the way. This monarch wants to see them at the military camp. Yes. Soon Takashi mounted his horse. Shang Guanyin opened the window and said to Wang Man, who was still immersed in the silence of Chu Feipeng's death, Great General Wang, I will leave the army to you. I will trouble you with leading the soldiers to the military camp to meet up with this monarch. Wang Man recovered and cupped his hands to comply. The carriage entered the city and quickly sped into the night. Sheng Guanyin took a deep breath and squeezed her fingers. Faster, faster, even faster. She wanted to see her son. She was almost impatient. She had missed out on so many years in the past. Now she cherished every day that she could see her son. The carriage stopped at the military camp. This subordinate. Soon Takashi spoke. There's no need to report. Sheng Guanyin got off her horse. She wanted to give her son a pleasant surprise. Which tent are they living in? They are all living next to the young commander. As Tsun Takashi led the way, he pointed at the tents in the middle and said, There are 3 over there. There are 2 people living in the tent on the left. One of them is extremely handsome, while the other is an extremely powerful expert. Handsome? A very powerful expert? Were they not Aheng and Longyi? An oil lamp was lit inside the tent, and the silhouette of a man could be seen from the tent. It seemed that he was reading at night. To be so diligent, it was definitely Aheng. Also, that perfect nose and the outline of his brow bone were clearly Aheng's. Sheng Guanyin lifted her imperial dowager's robe and could not suppress the joy in her heart. Quickly walking over, she lifted the curtain. Son. Just as she entered, she clearly saw the man inside the tent. The word son was immediately stuck in her throat. The newest chapter of this book has not been completed. Chapter 850. Sheng Guanyin blinked. Her first reaction was that she was mistaken. Her second reaction confirmed that the scene in front of her was real. She never expected to see this man in the Black Wind Cavalry's camp. Her son became her son's father. This was a bit shocking. Marquis Xianping's reaction was not much better than Sheng Guanyin's. He also didn't think that after 20 years he could see the woman he buried with his own hands again. The main reason was that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't say anything before coming. There was no earth-shattering quarrel, no commotion. The reunion of the two was unexpectedly calm. Sheng Guanyin looked at him in a daze and forgot to speak for a while. Marquis Xianping held the military deployment map in his hand, his thin lips tightly pursed. He didn't know what to say first. It was impossible to not recognize the other party. They had been together for so long and they had a child. But with the passage of time, they were no longer young and inexperienced. He was no longer young and frivolous, but he was more restrained and calm of an adult man. She was no longer the slave girl who was locked in a cage and struggled like a little beast. She changed into a noble crown princess robe. Yes, she was Aheng's mother. Aheng was the eldest grandson of the great Yan emperor. Wasn't she the great Yan crown princess? If he didn't experience it himself, who could imagine that the slave girl he redeemed from the underground martial arts arena was a little phoenix in distress? Marquis Xianping's mood suddenly became a little complicated. Empress Dowager Zhuang must have done it deliberately. She deliberately didn't say that Sheng Guanyin would come here, deliberately catching him off guard. The Empress Dowager was really ruthless. She took revenge for the disaster at sea. Marquis Xianping had always been shameless, but in this situation he was actually a little, forget it, it's good that she came. He wanted to ask her why she faked her death to escape and why she took away his son. That. Sheng Guanyin took the lead to speak, but before she could finish, Tang Yushan rushed in. He lifted the curtain and laughed loudly, Old Xiao. Go out and do something. After staying in the military camp for so long, grass was about to grow on his buttocks. Once I'm done, I'll go to that Fengyue brothel for a drink. Didn't you say the girls there were pretty? Marquis Xianping, can you shut up? Tang Yueshan slung his broadsword over his shoulder and said sternly, but I just heard that your old flame is coming. Don't let her find out that you've been drinking with girls. Women can be very scary when they're jealous. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Marquis Xianping, what else did you not say? Most importantly. Tang Yueshan lowered his voice. You have to hide Chu Feiping well. Don't let your old flame find out. If someone else wants you, you can refuse, but if she wants you, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it. Marquis Xianping, who had always been the one to sell others, had been sold off by Tang Yueshan. Not even his underwear was left. There was a saying that the heavenly Tao was good at reincarnation. Who would the heavens spare? After Tang Yueshan finished speaking, he realized that the atmosphere in the tent was not right. He looked behind the curtain and saw the crown princess in a royal blue python robe. Tang Yueshan was stunned for 3 seconds. Someone seems to be calling me. I'll leave first. After that, Marshal Tang, who had poked the hornet's nest, decisively withdrew from the scene of the large-scale social death. The atmosphere in the tent was even weirder than before. Shang Guanyin originally wanted to apologize for leaving without saying goodbye that year, but her eyes suddenly became dangerous. Do a job? Are you going to rob the people of Yin Dynasty? And sleep with the girls of Yin Dynasty? It's said that a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Xiaoji, you really made me look at you with new eyes. Marquis Shenping was wronged. After coming to Ziyang, he had never said anything about going to the city to rob people. Going to the brothel was even more nonsense. He didn't even remember saying that the girls in Fengyue brothel were pretty. War was a matter of life and death. Who would have the time to think about that kind of thing? Don't listen to old Tang. Marquis Shenping said with a headache. I didn't think so. It's him who wants to go. Shang Guanyin, oh, whether you go or not, what does it have to do with me? You and I just gave birth to a son. Don't expect me to keep thinking about you all these years? Marquis Shenping. This seems to be my line. In the end, Shang Guanyin was the crown princess. She didn't indulge in love affairs. What? My son's father is going to visit the brothel, so I, as an old flame, have to drink a jar of vinegar, and so on. In her heart, her son was first and the country was second. Men were fleeting clouds. Shang Guanyin grasped the key point. Using the essence of her Grey Tant's palace intrigue, the villain attacked first. What's the matter with Chu Feipeng? Listening to your companion's tone, he doesn't seem to be dead. Xiaoji, oh Xiaoji, I've been feeling indebted to you all these years. It turns out that you're just deliberately scheming against me. Marquis Shenping was stunned. What kind of trick was this? It was a bit difficult for him to deal with. After thinking about it, it was all Tang Yueshan's fault. He gritted his teeth and held his forehead. Tang Yueshan, why didn't I kill you in the first place? Gu Jiao went to the wounded barracks to visit Cheng Fugui and the others. She told them to take care of their injuries and then went to Mu Qingqian's tent. However, Mu Qingqian was not in his own tent. She heard from the cavalry that he went to the periphery of the camp to practice swordsmanship. He once felt uncomfortable when he killed someone for the first time. He held the trunk of a tree and retched. Now he was still under the big tree. He was no longer troubled by killing people. Instead, he was working hard on how to kill more enemies. He stabbed out with his sword again and again, practicing his killing moves that would hit the target in one hit. His white robe could be a warm jade, but it could also be a murderous blade. Gu Jiao didn't disturb him. She quietly watched for a while and then turned to leave. The Imperial Army was still in the city and hadn't arrived at the barracks for the time being. Gu Jiao didn't know that Shang Guanyin had come to the barracks. When she passed by Tang Yueshan's tent, she heard the sound of movement inside. It was so late. What was Tang Yueshan doing? Puzzled, she walked over and lifted the curtain to take a look inside. She saw Tang Yueshan hurriedly packing up his things. She asked, "Where are you going?" "It's only been a few days." "Are you going to leave?" Tang Yueshan grabbed a few bottles of medicine and some dry food and put them in a bag. "I'm going to Puqing to find old Gu and hide for a few days." Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him strangely. "Why do you want to hide?" Tang Yueshan was not afraid of losing face. He said bluntly, "I sold old Xiao. If I don't hide, old Xiao may kill me." Gu Jiao. While packing up, Tang Yueshan recounted what had happened in the tent. "It's not all my fault. I didn't know his old flame was coming. I thought his old flame was the crown prince's daughter, so she should make some noise when she comes to the camp. I didn't expect her to go to him as soon as she arrived. She didn't even let anyone inform him. It's obvious that she wants to." He didn't finish his sentence. Tang Yueshan could talk freely in front of Marquis Shenping, but Gu Jiao was a girl. He knew that he couldn't dirty her ears. Gu Jiao, "Oh, the crown princess is here. Then the imperial army should have entered the city." Gu Jiao didn't think too much about why she went to find Marquis Shenping instead of informing him. That was between the two of them. She wouldn't interfere. Gu Jiao touched her chin. "The Liang Kingdom's army is weak. It's unlikely that they will fight back. The next step is to drive the Liang Kingdom's army out of Yanmen Pass and take back the new city occupied by the Nangong family. Jiang City is safe for now. I'll go to Puqing with you." Tang Yueshan asked, "You're going too? Don't you want to stay here?" Gu Jiao said, "I'm not needed here for now. The Black Wind Cavalry had just fought a big battle. They wouldn't fight again for a while." Gu Jiao said, "The information about Puqing is very important. It's better if more people go." Tang Yueshan agreed with him on this point. Jin was the most profound country among the 6 countries. Their military strength and financial resources were far better than the Liang kingdom. They brought Gong Sunyu, who was much more difficult to deal with than Chu Feipeng. Okay, let's go find old Gu. By the way, he also wanted to see the scene of old Gu and the little girl recognizing each other. Must be wonderful. Tang Yueshan deliberately didn't tell Gu Jiao that her identity had been exposed to Gu Chao. He was waiting to see the good show between the two. Gu Jiao frowned and looked at him. I feel that you're holding back something bad. Was it that obvious? Tang Yueshan said seriously, I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Jiao also went back to the tent to pack some medicinal materials and tools. She also took a first aid kit and a set of night clothes. At this time Sheng Guanyin was still in Marquis Xianping's tent. The candlelight was changed and couldn't illuminate her figure. Gu Jiao thought about it and didn't go in to disturb them. She went to tell Advisor Hu and asked him to tell the crown princess and her father that she and old Tang were going to Puqing to spy on the military situation. She estimated that they would return in 3 to 5 days. Don't you want to go after seeing the crown princess? Advisor Hu was thinking for Gu Jiao. This was a good opportunity to show her face in front of the crown princess. The crown princess would definitely remember his lord's merit. However, if his lord left Xuyang and the imperial army or the border guards also made military contributions, his lord's glory might be taken away. Advisor Hu was thinking too much. Commander Xiao was the crown princess's daughter-in-law. What merit could there be? Who could surpass Gu Jiao? No, I'm leaving. Gu Jiao went to the tent. The Black Wind King had already woken up and was waiting for her energetically. In fact, Gu Jiao didn't intend to take the Black Wind King with her. She wanted it to rest for a few more days. However, the Black Wind King had already recovered and was ready for battle. It was determined to go with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao patted its neck and said, Okay, let's go together. Tang Yueshan came over on his Black Wind horse. The Black Wind horse was the most powerful warhorse in the 6 countries. After riding it, no other warhorse could be compared to it. The Black Wind horse was so powerful. She wondered how the Black Wind King would feel when riding it. Tang Yueshan coughed softly and said, Girl, let's make a deal. Let me ride your horse. Gu Jiao said, Can you let me use your bow? Tang Yueshan hurriedly protected the Tang bow on his back and said vigilantly, Only the heir of the Tang family is qualified to touch the Tang bow. You can't. Gu Jiao ignored him and mounted her horse. The Black Wind King suddenly attacked Tang Yueshan's horse. It raised its front hooves, which scared the Black Wind horse so much that its hair stood on end. Hey! Tang Yueshan hurriedly bent down to tighten the reins and calm the frightened Black Wind horse. Gu Jiao elegantly raised her hand and touched the Tang bow on his back. Here, I touched it. Tang Yueshan was speechless. One big and one small galloped into the night. They left Xuyang City in the middle of the night and headed in the direction of Pu City. Gu Jiao knew a shortcut that would take them to Puqing before dawn. However, Puqing was occupied by the Jin army. It was not easy to sneak in. The two of them had to disguise themselves and so did the 2 horses. At least, they couldn't let people know that they were the powerful Black Wind King and Black Wind Horse. Girl, will this really work? In a forest near the city gate, Tang Yueshan was smearing mud on the 2 horses under Gu Jiao's command. Gu Jiao was busy combing the Black Wind King's mane. Of course, the messier the mane the better. They had to look like they had escaped from a nearby city. Gu Jiao then disguised herself and Tang Yueshan. Are they father and daughter? Tang Yueshan asked. Gu Jiao glanced at him and said, They are young master and mute slave. Tang Yueshan was speechless. When everything was ready, the sun had risen. The battered and exhausted duo rode on the dirty and bleeding horses to the entrance of Pu City. Unlike Marquis Xianping, Tang Yueshan did not have a lover from the Yan kingdom. He could not speak the language of the Yan kingdom. Therefore, the mute slave was very suitable for him. There were already many people waiting in line at the city gate. Some of them were strong men captured by the Jin army from the surrounding areas. Some were villagers who sold vegetables and fodder for the Jin army. They were all selling the crops they had worked hard to grow at a very low price. There were also Jianghu people who were not afraid of death and returned to the city. Tang Yueshan whispered, Isn't it a bit unbelievable that we escaped from another city? Who would escape to the Jin army's territory? Traitors, Gu Jiao said. How could this work? I am here to join the Jin army. My father is from the Yan kingdom and my mother is from the Liang kingdom. Just because the 2 countries were at war, they killed my mother cruelly. They want to kill me. They say I am a bastard of the Liang kingdom. I'm not convinced. Why? At the city gate, a young man who was about to enter the city broke down and cried. Tang Yueshan's mouth twitched. Was this really true? When it was Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan's turn, Gu Jiao's purse suddenly fell. She was about to dismount from the horse to pick it up when a fair and clean hand picked up her purse and handed it to her. Young man, you dropped something. It was a handsome young man. Gu Jiao took the purse. Thank you. It was a birthday gift from her great-aunt before she left. She had been carrying it with her. The young man smiled. Among the group of people entering the city, the young man's clothes were so clean that people could not help but take a second look at him. Gu Jiao's eyes followed him. He came to a carriage and said through the window, "Young master, I didn't buy the candied haws you wanted to eat. The old lady didn't come out today." That was true. It meant that it was not the first time he came to buy candied haws. With the war going on, the old lady probably did not dare to come. However, this young man still insisted on waiting for her every day. The young man got into the carriage. The carriage slowly drove through the city gate. This person had nothing to do with her. Gu Jiao was about to look away. However, at this moment, a gust of wind blew and the curtain of the carriage window was lifted. Gu Jiao saw the incomparably handsome face in the carriage. Her eyes widened at once. Husband? No, Xiaoheng went to Zhangshue Pass. It was impossible for him to be here. That person was. Chapter 851. What are you looking at? Tang Yueshan pulled Gu Jiao's sleeve, indicating the space in front of the horse. It's time to move forward. There was a large space in front of them and the people in the line behind were impatient. Although they didn't want to enter the city, they can't earn more money if they enter later. It's better to finish early and go home to rest. Gu Jiao said, "Nothing, I'm just looking around." Black Wind King took a few steps forward. At this time, the carriage had successfully passed the checkpoint at the city gate. The reason why it was smooth was because Gu Jiao found that the guards seemed to know the owner of the carriage and let him in without checking. There is only one person in the world who looks like my husband. But wasn't he arranged by Shangguan Yen to take refuge in a safe place? In order to not let him slip out, Shangguan Yen gave the guards a strict order. Of course, Gu Jiao felt that Shangguan Yen may not know her son's character very well. Even Wang Su could be fooled like that. The strange thing was, why was he at the border? And he looked like he was doing well in Pu City? What's going on? She didn't think she was wrong, but she also didn't think that guy had a reason to appear in the Jin army's territory. Both situations were unreasonable. What are you muttering about? Tang Yueshan whispered, "You're so weird this early in the morning. Is it because the crown princess came and reminded you of your little husband?" The crown princess was Xiaoheng's mother. It was normal to think of her when seeing her. Gu Jiao turned to look at him. How do you know that the crown princess is Xiaoheng's mother? Tang Yueshan didn't hide it. Empress Dowager Zhuang and the old chancellor said it. Otherwise, who would dare to think about such a big secret? Speaking of which, old Xiao is really lucky. I also know that he saved the female slave from Yen country. Gu Jiao asked curiously, how do you know? Tang Yueshan blurted out, I was there. Gu Jiao, Tang Yueshan's expression changed. Oh no, I let it slip. Sai, forget it. Since I've already leaked it, there's no harm in leaking more. Tang Yueshan heaved a long sigh. It's a little complicated. Do you think it was old Xiao who brought the crown princess back from the barracks? There are a few military prostitutes in the barracks, and one of them is an outstanding beauty. The subordinates don't dare to enjoy her for themselves, so the first thing they think of is to offer her to their boss? Needless to say, Gu Jiao did make such a guess. Actually no. Tang Yueshan waved his hand. In fact, Xiao Ji did not bring her back from the military camp. He brought her back from the underground dojo. At that time, the experts from the underground dojo from the 6 nations had gathered. Xiao Ji was not the number one of the 6 nations. The number one of the 6 nations had taken a fancy to that female slave and wanted to snatch her away. The female slave asked for help from Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji was a hero who could not resist the charms of a beautiful woman, so he challenged the number one. The result was as one could imagine, the number one was beaten badly. At that time, Xiao Ji was not as strong as he was later. The price he had to pay to defeat the number one of the 6 nations was huge. He always thought that Xiao Ji had sent her away after playing with her. After all, Xiao Ji had always been a man who walked among thousands of flowers, but not a single leaf stuck to him. Who would have thought that the two of them had a child? However, Xiao Ji probably didn't know that when Shangguan Yen was locked in the cage of the underground dojo, She didn't casually ask him for help. As early as in the Great Yen Kingdom, Shengguan Yin had knocked off Xiaoji's mask. Shengguan Yin saw Xiaoji's face. He still remembered the little girl's stunned expression. My name is a Yen. Who are you? Xiaoji was seriously injured in the last duel. His 5 senses were damaged, so he didn't see or hear clearly. He didn't speak, just expressionlessly picked up the mask on the ground and put it on. Then he walked away without looking back. The young girl Shengguan Yin stared at Xiaoji's back for a long time. That look, it's the same as when I look at my sister-in-law, Tang Yueshan added in his heart. After listening to Tang Yueshan's words, Gu Jiao was surprised. It turns out that the number 1 of the underground dojo in the capital is Marquis Xian Ping. No wonder he was always elusive. Ever since his waist was injured, he had never gone to that place again. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao asked again. Are you also in the underground dojo? Tang Yueshan straightened his back. Cough almost. Gu Jiao, pay attention to your identity. Tang Yueshan's face darkened and his body bent a little. What was your rank? Gu Jiao asked again. Tang Yueshan laughed. I didn't participate in this boring duel. Gu Jiao squinted at him. It seems that your rank is very low. Do you have to look down on me like that? I said I was too lazy to duel. If it weren't for the occasion, Tang Yueshan would have exploded on the spot. He made a gesture. The third. In the underground dojo of the Zhao Kingdom, only the top 3 were qualified to go to the Yen Kingdom. Who's the second? Gu Jiao asked. Tang Yueshan snorted. Who else could it be? But I know who they are, but they don't know who I am. This is my ability. Gu Jiao, so Gu Changqing defeated you to get the qualification to go to the Yen Kingdom. Tang Yueshan, that's because I let him win. I knew he was Gu Changqing. Gu Jiao curled her lips. Hindsight. Tang Yueshan glared. I'm telling the truth. In the end, Tang Yueshan didn't have the chance to prove himself because it was their turn. We came from Jianghu City. My grandfather is a businessman of the Jin Kingdom. My whole family was imprisoned by them. It was not easy for me to escape. Please let me go to the city to seek refuge. Gu Jiao was just reciting the lines this time. She didn't show her excellent acting skills. The effect was unexpectedly good. My grandfather has been in the Yen Kingdom for decades. I was born and raised in Jianghu City. I don't speak the Jin language well. As Gu Jiao spoke, she took out a bag of silver and gave it to the guard. The 2 entered the city. It's not as strict as I thought. Is it because the Jin army is not disciplined and the defense is loose? Or is it because the Jin army is not afraid of spies in the city? Gu Jiao thought while looking at the scene in Puqing. Pu City was a much larger and more prosperous city than Jianghu City. Its population was twice that of Jianghu City, and the amount of taxes it paid to the imperial court every year was 3 times that of Jianghu City. However, what Gu Jiao saw now was not what a large city should look like. The doors of the shops were closed, the streets were empty, and the signboards were torn to pieces by the Jin army. The city was bleeding. Let her go. You bastards. Let her go. Let her go. A woman's sobs and curses came from a shop not far away. She hugged the leg of a Jin soldier tightly. The soldier and his companion were dragging a beautiful and well-dressed little girl. The little girl was already half dizzy and had no strength to resist or cry. She could only let the 2 soldiers drag her into the alley. Judging from her clothes and jewelry, she was the daughter of a rich family. In the past, she was the center of attention. However, Puqing had become the territory of the Jin army. Her identity and status were not worth mentioning. It had been like this since ancient times. Jin Jun kicked the woman away and dragged the little girl into the depths of the alley with his belt. Who knew how many of these things had happened in places that they had not seen? Gu Jiao held the reins tightly. She was very angry. These Jin soldiers really made her angry. War is like this. Tang Yueshan sighed and raised his hand to block her eyes. Okay, don't look. I will take care of it. Saying so, he dismounted and entered the alley. With his martial arts, it was easy for him to take care of the 2 Jin soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Jin soldiers died in his hands. He found a place to dispose of the bodies. The woman who had fainted woke up and ran into the alley to take her daughter away. The 2 were so scared that they forgot to thank him. When they reacted and wanted to kowtow to their benefactor, Tang Yueshan had already returned to his horse and left with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao rode on the black wind horse and walked on the deserted street. She said, the situation in Puqing is worse than expected. When the Nangong family took over Jianghu City, They used the banner of killing the tyrant, restoring order, and stabilizing the country. Thus they treated the people well. The Jin army did not have any fear. They were here to invade. The people of the Yan kingdom were not people. They were resources that they could take away at will. We must end the war as soon as possible, she said seriously. Someone is coming, Tang Yueshan said. The two dismounted. A group of about 100 Jin soldiers walked towards them. The leader was a corporal. When the two passed by, the corporal just glanced at them. A poor young master and a servant, there was nothing to be concerned about. The corporal left with his men. After making sure they were far away, Tang Yueshan said, I have been here for so long and I still don't know where old Gu is. If I knew I would come, I would have asked him to give me a signal. Gu Jiao said indifferently, we will investigate ourselves. The investigation is secondary. The main thing is that I want to see you two betray each other. Tang Yueshan's strong desire to live made him suppress the words. Where are you going to investigate? He asked. The mayor's mansion, Gu Jiao said. Tang Yueshan almost choked. He thought that Gong Sun Yu probably lived in the mayor's mansion. There were many masters there. Even he did not dare to be so arrogant. You are really bold. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. All the valuable information of the Jin army was in the mayor's mansion. Thus, even if the mayor's mansion was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, they had to go. You don't have to go. Gu Jiao said, this war has nothing to do with the Tang family. Xiao Heng was the son of Marquis Xianping. It was reasonable for him to help his son conquer the Yan kingdom. Tang Yueshan did not have to risk his life. Tang Yueshan snorted coldly, who are you looking down on? A girl dared to go but he, the marshal, dared not? Seeing this, Gu Jiao did not say anything more. The two of them went to the mayor's mansion and found an empty courtyard to settle down the Black Wind King and the Black Wind Cavalry. Why do I feel that you are so familiar with the border? Have you been here before? Kind of. She was killed in the Puqing city in that chaotic battle. She was killed by a peacock feather sword. Her heart was pierced from the back. The owner of the sword was a very powerful swordsman. He was dressed in black and wore a bronze mask with fangs. Chapter 852. This war was 9 years earlier than the one in the dream, and many details had changed accordingly. For example, the Liang kingdom's combat power was not as strong as in the dream. On one hand, the Yan kingdom had become stronger, and on the other hand, the second fierce general of the Liang kingdom was still on the way to being subdued. If the war really started 9 years later, they would have to deal with Chu Feiping and that fierce general. Therefore, the Jin kingdom's military deployment would not be the same as 7 years later. This was also the reason why Gu Jiao had to come to spy on the military situation. Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear was too eye-catching, so she left it in the military camp in Jianghu city. Her weapon was the whip she took from Gu Qingfeng. Tang Yueshan's Tang Bao was not as low-key, but he could not bear to part with his treasure and insisted on carrying it with him. He could only wrap it in cloth. Fortunately, he was a warrior and mute slave, so it was not a big problem. Tang Yueshan checked the Tang Bao 800 times a day. After checking it again, he clapped his hands in satisfaction and said, Okay, let's go to the mayor's mansion and lie in ambush. We'll move when it's dark. When they were at the border of the Zhao kingdom, the mayor's mansion was heavily guarded, but it was different here. Either Gong Sun Yu did not live in the mayor's mansion, or Gong Sun Yu had absolute confidence that no one could break in. The first point was quickly rejected. Because when they were lying in ambush in an empty grain store near the mayor's mansion, they saw a group of people coming out of the mansion's gate. There was a carriage and 20 guards on horseback accompanying them. Gu Jiao recognized the leader of the guards at a glance. Gong Sun Yu had 4 fierce generals under his command. They were Min Hongyi, the solitary swordsman, Jie Xingzhou, the Iron Fist, Zhu Zhangquang, and Lu Yi, who was good at hidden weapons and formations. This man was Min Hongyi, the solitary swordsman. Gu Jiao thought to herself. She did not expect Min Hongyi to be by Gong Sun Yu's side so early. She wondered if the other 3 had also been recruited by Gong Sun Yu. Aside from Gong Sun Yu, there was no one else who could make Min Hongyi willingly escort him. Gu Jiao used her fingertip to write on the dusty table, Gong Sun Yu. Although Tang Yueshan was surprised at how Gu Jiao came to this conclusion, he still held his breath. The person in the carriage did not emit any aura. If not for Gu Jiao's reminder, he would have thought that the person sitting inside was an ordinary person. This meant that Gong Sun Yu was already strong enough to restrain his aura. It was always harder to collect than to let go. For example, the appearance of Changjing was often accompanied by a very powerful and terrifying aura, but Long Yi was able to make people unable to sense his existence. The two of them had originally planned to follow Gong Sunyu, but now they gave up on that idea. Tang Yueshan clearly understood how monstrous a person at this level was, and Gu Jiao had seen Gong Sunyu in action before. Adding Min Hongyi to the mix, their chances of winning were not high. After Gong Sunyu and his group left, the two of them waited for a while. When it was time to change shifts, they sneaked into the mansion. Before the two of them could get a firm footing, Gu Jiao discovered the second expert, the mighty King Kong Jiexingzhou. No wonder he didn't send a large number of guards. Gong Sunyu himself was a peerless expert. With Min Hongyi and Jiexingzhou, there was no assassin who could harm Gong Sunyu in the mansion. The two of them stuck close to the fake mountain wall. Tang Yueshan asked with his eyes, "With that expert around, it's not easy for us to move. We'll be discovered." Gu Jiao frowned. If only he went out. Tang Yueshan, "Forgive me for being blunt, but you're too naive." Then Jiexingzhou heard a servant report something. It was probably something that happened in the military camp. He led a few of his personal guards and rode out of the mansion. Tang Yueshan was speechless. "Little girl, what kind of luck do you have?" There was no other freakishly strong expert in the mansion. The two of them carefully sneaked into Gong Sunyu's study. Wow, this Gong Sunyu really likes to collect weapons. Tang Yueshan looked at the room full of weapons and couldn't help but exclaim. Gu Jiao said calmly, "Every time Gong Sunyu kills an expert, he takes away their weapon. To others, these weapons were evidence of his crimes. But to Gong Sunyu, these weapons were metals that symbolized his path to becoming a powerful expert." Tang Yueshan felt a chill run down his spine. Killing people was one thing, but collecting the weapons of the dead? What was wrong with him? "Found it," Gu Jiao said. "What?" Tang Yueshan put down the weapon in his hand and came over. He saw that Gu Jiao had already dug out the Jin Nation's military deployment map in a thick file. This should be the army's marching record. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, "All the information about the Jin Nation's army is here." This was a very valuable clue. Tang Yueshan thought for a moment. Then, should we take it away? It was possible to take it away, but Gong Sunyu would discover that someone had been here. Then the contents of the file and the military deployment map would be changed. There wouldn't be enough time to copy it. She could only memorize it. If she could read the Jin Nation's language, it would be much easier. Unfortunately, she didn't. She could only use her memory to memorize their shapes. In her previous life, she had trained in this skill in the organization. Her speed and accuracy were second only to the Godfather. However, she had never memorized such a large number of unfamiliar characters. Gu Jiao closed her eyes and focused all her attention on engraving the contents of the dossier into her mind. Tang Yueshan was dumbfounded. "No way. You're capable of this? How could a person who had fought so many wars still have such a good brain? Was she trying to kill him?" After memorizing the last character, Gu Jiao's head started to hurt like it was about to explode. Tang Yueshan saw that her face was pale and quickly asked, "Are you okay?" Gu Jiao supported herself with one hand on the table and the other hand on her forehead. "I overused my brain. I'll be fine after some rest." Tang Yueshan was an uneducated person. He thought that Gu Jiao was impressive for being able to memorize the contents of the file, but he didn't know how impressive she was. If the scholars of the imperial court were here, they would probably kneel down before Gu Jiao. Her brain power had long surpassed the limits of a normal person. "Let's go. There's no more useful information here." Gu Jiao had just taken a step when her head started to hurt so badly that she almost fainted. Fortunately, Tang Yueshan was quick enough to catch her. "So it's true that scholars are weak. Look at you. You haven't even finished 2 pages of the book. You're even weaker than if you had just fought a war." Tang Yueshan complained about Gu Jiao in disdain, but his actions were honest. He turned the bow in front of him and carried Gu Jiao on his back. At this moment, Gu Jiao was enduring the pain in her head, deepening the memory of those characters in her mind over and over again. She distracted herself a little and said to Tang Yueshan, "I can't be interrupted." Okay. You remember what you said." Tang Yueshan decisively shut up and stopped talking to her. He carried Gu Jiao on his back and used his qinggong to leave the Castellan mansion. As soon as they left, Jiexingzhou came back. Tang Yueshan hid in the alley and watched the Jin soldiers riding away. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, what Tang Yueshan didn't expect was that when they went to get their horses, they were seen by 2 Jin soldiers who had just robbed the people in the city, even though they had escaped from the masters of the Castellan mansion. They bumped into each other face to face. No one was allowed to come close to this area. Trespassers would be killed. The two Jin soldiers immediately became vigilant. One pulled out his sword to stop them, and the other blew a bone whistle to warn them. Tang Yueshan thought, "It's over. It's all over now. Can you still ride a horse?" Tang Yueshan turned to ask Gu Jiao, who was lying on his back. Gu Jiao calmed down and said, "Yes." "Good. You better sit tight." Tang Yueshan put Gu Jiao on Black Wind King's horse and got on the horse himself. They might not be able to get out of the city tonight. Fortunately, Puqing was so big that they could get rid of their pursuers and get a buffer. The Jin army was so strong that they had sent hundreds of soldiers just to catch two suspicious people. Tang Yueshan ran all the way and couldn't help but look back. He saw the black mass of soldiers chasing after him and Gu Jiao. His eyebrows twitched. "Are you serious? It's just two people. Is there a need to send so many people?" He looked at Gu Jiao, who was holding the reins tightly, and said, "Girl, there are too many of them. We'll be in trouble if they catch up with us." Yes, she couldn't let them catch up with her. She had a terrible headache and couldn't fight with all her strength. She pulled the reins. "Boss, to the east." "Shoot." Jin Jun's shout came from behind them. Then arrows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth shot towards the two of them. Black Wind King turned to the right side of the alley and the Black Wind cavalry followed him. The arrows hit the wooden boards and wooden doors of the shops. One of the arrows missed Tang Yueshan's head by half an inch. Fortunately, the Black Wind cavalry turned quickly. Gu Jiao said, "Boss, keep going straight." They walked out of the city center and into the suburbs. There were more valleys and forests, so it was easy to hide. Black Wind King ran as fast as he could. Under his lead, the Black Wind cavalry also ran at a speed that was impossible for them. Tang Yueshan felt like he was flying. The first wave of Jin army had been left far behind. However, they used the whistle as a signal and the soldiers along the way kept coming to intercept them. The Black Wind King scattered one group after another, shaking off wave after wave of enemies. He took the lead and was fearless. When they entered a valley, the boat suddenly came out from a small path. This guy took a shortcut to chase after them. Tang Yueshan's temples twitched. Seeing that they were about to collide, the Black Wind King suddenly accelerated, raised its front hooves, and jumped over the head of the self-dismembering boat in a domineering manner. Jie Xingzhou's broadsword slashed across the air. Tang Yueshan's Black Wind cavalry also took advantage of his unprepared state and rushed past him. Jie Xingzhou tightened the reins and frowned at the horse that dodged his attack. He couldn't believe it. That warhorse was too outstanding. He really wanted to take it and give it to the Lord. "Unfortunately, General, should we chase after them?" a soldier asked. Jie Xingzhou looked at the two people disappearing into the valley and said, "No, it's the Ghost Mountain." The Ghost Mountain was a forbidden area in Pu City. It was often haunted. It was said that no one who stepped on the Ghost Mountain came back alive. Suddenly there was a rush of horse hooves behind them. Then there was a rough man's laughter. "Ah, Jezhou Tian. It's just a small mountain." "As the Lord's first general, you actually believe in ghosts?" Jie Xingzhou's name was Zhou Tian. Jie Xingzhou turned around and frowned at him. "Min Hongyi, didn't you go to the army camp with the Lord?" Min Hongyi smiled arrogantly. "I just came back. I heard that there were two powerful thieves in the city. Your men almost ran their horses to death but couldn't catch them. So I came to help you." Although the two of them were Gong Sun Yu's confidants, they had always been fighting for the position of the first general. Jie Xingzhou ignored his sarcasm and said, "They entered the Ghost Mountain. There's no way they can come out alive." Min Hongyi said sarcastically, "I don't believe in this. I only want to see them if they're alive. If they're dead, I want to see their bodies. If you don't dare to chase after them, I will." "Man." "General Min." All the subordinates saluted with their fists. Min Hongyi shouted, "Follow me into the Ghost Mountain." Everyone answered in unison, "Yes, General Min." Min Hongyi smiled with satisfaction, then showed a proud look to Jie Tian. "Did you see that? These are the real men of the Great Jin dynasty. Your subordinates only know how to do some sneaky things. When it comes to serious business, they're not reliable at all." Jie Xingzhou said calmly, "Don't speak too soon. Even the Lord hasn't thought of barging into the Ghost Mountain. Don't throw your men's lives away just because you're angry with me. If you want to be a bastard, be it yourself. I'm going to catch the assassins." With that, Min Hongyi led the 500 soldiers into Ghost Mountain valiantly. Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan passed through the valley and entered a dense forest. The sky gradually darkened. Occasionally the cawing of crows could be heard from above. Tang Yueshan sat on his horse and shivered. He looked around and whispered, "Girl, don't you feel that this place is eerie?" "No." Gu Jiao looked at the forest scenery around her. "It's very cool." This place gave her a very familiar feeling. "Are you afraid of ghosts?" Gu Jiao looked at Tang Yueshan strangely. Tang Yueshan snorted. "How is that possible?" Gu Jiao's eyes widened as she pointed behind Tang Yueshan. "There's a ghost." "Whoa!" Tang Yueshan jumped onto Gu Jiao's horse. Gu Jiao, Black Wind King. Chapter 853. The Jianghu City. Shangguan Yen came out of the city lord's residence and got on the carriage to the military camp. It has been a day and a night since Gu Jiao left for Pu City. She wanted to see if Gu Jiao had come back. In addition, the day after tomorrow, the Imperial Army will attack the remnants of the Liang Kingdom's army. She wanted to go to the military camp to boost the morale of the army. Jianghu City has restored order. Although the panic of the war still shrouded the people's heads, when they thought of the great Yan's crown princess going to war on behalf of the emperor, the people were full of faith in the imperial family and the imperial court. The wheels of the carriage turned and the body of the carriage swayed. Shangguan Yen sat quietly in the carriage without saying a word. Huan was enjoying the local customs of the border with interest. She had never been far away, so everything she saw was novel. "Your Highness, the biscuits they sell are very strange," Huan said while looking at Shangguan Yen on the carriage seat. Shangguan Yen didn't hear her words and was still in a daze. Huan slowly put down the curtain, leaving only a narrow gap for the light of the thousands of lights to come in. She hesitated for a moment and asked softly, "Your Highness, are you thinking about that man?" Shangguan Yan's consciousness returned. "What? That man? The father of His Highness Zhang's son," Huan said. As the crown princess's trusted maid, Huan gradually won Shangguan Yan's trust. She knew the identity of Xiao Heng and Shangguan Qing, and also knew that the handsome man was the biological father of the two little princes. Shangguan Yen said, "What do I think of him for?" Huan said, "You came out so fast that night like he fled in panic." Huan held back these few words. Shangguan Yen murmured, "Fast? I feel like I talked to him a lot." Huan said bluntly, "That's because you were avoiding him, so you felt that every sentence was very long. But in fact, you didn't even ask each other how they were doing these years." Huan was simple, not stupid. As an outsider, she could see things more clearly than Shangguan Yen. That night, the two of them didn't know how to face each other. They were both dumbfounded. The crown princess was originally going to live in the barracks. The reason she moved into the city lord's mansion was to avoid that lord. Shangguan Yen lowered her eyes, lightly straightened her wide sleeves and said, "What's there to ask? It's already like this." Huan was silent for a while and then asked, "Then do you still like him?" Shangguan Yen sat up straight as if she was talking to Huan but also as if she was talking to herself. "I am the crown princess of Great Yen, I will not fall in love with any man." When the carriage arrived at the military camp, Shangguan Yen first asked the guard at the gate and learned that Gu Jiao had not returned. She then went to the place where the soldiers were training. Huan watched as her crown princess and that lord's tent walked further and further away. Shangguan Yen. But in the end he couldn't avoid it. Marquis Xianping strode over. Shangguan Yan's expression paused as if she was a little hesitant. Then she continued to walk forward expressionlessly. Marquis Xianping caught up with her and blocked her way. He looked at her and narrowed his eyes. "Shangguan Yen, are you hiding from this marquis?" Shangguan Yen looked at the soldiers who were training in the night and calmly said, "Hiding from you? Don't think too highly of yourself. What do you have that makes this lord hide from you?" Marquis Xianping's face was full of disbelief. "Then why did you run away so fast that night?" Shangguan Yen lightly said, "Who told you to be so annoying?" Good, this marquis is annoying." Marquis Xianping put his hands behind his back and looked at her casually. "As long as you tell this marquis where this marquis' son is, this marquis will never bother you again." Shangguan Yen snorted and said, "Didn't your son go to Tsangshui Pass to negotiate with the Qin country's army?" Marquis Xianping said, "You know this marquis is not talking about this son." Shangguan Yen sneered and said, "That's right, your Xiaoji is a romantic by nature. You have more than one son, Aheng." Marquis Xianping looked at her deeply and meaningfully said, "Shangguan Yen, you aren't jealous, right?" Shangguan Yen sternly said, "This one is the crown princess. This one has a harem of 3,000 men. Would this one be jealous of you? That's good. Sheng Guanyin coldly glared at him and walked forward with a cold expression. Marquis Xianping stepped to the side and stopped her. His eyes were a little solemn. It was very different from his previous unruly appearance. Where is Xiao Qin? Sheng Guanyin turned her face and looked at the army in front of her. If you want to know the whereabouts of your son, use Chu Fei Peng in exchange. Marquis Xianping laughed. Chu Fei Peng, right? Okay, I'll give it to you. After that, his smile disappeared. Where is this Marquis' son? Sheng Guanyin clenched her fingers and said with a dignified expression, Qing is in a villa near Chengdu. When the situation stabilizes, I will bring him back. Son of a bitch. On the other side, in Pu City's Ghost Mountain, Min Hong led his men to search in the forest. As a result, a group of men got lost. A soldier pointed to the knife mark on the big tree next to him. General Min, there is a mark we just made here. We went back to the original road. Min Hong frowned. People who lead troops to war have a good sense of direction, but they don't know what's wrong with this forest. The trees grow the same, the sun in the sky has set, and the moon and the stars haven't come out yet. It's really hard to tell the direction. Just by relying on their experience, it's reasonable to say that they can go out. But after walking for a while, they unexpectedly return to the original place. Damn it, it's really strange. Whoosh. A soldier suddenly felt a shadow flashing by from the side. He quickly turned his head. Who is it? However, only a dark and quiet forest came into view. 05, what's wrong with you? His companion patted his arm in amusement. You're so nervous, your courage can't be that small, right? Another companion also smiled and said, yes, this place is called Ghost Mountain. Is there really a ghost? Even if there is such a thing, why should we be afraid of ghosts if we follow Mindarin? These words touched the bottom of Min Hong's heart. That's right, Min Hong is not afraid of anything. He can kill the heavens and expel evil spirits. What bullshit Ghost Mountain? It's just a rumor made up by a group of cowardly rats. What is there to be afraid of? The strange feeling in Min Hong's heart was dispelled. He didn't know if his courage scared the world, but even the dark clouds above his head were blown away by the cold wind. The moment the moon came out, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They are back in the world of the living. Who would have thought that before they could finish their sigh of relief, a soldier behind the team screamed, Xiao Luo is gone. He was talking to me just now. Suddenly disappeared. Everyone's heart sank. Min Hong's eyes were cold as he gripped the saber at his waist. 5 people in a group, go together. The Jin soldiers put away their weapons and held each other's arms. This way they would be safe. After all, 5 of them can't disappear at the same time. Hey girl, how much longer do we have to walk? Tang Yueshan, who was scared half to death by the ghosts, calmly sat back on his horse. He said that he did that to protect her, not because he was scared. Soon. Gu Jiao said, there should be a cave up ahead. Let's take shelter there for the night. Gu Jiao's familiarity with the terrain of the border was outrageous. Tang Yueshan only thought that she had done her homework in advance and memorized all the maps. Tang Yueshan tightened his grip on the reins and sighed. Speaking of which, we've been in Puching for a day but we haven't seen old Gu. Where do you think he went? Could he have gone to the army camp? Gong Sun Yu also went to the army camp today. Old Gu can't be so unlucky as to run into Gong Sun Yu, right? Hey girl, why aren't you saying anything? Can't you at least say something? Tang Yueshan turned his head to look at Gu Jiao bitterly, but all he saw was the empty forest. His voice was stuck in his throat. The forest began to fog. The moonlight above their heads could not be seen. Without a reference, one's sense of direction would weaken. Black Wind King was a brave horse, but it did not grow up in the forest. This was a very strange environment for Black Wind King. Gu Jiao found that they were separated earlier than Tang Yueshan, but she couldn't shout. Otherwise, it would be hard to tell whether Tang Yueshan or the Jin soldiers would come first. This place is a bit unusual. Gu Jiao looked around. She had no basis. It was just an intuition that she had trained in danger. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed behind her. Gu Jiao's ears twitched, but her expression did not change. She signaled Black Wind King to keep moving forward. Whoosh! Another shadow flashed behind her. Gu Jiao did not stop. One person and one horse walked forward calmly. Whoosh! 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 The shadows seemed to be irritated. They flashed here and there trying to make Gu Jiao fearful. Gu Jiao did not even lift her eyelids. Haha, the living people who came to our ghost mountain are so powerful. Look, he's not afraid. His horse is not afraid. I want to eat his horse. Silly, how can a horse taste good? I haven't smelled a living person in the netherworld for a long time. So fragrant. Tonight, the gates of hell will open and the king of hell will come. We little ghosts can taste a living person. Ah, little ghosts? Indeed. Gu Jiao did not seem to hear their conversation. She continued to walk deeper into the forest with Black Wind King. She hadn't even taken 2 steps when a large net suddenly fell from above her head. Gu Jiao pulled out the whip from her waist and lashed it in a certain direction in the night. The whip made a cracking sound in the air. Almost at the same time, a pale little figure was caught by Gu Jiao's whip. Gu Jiao tied him to the horse's back. When the net fell, Gu Jiao raised her hand and grabbed it, throwing it far away. This kind of small trick was barely enough to deal with Tang Yueshan, who was afraid of ghosts. She was not afraid of ghosts. Gu Jiao looked at the little black impermanence on her horse. She asked, "Who are you?" Whoosh. The other shadows in the forest scattered and disappeared without a trace. Little Black Impermanence had a long tongue in his mouth. He struggled to say, "I'm Black Impermanence. Don't you dare offend me. His Highness Ghost King will eat you." He was really called Black Impermanence. Gu Jiao flicked his forehead. Little Black Impermanence cried out, "Ouch!" Gu Jiao chuckled, "Are ghosts afraid of pain?" Little Black Impermanence was speechless for a moment. He spat out his long tongue and said, "I'm still young. You're an adult. Your young energy is too strong. If you touch me, you'll burn my body. That's why I'm screaming." After he finished, he stuffed his tongue back in again. It was quite logical. Gu Jiao gave him a thumbs up in her heart. "How old are you?" Gu Jiao asked. 7. Little Black Impermanence regretted his words. He quickly changed his words, 700 years old. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. She said seriously, "I'll give you 2 choices. 1, take me to see your king." "It's the Ghost King." Little Black Impermanence pulled out his long tongue and said fiercely, "The Ghost King of the underworld. He has supreme divine power. He can eat 100 living people like you." "The same." Gu Jiao waved her hand, hand over my companions." Little Black Impermanence said, "We didn't catch your companions." Gu Jiao said indifferently, "It seems like you want to choose the first option." Little Black Impermanence snorted, "You're the one who doesn't have the right to see our Ghost King." "Our Ghost King? Ah." He was halfway through his words when Gu Jiao suddenly grabbed him. He was so scared that he lost his voice and screamed. An arrow stuck close to the saddle and shot past the place where he had just been lying down. With a clang, it nailed itself into a large tree beside him. The arrow's tail left a shadow behind. It was obvious how strong it was. If it wasn't for Gu Jiao's quick reaction, Little Black Impermanence would have been turned into a human skewer. Little Black Impermanence was so scared that he lost his voice. Gu Jiao put him back on the saddle. She coldly looked at the group of people walking towards them. It was none other than the Jin army that had been chasing them all this time. What surprised Gu Jiao was that the leader wasn't Jie Xingzhou but Min Hongyi. If it was Jie Xingzhou, she could still deal with him with words. However, Min Hongyi was just like Gong Sunyu. He was a war maniac through and through. Min Hongyi laughed wickedly, "So you're in cahoots with these pretentious fellows. I was wondering why you guys didn't go anywhere. Why did you run here?" Gu Jiao calmly met his sharp and oppressive gaze. She said, "He has nothing to do with me. Let him go." "Let him go so you can call for reinforcements? Do you think I'm stupid?" Min Hongyi said coldly. He took a bow from his subordinate and shot an arrow at Little Black Impermanence in Gu Jiao's arms. The Black Wind King leaped forward and dodged the arrow. Min Hongyi shot another arrow, but it was sent flying by Gu Jiao's whip. Min Hongyi was furious. He threw the bow away and pulled out the broadsword at his waist. He said with a fierce gaze, "Fine, then I'll kill you with my own hands. You still underestimated me. Perhaps I could make use of this opportunity." Gu Jiao didn't move. She looked like she was scared silly by his aura. When Min Hongyi flew up, his long sword was about to land on Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao swung the whip in her hand and wrapped it around the hilt of his sword. She threw his long sword out fiercely. The long sword was in the air. Min Hongyi was also sent flying. Min Hongyi had indeed underestimated his opponent. This brat looked very young and didn't have any internal energy when he attacked. He had only used 10% of his internal energy. In the end, he was sent flying. Min Hongyi flew into a rage out of humiliation. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and used the tree trunk as a stepping stone to stabilize himself. He once again slashed at Gu Jiao with his long sword. This time he didn't underestimate his opponent. Gu Jiao had to dodge. Otherwise the force from their fight would hurt this child and Black Wind King. Sit tight. Gu Jiao jumped off her horse and took a few big steps forward. She wrapped her whip around Min Hongyi's waist. This brat's strength actually managed to tie me down. Min Hongyi frowned. He was surprised by the strength of Gu Jiao's arms. At the same time he was very excited. Killing an opponent like this was more interesting, wasn't it? Min Hongyi smiled coldly. He changed the direction of his long sword and slashed at Gu Jiao's whip. The whip was cut in half. Gu Jiao took a few steps back due to inertia. 9 years later she had the strength to kill Min Hongyi. But now Min Hongyi was a big problem. Min Hongyi looked up to the sky and laughed. Brat, what else do you have? Gu Jiao said, I'm so powerful. Can you really bear to kill me? Min Hongyi was stunned. Gu Jiao said patiently, why don't you bring me back and give me to your Gong Sunyu? With my help you can definitely compete with Jie Xingzhou. This brat was a rare talent. If he really whoosh. Gu Jiao waved her hand and shot out the Tanghua needle in her hand. Min Hongyi was skilled in martial arts. Unfortunately his brain wasn't as good as Jie Xingzhou's. No wonder he was always suppressed by Jie Xingzhou. Min Hongyi blocked with his long sword. Unfortunately he was still a step too late. A Tanghua needle hit his abdomen. There was poison on the needle. Min Hongyi hurriedly sealed the major acupoints on the wound to prevent the poison from spreading. Brat, you've really angered me. I originally wanted to give you a quick death, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to cut off your arms and break all the bones in your body. Then I'm going to chop off your head. Wah! Little Black Impermanence started crying. Min Hongyi was in a fit of anger. The child's crying annoyed him. He swung his long sword at Little Black Impermanence's head. He was attacking head-on. No matter if Black Wind King attacked or retreated, Little Black Impermanence would still be hit. How despicable. He didn't even let off a child. It was no wonder that Jing Kong chopped off his arms and legs. Gu Jiao's eyes flashed. She jumped and threw Little Black Impermanence off the horse. She hugged Little Black Impermanence and rolled on the ground a few times. Min Hongyi took the opportunity to swing his long sword a second time. His speed was so fast that Gu Jiao couldn't dodge at all. Was she going to die here? If Gu Jiao wanted to live, there was only one way. She had to throw the child out to block the attack. Gu Jiao didn't do that. Clang. Something hit Min Hongyi's long sword. Min Hongyi's long sword was knocked aside. His entire arm went numb. Who's there? He turned his head and angrily stared into the darkness. In the fog, a man dressed in a black robe and wearing a ghost mask was sitting on a carriage carried by 18 wraiths. He was slowly approaching them. The gauze on the carriage danced in the night wind. In the eerie forest, there was an inexplicable aura of 100 ghosts walking at night. A slender hand was exposed under his wide sleeves. It rested lightly on the armrest. The joints were distinct and exquisite. However, it was too white, which added to the ghostly aura. At the front of the carriage stood two people dressed as Black Impermanence and White Impermanence. A sudden gust of wind blew in the night, making the entire forest eerie. The Jin soldiers looked at each other and almost involuntarily took 2 steps back. Min Hongyi scolded disdainfully, "Who are you? Stop pretending to be a ghost in front of me." Pretending to be a ghost? The man's thin lips curled up. He held onto the armrest and stood up with a smile. It was just a simple stand-up, but the branches around him moved without any wind. It was as if the malicious ghosts on the trees were responding to him with fear and devotion. The Jin soldiers felt even more scared. They looked up at the dark branches above them. Was there really a ghost on the tree? It's bleeding. The tree is bleeding. One of the Jin soldiers shouted. The surrounding trees all began to bleed. The thick smell of blood filled the entire forest. This was not the end. The birds in the forest seemed to be unable to withstand the attack of the death aura. One by one they fell down. In an instant the ground was covered with bird corpses. One of the Jin soldiers fell to the ground in fright. Little Black Impermanence poked his head out of Gu Jiao's arms and pointed at Min Hongyi. He cried loudly, "Your Highness Ghost King. He's a bad person. He wants to kill me." He did not dare to run over. He was worried that Min Hongyi would kill him halfway. After he finished speaking, he shrank back into Gu Jiao's arms. What a cowardly Little Black Impermanence. The man's dangerous gaze fell on Min Hongyi. Then he stepped forward and casually stepped on the guardrail of the carriage. A fierce and domineering aura suddenly erupted from his body. Gu Jiao, why does this little aura seem a bit familiar? Reminds me of someone. The man said indifferently, you dare to come to my territory and kill my subordinates. You've got guts. Trespassing on Ghost Mountain is already a capital offense. Now that you've committed an additional crime, why don't I skin you alive and make you into a human skin lantern? The Jin army shuddered at the same time. This guy was too good at shaking the morale of the soldiers. They could not let him continue acting like a ghost. Otherwise, before the battle even started, his subordinates would be scared off. Min Hongyi shouted, don't you try to bluff here. With just the few of you, do you think you can stop my 500-strong army? How many? The man curled his lips and waved his wide sleeves. Little ghosts, come out. Tonight the gates of hell will open. All the living people are yours. As soon as he finished speaking, Min Hongyi sensed that something was wrong. He looked around and saw a large group of armored ghost soldiers on the trees, on the hills, and in the woods. Min Hongyi's expression changed. This is, the man said coldly, 3,000 ghost soldiers. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Chapter 854. The fog dissipated and the forest became pitch black. With the Ghost King's order, the surrounding ghost soldiers approached the Jin nation army in the forest with the aura of death. The Jin army was not weak and could even be said to be very brave and good at fighting. The Jin dynasty was related to the Turks in history. The largest tribe took over the imperial power and exiled the other tribes that refused to submit. This was how the Turks came to be. The reason why the Turks were not recognized by the six states was more or less related to the Jin dynasty. The people of Jin nation had a warlike bloodline in their bones. If they were on a regular battlefield, the 500 soldiers might be able to defeat 3 times their number. However, at this moment, the Jin nation soldiers had long been scared silly by the various signs. The branches and leaves that moved without wind, the trees that were bleeding for no reason, the birds' corpses that fell to the ground after being swallowed by the aura of death. All of them made one's hair stand on end. Did they really come to the netherworld? Were these ghost soldiers that suddenly appeared malicious spirits that came out from the gates of hell? These ghost soldiers were not wearing brand new armors. Instead, their armors were broken. Many of them were covered in dust, rust, and dried bloodstains. But the more they were like this, the more they felt that this was a ghost army that had been destroyed on the battlefield. They could not forget the mission that they could not complete in the world of the living after falling to the netherworld. Thus, they did not drink the water of the river of forgetfulness, did not drink Granny Meng's soup, and did not cross the bridge of helplessness. Every night they repeated the obsession before death. Kill the invaders, kill them all. Ah! One of the Jin soldiers could not take it anymore. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground. At the same time, the fluffy and soft soil suddenly moved. A white skeleton claw emerged and grabbed the Jin soldier's ankle. This Jin soldier was scared out of his wits. He turned around and scrambled in the direction he came from. But before he could take a step, he was frightened by the skeleton claw that came out of the soil one after another. The gates of hell are open. There are really ghosts. Another Jin army soldier was so frightened that he collapsed. Emotions were contagious. When one person collapsed, there would be a second, then a third, a fourth, until the morale of the entire army collapsed. Scholars say, Confucius does not speak of strange forces, chaotic spirits. But the scholars also said that the gods were watching from above. They were the invaders of the Yan kingdom. The ghosts of the Yan kingdom's Yin soldiers would never let them go. Fighting with the living is not scary because the living will die. However, the ghost soldiers were already dead. They could not afford to die again. The Jin army totally collapsed. Some cried, some fled. Only a third of them were fighting bravely. These soldiers were nothing in the face of the massive number of ghost soldiers, not to mention the fact that they were only calm on the surface, but their hearts had already collapsed. Gu Jiao and Black Impermanence sat under the tree. A skeletal claw broke through the ground and grabbed Gu Jiao's right ankle. Gu Jiao grunted and unceremoniously pulled out the skeletal claw. The skeleton that suddenly lost its hand. Are you polite? Oh, it's really the skeleton of a dead person. Gu Jiao took a look at it and with a click, she attached it to the skeleton on the ground. The skeleton. Fine, I'll leave. When Min Hongyi saw his soldiers collapsing one by one, he was so angry that the veins on his forehead popped out. He had just observed that there were no 3,000 ghost soldiers in the forest. That fellow had just opened his mouth to attack the Jin army's morale. And these so-called skeletons. Min Hongyi slashed at a nearby skeleton claw that had emerged from the ground. Bang! The skeletal claw shattered into pieces. What followed was a painful howl from the ground. Here, how can a dead person be afraid of pain? They are just living people pretending to be ghosts. But even if he said that, he would not be able to pacify the fleeing soldiers. Right now, the only thing left was to kill the general of these ghost soldiers, the Ghost King who was standing on top of the carriage and giving out orders. Once he chopped off the Ghost King's head, the scheme of these 3,000 ghost soldiers would be destroyed. Little Black Impermanence was a little clever ghost. When he saw that Min Hongyi was not paying attention to him, he took advantage of the fact that Min Hongyi was not paying attention to him and quietly crawled towards the carriage. He had just crawled a meter when Min Hongyi attacked the Ghost King. He knelt on the ground for 3 seconds before crawling back and continuing to hide behind Gu Jiao. He wanted to enjoy riches and honor with the Ghost King, but he did not want to live and die with the Ghost King. The man kept staring at Min Hongyi's movements. Seeing that he was about to attack him with a blade, the man's lips curled up and he opened his arms. His wide sleeves fluttered in the night. His body rose into the air and then he took a step back and disappeared. Min Hongyi was shocked. His breathing stagnated for a moment, and his meridians almost reversed, causing him to fall from the sky. What's going on? How could a living person just disappear right in front of him? It wasn't because his Qigong was too good or his body movement was too fast. It was because he disappeared into thin air. Min Hongyi landed on the man's carriage. He did not know where the person who lifted the carriage had gone. The carriage did not fall because there was a wooden pillar supporting it. Min Hongyi coldly frowned and looked around vigilantly. He said provocatively, "I don't believe in heresy. Come out if you have the guts. You can beat me. I will recognize you as the Ghost Mountain's king." No one responded to him. Bullshit Ghost King, he didn't fall for my provocation. Min Hongyi's eyes turned and saw Gu Jiao who was about to leave with Little Black Impermanence. Min Hongyi clenched the large blade in his hand and said with a fierce look, "Since we're together, it's the same if I kill you first." As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly charged towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's ears moved and she dodged to the side. Her right hand pushed Little Black Impermanence to the back and she kicked towards Min Hongyi's lower body. Min Hongyi jumped into the air and dodged her attack. His saber technique was very fast. Just as one move passed, another move came charging towards Gu Jiao. Damn it, he didn't have a weapon. Gu Jiao was forced to retreat. "Little brother. Here." Little Black Impermanence got a long sword from somewhere and threw it to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao caught it and blocked the blade. She said to him, "I don't know how to use a sword." Then this. Little Black Impermanence threw another long blade to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, "I don't know either." Meteor hammer. Mace. Dog beating stick. "Little brother, catch it." Gu Jiao caught the last weapon that was thrown at her. She turned her head and shot down, smashing Min Hongyi's long blade into the dusty ground. Min Hongyi was caught off guard by this sudden attack. His forearm was slightly numb. This young man clearly had no internal energy, but his spear technique was so overbearing. It reminded him of the Xianyuan family's spear technique. Wait, the Xianyuan family's spear technique. Gu Jiao had just used the 5th style of the 7 styles of Xianyuan. She could control the first 4 styles with ease. Although she practiced the last few styles diligently, she didn't use them much when attacking. Min Hongyi looked at Gu Jiao cautiously. "Kid, who are you to the Xianyuan family?" Gu Jiao held the long spear and swept it across the air. She raised it diagonally behind her back and looked at him like a killing god. "I'm the one who wants your life." Min Hongyi's temple suddenly twitched. This gaze, Min Hongyi was only in his early 30s. He had come to the Yan kingdom more than 10 years ago. Although many years had passed, he still remembered the Xianyuan family clearly. This kid didn't look like anyone from the Xianyuan family, but his ruthlessness reminded him of the Xianyuan family's bloodthirst. Gu Jiao's strength was far inferior to Min Hongyi's when she didn't lose control. However, she didn't know why, but when she stood in this forest, she inexplicably felt a very familiar force. That was a little strange. Perhaps, it was the broken armor of the ghost soldiers. That was right. It was the broken armor. Gu Jiao was enlightened. Those people were wearing the armor of the dead Xianyuan family. Ghost Mountain. Ghost Mountain was the burial ground of the Xianyuan army. Those brave soldiers who sacrificed themselves could never return to their hometown. Their souls were forever left at the border. Sorrow came from her heart. It wasn't her emotions. It was the souls of the thousands of Shenyuan soldiers. Gu Jiao held the long spear in her hand tightly and turned to look at the general of Jin Kingdom. Min Hongyi, give me your life. I'll use your life as a sacrifice to the thousands of Shenyuan soldiers. Min Hongyi felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding in his heart. My martial arts are obviously better than this kid's, but why do I feel uneasy? What's wrong with this kid's eyes? They seem calm, but there's an indescribable murderous aura in them. It must be an illusion. How can this kid have the confidence to kill me? Min Hongyi cleared his mind and once again swung his sword at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao used the last 2 moves and finally stabbed his right thigh at the 7th move. Min Hongyi couldn't believe that this kid actually broke through his attack and really stabbed his thigh with the long spear. Not only did Gu Jiao stab his thigh, but she also spun it for free. This kind of thing was new to him the first time, but he got used to it the second time. Min Hongyi was a warrior with great strength, and most of his strength came from his legs. With his legs injured, it meant that he couldn't use at least half of his moves and skills. However, his luck didn't seem to have run out. Just as Gu Jiao was about to quickly finish him off with another spear, a swordsman suddenly appeared in the forest. The swordsman was skilled in martial arts and had a strong sword aura. While Gu Jiao was focused on dealing with Min Hongyi, he suddenly jumped out and attacked. Little brother. Be careful. Little Black Impermanence clenched her fists and shouted. Oh no, her long spear had already pierced out. It was too late. The swordsman had chosen the moment when Gu Jiao couldn't split herself. At the critical moment, a whip lashed out and wrapped around Gu Jiao's soft waist, pulling Gu Jiao back violently. Gu Jiao disappeared just like that Ghost King, His Highness. The swordsman landed beside Min Hongyi. He glanced at Min Hongyi, who was still alive and focused on observing the surroundings. This was a very experienced swordsman. He was confused for a moment and suddenly swept towards the direction where Gu Jiao disappeared. He slashed in the air. With a crashing sound, the black curtain that had merged with the darkness of the night was split open from the middle. Gu Jiao, the Ghost King, the black and white impermanence behind the scenes, and even the forest behind them were completely revealed. It is indeed a smokescreen. The swordsman snorted coldly. He didn't give them a chance to escape. He stepped on a tree branch and drew his sword to kill them. Gu Jiao could feel that his skills were almost on par with Enhun's. This was another member of Enhun's sect. It seemed that the Sword Hut not only colluded with the Liang Kingdom, but also with the Jin Kingdom. The Sword Hut originally belonged to the Jin Kingdom. It was a very powerful force in the Jin Kingdom. There was going to be a fierce battle. She held her long spear and walked forward. The man calmly raised his hand and blocked her behind him. Step back. Gu Jiao looked at him with an extremely surprised gaze. The swordsman said coldly, "Tonight, none of you can escape." His long sword was like a rainbow and fiercely slashed towards the man's head. Die. The man looked at him calmly without a trace of fear. His thin lips opened slightly and said, "As you wish." The swordsman frowned. In the next second, the man raised the gun that was covered by his wide sleeves and aimed it at his chest. With one shot he sent him flying. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. It was actually a gun. Its power was something that no flesh and blood or armor could withstand. No wonder he was so confident. This should be the first gun that she saw in this strange world. In fact, there were guns as early as the Southern Song dynasty. However, she came to a dynasty that didn't exist in history. It was hard to say when guns would be made. The advantage of a gun was its lethality, but its weakness was its poor accuracy. Its maximum range was longer than a bow and arrow. However, a powerful archer could shoot a willow tree from 100 steps away. A gun would not be able to be made from 50 steps away. Therefore, its effective range was very limited. Just now, the swordsman was too close and directly hit the muzzle of the gun. He didn't even need to aim. The swordsman fell into a pool of blood and died on the spot. The man put the gun on his shoulder and walked over in a domineering manner. He used one foot to flip over the dying swordsman. His eyes were filled with disdain. There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell, but you still want to go in. If you don't die, who will? He looked over the swordsman and casually said, "Zay, you won't live. There is no point in interrogating you. Just wait for your death. Don't expect this Ghost King to give you a quick death." There was more than one swordsman that came. The other took advantage of the fight and left with the injured Min Hongyi. Gu Jiao looked at the two figures that gradually disappeared into the night. She suddenly grabbed the rusty spear in her hand and threw it forward. The long spear pierced through the darkness of the night with an unstoppable sound, directly piercing through Minhongi's back and piercing through his heart. Ah! This mournful scream was the last sound that Minhongi left in the world. I said, your life stay here. The Jin army was completely wiped out. Those who could be killed were killed and those who could be captured were captured. The ghost soldiers at the scene began to clean up the battlefield. The man also planned to go back. He carried the gun and glanced at Gu Jiao indifferently. It is reasonable to say that those who trespass on Ghost Mountain will die. Since you saved the people of the underworld, I will let you go. You can go. Don't come to Ghost Mountain again in the future. He brushed past Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao suddenly called out to him. Shengguan Qing. Chapter 855. More. The man froze. The next second he walked forward calmly. You've got the wrong person. Gu Jiao turned around, looked at his back without looking back and said, your mother is here. The man's footsteps did not stop, and he continued to stride into the night. Gu Jiao continued, your mother is really here. The crown princess has gone to war on behalf of the emperor, and the imperial army has been stationed in Xiang City. If she finds out that you're not good enough to stay outside Chengdu, but came to the border to be an outlaw, she'll beat you. The man clenched his fists and continued to walk forward. Gu Jiao said again, Yi Qing from the Imperial Preceptor Palace is also here. The man finally couldn't bear it anymore, and his suppressed emotions burst out in an instant. He turned around and said angrily, ah, how did you recognize me? Gu Jiao blinked innocently and said, I didn't recognize you. I just tricked you. Shengguan Qing. Gu Jiao spread her hands. Well, in fact, a little. The way you appeared was exactly like your father's and your 3,000 ghost soldiers. Did you know that your father had 3,000 ghost soldiers? How could you say that you weren't father and son? In addition, Gu Jiao noticed something strange after entering the forest, including the strange separation between her and Tang Yueshan. There should be some kind of array hidden in the forest. The art of Chimen Duanjia was very similar to the unique skill of a certain imperial preceptor. More importantly, hear this. Gu Jiao raised her hand and opened her palm, revealing a token of the royal family of the Yin dynasty. Shengguan Qing looked at the medallion and then at his empty purse. He exploded again. When did you steal my medallion? I saved you out of kindness. But you're trying to steal from me? You're too heartless. Gu Jiao curled her lips. You look very easy to steal. I couldn't help it. Shengguan Qing was speechless. Shang Guanqing decided to teach this intruder a lesson. The authority of the Ghost King was not to be challenged. He spread out his arms and his body shook. The branches and leaves on the trees around him instantly moved without any wind. Tremble, intruder. Gu Jiao didn't even lift her eyelids. She looked up and came to a big tree. She casually grabbed a rope and pulled it down. The little ghost on the tree was pulled down. Shang Guanqing did not give up easily. He slapped the big tree behind him and the big tree began to bleed. Gu Jiao grunted. She raised her index finger and poked at a tree hole. The blood that was about to flow out, it can't flow out anymore. Shengguan Qing was so angry that his whole body trembled. It seems that you want to force me to use my ultimate move. You mean this? Gu Jiao bent down and pulled out a white skeleton claw from the grass. A confused little ghost was hanging under the claw. The little ghost activated the mechanism in the claw. The skeleton claw scratched twice. Click, click. The scene fell into a dead silence. The little ghost saw that the situation was not good. It decisively gave up its prop, the ghost claw, and ran away with its tail between its legs. Gu Jiao thought for a while and generously returned the ghost claw to Shang Guanqing. Here you go. Shang Guanqing was speechless. Shang Guanqing gritted his teeth and grabbed the ghost claw. He threw it to the side. Little black impermanence, who was eavesdropping, was hit. It hugged the ghost claw and ran away without saying a word. Shang Guanqing looked at Gu Jiao coldly. Who are you? Did the old man send you? The new disciple of the State Master Hall? I've never seen you before. It seems that you're really familiar with the State Master Hall. No wonder you've learned from the State Master Hall and look like half a time traveler. I'm your sister-in-law. Gu Jiao said, I'm the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. My surname is Xiao. When Shang Guanqing heard that Xiao was the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry, he didn't show a complicated expression. Gu Jiao inferred that he didn't know or he didn't think much about it. Shang Guanyin didn't say whether Xiao Qing knew about his background or not. Gu Jiao thought that he didn't know. Naturally, she couldn't make a decision to expose it. Shang Guanqing looked behind Gu Jiao. The Black Wind Cavalry also came? Gu Jiao said, they didn't come to Puqing City. They're in Xuyang. Shang Guanqing, oh. Gu Jiao asked, who gave you the gun? Shang Guanqing rolled his eyes. Can I invent it myself? Gu Jiao looked at the gun in his hand. It's rusty. I'm afraid it's older than you. Shang Guanqing domineeringly said, I don't care. I invented it. There was only a difference of one word. Rounded up, it was an invention. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and looked at the people who were cleaning the battlefield in the forest. Then, those ghost soldiers and their armor were also invented by you? Shang Guanqing said, I found the armor in the back mountain. This was the same as Gu Jiao's guess. This was the place where the Xinyuan army was buried. That was why there were so many broken Xinyuan armors. As for those ghost soldiers, Shang Guanqing began to walk on the road he came from. As he walked he said, some of them are bandits from the border. I subdued them. Gu Jiao followed him. After walking for a long time she understood what he meant by some, because there were obviously some here. Behind the forest was a valley with 3 mountains behind it. A small river meandered through the valley. A small bridge connected the forest and a small village in the valley. The village was divided into 2 sides. One side was where the ghost soldiers lived, and the other side was where the villagers lived. This village was obviously newly built. The thatched houses were all new. The ghost soldiers returned triumphantly and removed their armor. The villagers lit bonfires in the open space. The adults were working and the children were playing happily. In stark contrast to Pu City, where the flames of war spread, this was simply a paradise. Shang Guanqing said lightly, these are the people of the city who suffered the flames of war, and the villagers whose villages were burned down. If the Jin army doesn't want to be human, let them be ghosts. No wonder he killed the Jin army without mercy. It turned out that he had seen the atrocities of the Jin army. Shang Guanqing. Gu Jiao looked at him. What? He asked casually. Gu Jiao curved her lips. To praise you. I have imagined you countless times, but I didn't expect you to be like this. Although you were poisoned when you were young, causing your body to be weak, you have an intelligent mind and a kind and tenacious heart. In your limited life, you have created endless possibilities. You have saved many people's lives. Who wants your praise? Shang Guanqing turned his face away, his ears turning red. Gu Jiao looked at his red ears and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just like Xiaoheng, he would blush when praised. His Highness Ghost King is back. A villager heard the youth's light laughter and couldn't help but look over. He was not surprised to see Shang Guanqing bringing an unfamiliar youth back. Instead, he smiled and said, is there a newcomer joining us today? You seemed very welcoming. Most of them had been at the end of their rope and had been welcomed here by their seniors. They also welcomed the newcomers. Shang Guanqing put his hands behind his back and glanced at Gu Jiao. He said to the male villager in his 40s, no, he is just passing by and accidentally entered our forest. He will leave tomorrow. The villager was surprised. It's not safe outside. His subconscious reaction was not to question whether Gu Jiao would give out their hiding place, but to worry that Gu Jiao would be in danger outside. They were a group of kind and simple villagers. This little brother is very powerful. Little Black Impermanence rushed out, holding the ghost claw in his hand. Where is your tongue? The villager asked him. I lost it. Little Black Impermanence ran away again. Gu Jiao looked at Shang Guanqing with a smile. Shang Guanqing put on a brave front and said, Humph, I just need some manual labor. When the war is over, I'll make them all mine for me. Mine every day. Mine every day. Mine without sleeping. I will squeeze every last bit of value out of them. Hug, hug, hug. A toddler girl stumbled over and opened her little arms to be hugged. Shang Guanqing sighed helplessly, picked her up, and removed a black sesame seed from her mouth with his fingertips. Little Ing, you secretly ate it again. You are not allowed to eat candy at night, understand? Little Ing, who was 1.5 years old, sat on Shang Guanqing's arm and nestled in Shang Guanqing's arms. She lost her father in the war. She was too young to understand what it meant. But every night, she slept in Shang Guanqing's arms, as if she had found the sense of security that she had lost. Little Ing fell asleep in Shang Guanqing's arms. Her 10-year-old brother ran over and took her away. It had to be said that Shang Guanqing once again refreshed Gu Jiao's understanding. She thought he was an indecent guy, but after meeting him, the means he used to deal with the Jin army were really indecent. But behind this indecent set, there was compassion and gentleness for the common people. Shang Guanyin taught her son very well. Shang Guanqing said, "By the way, your companion fainted not because we scared him, but because he knocked himself out." Tang Yueshan, who was afraid of ghosts, found that Gu Jiao was missing. He hurried to find her but suddenly hit the black wall of traps. Shang Guanqing then said, "Our people brought him back. You can see him in a while. You rest in the village tonight, and I will send you out of the city tomorrow morning." The guy who bought the candied haws in the morning was really him. "Can I walk around?" Gu Jiao asked. "Yes." Shang Guanqing looked at the north of the village. "Except for the mountain behind." "What?" Gu Jiao was puzzled. Shang Guanqing's expression suddenly became a bit complicated. "Because the real Ghost King lives there." Chapter 856. The Real Ghost King. Gu Jiao looked at Shang Guanqing with a puzzled face. She was surprised but not surprised. She expected that the Ghost King was fake, but she didn't expect that there was a real one in Ghost Mountain. Wait, the real Ghost King that he defined might not be the objective truth. Everything still needs to be verified. Gu Jiao asked, "Who is the real Ghost King?" Shang Guanqing raised his chin and said, "I don't know. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. I don't pry into the privacy of my friends." "You can't stop pretending for a minute, right? If the Ghost King is really your friend, why didn't he come out to help? I bet a pack of spicy sticks that the Ghost King doesn't care about you." Gu Jiao crossed her arms and looked at him with a serious face. Shang Guanqing and Gu Jiao looked at each other. His heart jumped, and he had the illusion that the size of his underwear was seen through. He trembled, coughed softly and said seriously, Okay, I don't make friends with just anyone. That old guy is not qualified to be my friend." Gu Jiao took a deep breath. Xiao Heng's brother, she couldn't beat him. After removing the exaggeration in Shang Guanqing's words, the information was, "I've only met him once or twice. I'm not good enough, so he doesn't want to be my friend." "Tell me what kind of person he is." Gu Jiao suddenly became interested in this Ghost King. "Person." Shang Guanqing snorted, found a stone by the stream, sat down and picked up a handful of foxtail grass. The laughter and noise behind them made people feel a temporary peace and beauty in the troubled world. Gu Jiao had been at the border for many days, but she hadn't felt this way for a long time. She sat down beside him. The two of them were separated by a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Shang Guanqing pursed his lips as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just snorted. "Go on," Gu Jiao said. "Well?" Shang Guanqing frowned as if he was considering his words. "I don't think he's human. He's dead. At least, that's the feeling he gives me. He's surrounded by the aura of death, and his eyes don't look like a living person's." Gu Jiao asked, "Can you move? Can you talk? Is there a heartbeat and breathing?" "Yes, there is." Shang Guanqing answered concisely. "Then it wasn't a dead person, it was a living person." Gu Jiao said, "He sounds like a very strange guy." Shang Guanqing played with the green foxtail grass and said, "It's a little strange, but he doesn't kill unarmed people. There were some people who mistakenly entered the back mountain, but he didn't hurt them. Instead, the mountain bandits ran to his territory and almost all of them died in his hands. It's all thanks to me stepping in." "All right, now you're calling yourself Little Master again? You sure have a lot of self-titles." Gu Jiao asked again, "Is that why you subdued those bandits and turned them into ghost soldiers?" Shang Guanqing straightened his back. "Sort of. I saved them from that person, and they were grateful to me for saving their lives." Gu Jiao glanced at him. "There's also deterrence and blackmail, right? For example, you said that the Ghost King is your backer. If they dare to disobey, you'll let the Ghost King kill them?" Shang Guanqing looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief as if he was looking at a monster. "No way, how do you know everything?" "Because I'm an ordinary little genius at solving cases." Gu Jiao said, "So there's a big Ghost King in the back mountain and you're the little Ghost King. Did you call yourself that?" Shang Guanqing didn't deny it. He just lay down on the long stone, put one arm behind his head, and looked at the starry sky with a piece of green foxtail grass in his mouth. "It's the old Ghost King. He's not young anymore," he said. "The old Ghost King." Gu Jiao touched her chin thoughtfully. Shang Guanqing poked Gu Jiao with his jade-like slender finger. I finally remember what's strange about you. What? Gu Jiao turned her head to look at the guy lying flat on the rock. He was still wearing the mask that covered most of his face, not revealing his true appearance. However, his eyes were beautiful, very much like the almond eyes of Princess Xinyang. His lips were inherited from Marquis Xian Ping, the non-smiling Shi Yi. Shang Guanqing said, I thought you were strange all the way here, but I didn't realize until just now. Since you recognized me as the eldest grandson of the emperor, why did you dare to call me by my name? Are the Black Wind Cavalry so arrogant now? Gu Jiao said, this isn't arrogance. Beating you up is. Gu Jiao grabbed his wrist. Shang Guanqing frowned subconsciously. What? Although you're a man, I'm not into men. He didn't like other people's touch and he wasn't used to being too close to people. In this aspect, the two brothers were very similar to Xinyang. Gu Jiao finished taking his pulse and put his hand back. Shang Guanqing looked at her strangely. You know medicine? A little. Gu Jiao said, unfortunately, I can't cure the poison in your body. Shang Guanqing didn't show the slightest disappointment when he heard this answer. After all, he was poisoned with an incurable poison. Even the Imperial Preceptor couldn't cure him. There were no miracles for him. He only had 3 months left to live. Maybe even less. Do you feel uncomfortable? Gu Jiao looked at him and asked. Shang Guanqing was slightly startled. He thought of many possible reactions from Gu Jiao. Maybe she would sympathize with him, comfort him, or draw a big picture for him. But he never expected that it would be a simple, do you feel uncomfortable? It was like a kind of care from a family member. Shang Guanqing's nose suddenly felt a little sour. He didn't want Gu Jiao to see it, so he turned his back and hid his reddish eyes in the night. It's not too uncomfortable. The medicine given by the Imperial Preceptor can suppress the poison. It will only act up for 3 to 5 days every month. Shang Guanqing. Gu Jiao called him in a low voice. What now? He wiped his reddened eyes without leaving a trace, and his voice sounded calm and unperturbed. Gu Jiao pretended not to know that he was crying and said seriously, the Madame Nen I know is a master of poison in the Tang sect. She was going to return to Zhao country, but she happened to stay in Xingdu because of something. After the war, I'll take you to see her. Maybe she can cure the poison in your body. He had long given up hope, but he was too lazy to say his refusal over and over again. Otherwise, he would be persuaded not to refuse again. In any case, he might not be able to live to see the day he returned to Xing City. Gu Jiao asked him, will you go back to Ziyang with me tomorrow? Shang Guanqing said lightly, you go back first. Gu Jiao turned back to look at the only pure land in Pu City that had not been affected by the flames of war. She looked at the children running around, laughing and laughing. The villagers worked while talking and laughing. The ghost soldiers were wrestling and practicing martial arts in the open space in front of the door. She couldn't leave here. Shang Guanqing had collected his emotions, and the strangeness in his eyes had faded. He turned around and lay down again, biting the green foxtail, and said carelessly, don't tell my mother about what happened to me in Ghost Mountain. I'll go see her in a few days. Okay. Gu Jiao agreed. I won't tell your mother. I'll only tell your father. Chapter 857. Pu City in the middle of the night. Jie Xingzhou and the swordsman brought Min Hongyi's corpse back to the city lord's residence. Gu Jiao's silver spear had pierced Min Hongyi's heart, killing him on the spot. The swordsman pulled out the silver spear from his body and only brought his corpse out. His corpse was covered with a white cloth and carried into the reception hall of the city lord's residence. A man dressed in a silver brocade robe walked in. He was about 30 years old and had a cold face. His eyebrows were thick and high. When he was not angry, Shi Yi gave people a sense of unapproachable sharpness. His appearance was on the handsome side, which occasionally weakened his fierceness. However, if one underestimated him because of this, one would die soon. He was the most warlike man in Jin. Min Hongyi was not worth mentioning compared to him. However, ordinary experts were not worthy of his attention. Fierce generals like Xianyuan Li and Xianyuan Cheng were his ultimate targets. My lord. When Jie Xingzhou saw the person who came, he hurriedly turned around and bowed respectfully. Gong Sunyu had his own aura. He strode over to the corpse covered by the white cloth and gestured with his hand. Jie Xingzhou knelt on one knee and removed the white cloth covering the corpse's head, revealing Min Hongyi's bloodied face. Gong Sun Yu's expression did not change at all. Jie Xingzhou pulled the white cloth down to his ankles, exposing all of Min Hongyi's injuries. The fatal wound was the spear in his chest. Apart from that, his abdomen was hit by a poisonous hidden weapon. His thigh was pierced by a spear and twisted. Jie Xingzhou did not go into detail about those minor wounds, but these were already shocking enough. Min Hongyi was an expert of Jin and the #1 swordsman under Gong Sun Yu. His skills were profound, and even Jie Xingzhou could not guarantee that he could injure him to this extent. Gong Sun Yu waved his finger. 2 guards walked forward and covered the corpse with the white cloth again. They then carried the corpse and the stretcher out. Gong Sun Yu came to the main seat, lifted his cloak and sat down. With a cold look in his eyes he asked, "What exactly happened?" Only Gong Sun Yu, Jie Xingzhou, and the surviving swordsman were left in the parlor. The swordsman was the first witness, so he should be the one to reply. However, Jie Xingzhou had been negligent this time, so he took a step forward and cupped his hands in apology. "Reporting to my lord, it's my fault. This subordinate shouldn't have stayed outside the Ghost Mountain to coordinate with Min Hong. If this subordinate had led the troops with him, perhaps such a tragedy wouldn't have happened." Gong Sun Yu wasn't someone who cared about the process. He cared more about the outcome. In the end, Min Hongyi died. No matter how much they investigated Xingzhou's negligence, they couldn't make up for this loss. The boat was still useful. Then he would not dismiss Xingzhou. "How many came back?" he asked coldly. Jie Xingzhou braced himself and said, "1. Min Hongyi." And there was only a cold corpse. 500 of his men had been completely wiped out in the forest. Not even a single strand of hair had been brought out. The Ghost Mountain. Gong Sun Yu clenched his fists and closed his eyes. The old divine general of the Great Jin died in the Ghost Mountain. The old divine general of the Great Jin was Gong Sun Yu's grandfather. He had been a valiant warrior for most of his life, but he died in the Ghost Mountain in a battle more than 30 years ago. Even his corpse wasn't found. The person who killed his grandfather was the Lord of Shadows of the Yan Kingdom. The person who founded the Imperial Advisor Hall and the Shenyuan Army. The royal family of the Great Jin and the Gongsun family spent more than 10 years to finally exterminate the henchmen of the Lord of Shadows. As for the forces founded by the Lord of Shadows, the Shenyuan army had already been destroyed. Now, only the Imperial Advisor Hall was left. When the day came when he led the army to attack Chengdu, he would personally burn down the Imperial Preceptor Palace. Gong Sun Yu looked at the swordsman in front of him indifferently. "Elder Lu, I asked you to save people, but you only brought back a corpse. Has the sword hut lost its loyalty to the imperial court, or has it lost its former strength?" The swordsman who was addressed as Elder Lu said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Although I don't want to admit to the 2 points you mentioned, if you insist on thinking this way, I have nothing to say. This time, the sword hut has suffered heavy losses in the attack on the Great Jin. Elder He and 2 inner disciples died in Xiang, while Elder Fang died in the Ghost Mountain to save Min Hongyi. I didn't even bring back Elder Fang's corpse." Gong Sun Yu said bluntly, "It seems that the sword hut without Shirtian and Anhun is indeed deteriorating." Elder Lu smiled faintly and said sarcastically, "It's not that the situation is getting worse. It's just that the Yan Kingdom has a few very powerful masters. We underestimated their strength and didn't send more powerful swordsmen. Speaking of which, I'd like to ask General Gong Sun why you don't even have clear information about the enemy. If you had told me earlier that they had such experts, I would have made other arrangements." Gong Sun Yu clenched his fists. "Experts? They're just a bunch of bandits." He didn't like Elder Lu's sarcasm, but the sword hut's position in the Great Jin was very special. The little sister of the sword hut master was the imperial concubine of the Great Jin. Moreover, he still needed Elder Lu's help. Gong Sun Yu looked at Jie Xingzhou. "How many defeated soldiers are there in the forest?" Jie Xingzhou thought to himself, "Why are you looking at me? I didn't enter the forest." He tactfully cast a pleading look at Elder Lu. Elder Lu said indifferently, "No more than 500. This is the largest estimate. There should only be a little more than 300 soldiers." Gong Sun Yu slapped the armrest. 300 soldiers, and they dare to play tricks on the Ghost Mountain. This was a disgrace. A disgrace to the entire Great Jin army. 500 elite soldiers led by a mighty general of the Great Jin nation were actually defeated by 300 stragglers who had become bandits. Jie Xingzhou. Gong Sun Yu's gaze was cold as he gripped the armrest tightly. "Here." Jie Xingzhou cupped his fists. Gong Sun Yu said, Tomorrow morning bring 20,000 soldiers and flatten the ghost mountain. Jie Xingzhou was stunned. Dispatching 20,000 soldiers to deal with 300 people was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. But on second thought he could understand the general's decision. The old great general died in the ghost mountain, causing the great Jin army to suffer a great loss. They didn't dare to go to war with the Yan kingdom for more than 10 years. The ghost mountain was a place full of hatred for the general. He couldn't wait to raise the ghost mountain to the ground. He was venting his anger. He was using the plants, creatures and soldiers of the ghost mountain to pay tribute to the old general's soul. Gong Sun Yu's tone was calm, but the words he said made people shudder. Kill them all for this general. Don't leave even a rabbit. Jie Xingzhou knelt on one knee and put his fist on the ground. This subordinate accepts the order. Chu Yang. Sheng Guanyin waited in the barracks for a whole day but didn't see Gu Jiao come back. She paced back and forth in Gu Jiao's tent. Huan sat on the side and supported her head with one hand. She knocked on the table like a chicken pecking rice. She hurriedly stood up. This servant was wrong. Go to the door again. Sheng Guanyin said. Yes. Huan lifted the curtain and went to the gate of the barracks. She carefully looked at the official road for a long time but didn't see half a person. She returned to the barracks and reported. Xiao Darren didn't come back. He hasn't come back yet? It's been a day and a night. Sheng Guanyin covered her chest. I don't know why but I feel a little uneasy. Huan comforted her. Xiao Darren is so clever. You will be fine. Xiao Darren. Outside the tent, teacher whose greeting suddenly came. Jiao Jiao came back. Without waiting for Huan to open the curtain, Sheng Guanyin walked over and opened the curtain. As a result, she only saw Marquis Xianping's face. Marquis Xianping was just passing by. Everyone in the tent knew that he was Commander Zhao's biological father, so they respectfully called him Xiao Darren. Sheng Guanyin's face darkened. Why is it you again? Marquis Xianping, I'm just passing by. How can you blame me? Sheng Guanyin ignored him. She was not a pestering person and would not throw a tantrum at a man. Marquis Xianping said with a smile that was not a smile. What? Do you miss this Marquis' son? Is Jiao Jiao your son? Sheng Guanyin glared at him and turned to enter Gu Jiao's tent. Marquis Xianping helplessly touched the bridge of his nose. Women are really hard to understand. He shook his head and returned to his own tent. While walking he muttered. Where did that surname Tang take this Marquis' son? Why hasn't he come back yet? There was no fun in the barracks. In addition, they were going to attack the Liang army tomorrow morning. In order to conserve energy, Marquis Xianping went to bed early. In the middle of the night, he dreamt in a daze. He dreamed of a thin boy with a face that was very similar to Aheng's, but it was not Aheng's face. He suddenly appeared in front of him and reached out to him. Somehow, he recognized that it was his and Qin Fengwan's son. He was happy and quickly walked toward him. Son. But just as he was about to reach out and touch him, a long sword suddenly appeared from the darkness and pierced his son's chest from behind. Rumble, the sky exploded with thunder. Marquis Xianping's body shook and woke up from the nightmare. His clothes were sticky and he was obviously in a cold sweat. Why did he have this dream? Before he could see his son was, bad luck. His son was fine. After he finished the battle, he would take Xiaoqing back to see his mother. He had never seen Qin Fengwan so surprised in his life. He believed that he would see it soon. Ghost Mountain. It was late at night. The villagers and ghost soldiers who had been busy all day all returned to their houses. The lively village fell into silence. Xiyang City was stormy, but Puqing City was the only city at night. Gu Jiao lay in the small hut that Sheng Guanqing had arranged for her. She looked up at the starry sky through the window. Tomorrow will be another cool autumn day. Tang Yueshan lay in another room of the hut, snoring thunderously. The Black Wind King didn't lie down to rest. Instead, he led another Black Wind cavalry and waited quietly outside the hut with his eyes closed. Gu Jiao listened to the wind blowing from the mountains and admired the boundless moonlight. She felt peaceful in her heart. Boss, we'll go back tomorrow, she said to the Black Wind King outside the window. The Black Wind King snorted in response. Then it snored again, indicating that it was time for Gu Jiao to sleep. Seeing that Gu Jiao was still opening her big eyes, he simply stuck his head into the window and blocked the moonlight and the night. Gu Jiao, fine. I'll just sleep. Gu Jiao turned over. Under the protection of the Black Wind King, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. My lord, My lord, my lord, Gu Jiao heard faint voices in her dream. Who was calling her? Gu Jiao couldn't sleep well. She turned over, fell off the bed and hit the floor with a thud. Who? Tang Yueshan sat up in shock. He didn't feel any danger, so he hugged his big bow and fell asleep again. Gu Jiao fell quite hard this time. She had a dream just now. Someone was calling her in her dream, and there was more than one. Some called her, my lord, and some called her. She didn't hear anything else. She woke up from the fall. The Black Wind King poked his head in. I'm fine. Gu Jiao stood up with a big bump on her head. With this fall, her drowsiness was completely gone. The moon was bright in the first half of the night, but the second half of the night was covered by dark clouds. It's going to rain soon. It was very stuffy in the hut. Gu Jiao came out to get some fresh air. She stood by the Black Wind King's side, admiring the mountain range that was dyed black by the night. Suddenly, her little head subconsciously looked towards the east. The Black Wind King happened to be standing on the east side. He pressed his head against hers. Don't look. Gu Jiao looked again. The Black Wind King pressed against her again. Gu Jiao jumped up and lay on the back of his horse. She kept looking. She blinked and said, Boss, shall we go to the back of the mountain? The Black Wind King, who couldn't control his naughty child, snorted helplessly. The Black Wind King carried Gu Jiao to the back of the mountain. There was a formation in the forest, and the ghost soldiers were on guard there. There were no ghost soldiers patrolling the village. The Black Wind King walked very softly, not waking any of the villagers. In order to prevent the villagers from entering the back of the mountain, Shangguanqing ordered people to build a row of fences that were as tall as a person. The Black Wind King jumped over easily. Gu Jiao patted his mane and said proudly, Boss, you're awesome. The Black Wind King said, Don't flatter me. The Black Wind King and Gu Jiao arrived at the foot of the mountain. Gu Jiao got off the horse and looked at the dark mountain. She muttered, The back of the mountain is so big. Where is the Ghost King? Forget it, let's go in first. They went up the mountain and walked into a dense forest. This forest was rarely visited by people, and the vegetation was much more lush than in the front of the mountain. A venomous snake slithered down from the tree branch and flicked its dangerous tongue at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao raised her hand and grabbed it. The poisonous snake. Gu Jiao had no interest in this kind of small poisonous snake, so she threw it away. The man and the horse went on for a while. Gu Jiao didn't think it would be so easy. Unexpectedly, she saw a graveyard as soon as she came out of the forest. At the top of the graveyard sat a motionless general, who was holding a long sword and wearing armor. He was as if he had been petrified. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand was shining coldly, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. At this moment, Gu Jiao finally understood what Shangguanqing meant. Shangguanqing was right. This person was really dead. There was no trace of a living person on his body. He believed from the bottom of his heart that he was dead. All that was left of him was a broken shell in the world, like a soulless zombie. The moon broke through the thick dark clouds and climbed into the night sky, sprinkling cold light on the graveyard and his body. His neck suddenly turned and slowly looked in the direction of Gu Jiao. Chapter 858. A person and a horse stood at the entrance of the graveyard. Gu Jiao faced the moonlight and her whole face was exposed under the moonlight. It was a clean and lively face, in sharp contrast to the man's shriveled cheeks that were covered with dirt and blood. He was wearing a rusty armor and a rusty helmet. His whole body was spotless and shiny except for his 3-foot-long chest. His eyes were filled with an endless aura of death, like a bottomless black abyss. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes, even Gu Jiao felt oppressed. This was a man that she didn't want to fight with, because he was too strong. But sometimes, the more one was afraid of something, the more it would happen. Shangguanqing once said that the Ghost King wouldn't hurt weak people. Gu Jiao didn't have any internal strength, so under normal circumstances, no one could detect that she knew martial arts. But obviously this Ghost King was an exception. A sharp murderous aura burst out from his lifeless eyes, and then his slow body turned around. His agility seemed to have increased 100 times in an instant. His hands formed into claws and he used his internal strength to grab and swing in the air. Gu Jiao only felt an invisible hand choking her throat, and then she was pulled up and thrown out. Gu Jiao's waist hit a big tree, and the crows on the branches were awakened. They fluttered their wings and fled their nests. The leaves rustled and fell. Gu Jiao fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. This guy was so strong. No wonder Sheng Wanqing called him the Ghost King. With this strength, even an Hun couldn't take advantage of him. The Ghost King's eyes fell on Gu Jiao again and he paused. Maybe he was surprised that Gu Jiao didn't die. Of course I won't die so soon. Gu Jiao pushed herself up from the ground. If I had known that I would have to deal with such a troublesome fellow, I would have put on my armor. That wouldn't work either. The armor was too eye-catching. If he wore it, he wouldn't be able to enter Puqing City. The Ghost King struck Gu Jiao again. Gu Jiao, who had finally managed to stand up, was once again beaten to the ground. She lay face down, looking very much like an injured little sad frog. Gu Jiao, at least let me hide. Gu Jiao stood up like a carp. His nose was bleeding, but he couldn't hide his imposing manner. This time I won't let you hit me. Bang. Smack. Gu Jiao was beaten to the ground again. Gu Jiao's face was buried in the ground. Her hands were tugging at the weeds on the ground. Her small body was trembling violently with anger. Damn it. I can't dodge it. Gu Jiao's body gradually emitted a terrifying murderous aura. You're the Ghost King, right? You've really angered me. Prepare to receive my wrath. Crack. The Ghost King moved quickly and appeared in front of Gu Jiao. He grabbed Gu Jiao's collar and lifted her up. Gu Jiao realized that the Ghost King's body was extremely tall and big. In front of him, it was no exaggeration to say that Gu Jiao was like a little chick. Let's make a deal. Do you need a little brother? I'll let you have old Tang. Tang Yueshan sneezed in his sleep. The Ghost King's murderous aura did not diminish. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and changed back to her female voice. Actually, I'm a little girl. The Ghost King was stunned. Very well, now's the time. I'll poke your eyes out. Gu Jiao clenched her fingers and poked at the Ghost King's death eye. 3 seconds later, Gu Jiao looked at her 2 fingers that were swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye and pursed her lips in grievance. The Ghost King blocked it in time with his Qingfeng sword. Gu Jiao actually forced the Ghost King to use his sword. Although it was in an extremely cunning way, it still attracted the Ghost King's attention. The Ghost King did not give Gu Jiao any chance to struggle, nor did he leave any leeway. He raised the Qingfeng sword in his hand and stabbed it towards Gu Jiao's abdomen. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Black Wind King rushed over. It let out an excited cry and knocked Gu Jiao away. Gu Jiao, who was knocked into the tree, was speechless. The Black Wind King pounced on the Ghost King. The Ghost King raised his sword and was about to cut off the Black Wind King's head, but it stopped in midair. The Black Wind King circled around the Ghost King and neighed excitedly. It rubbed its head against the Ghost King from time to time. It did not look like a 16-year-old horse. Instead, it looked like an excited pony. Gu Jiao lay on the tree and looked at it in confusion. What's going on? Boss, you rushed over here without a care for your own safety. So it wasn't to save me? You knocked me away because I was in the way? The Black Wind King circled around the man who was either a general or a Ghost King. The whole graveyard was filled with its eager and excited hooves. Woo, there was also a whimper of grievance. The Ghost King's stiff body finally reacted. He raised his cracked and rough hand and gently placed it on the Black Wind King's head. The Black Wind King rubbed its head against his palm. Shao. He opened his mouth. His vocal cords had already shrunk after not speaking for many years. The voice in his throat sounded like it came from an old bellows. It was hoarse, broken, and unpleasant to the ears. You, Shao Yu? Is this the Black Wind King's name? The Black Wind King jumped up and down excitedly. At this moment, its childhood came back. Its life was complete. After it finished its excitement, it suddenly quieted down. It looked at the Ghost King, who did not look like a human anymore. It seemed to have realized something and let out a sad cry. Gu Jiao lay on the tree and began to analyze the current situation. This mountain was the burial place of the Xinyuan family. She did not know why she came to this conclusion. In fact, based on the information she had, it was impossible to infer this point. I seem to be very familiar with the Ghost Mountain, Gu Jiao murmured to herself. In the dream where she foresaw her ending, she did not have any interaction with the Ghost Mountain. After all, the war with the Liang state and the Jin state took place 9 years later. At that time, Shang Guanqing had already died of poison. The real Ghost Mountain King was also dead. In this life, many things were different. But I still can't explain why I feel familiar with the Ghost Mountain. I didn't come here in that dream. Gu Jiao could not figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. Even she herself did not understand the secrets of her body. Gu Jiao jumped down from the tree. The Ghost King raised his sword at Gu Jiao. The Black Wind King blocked him. Under his sharp and vigilant gaze, he walked step by step to Gu Jiao and rubbed his head against Gu Jiao. This was the person he wanted to protect. She was on his side. The Ghost King's Qingfeng sword fell. Gu Jiao walked over. Since they were on the same side, Gu Jiao did not hold back. Gu Jiao raised her bleeding face and said in a mighty and domineering manner, "Let me introduce myself. I am Gu Jiao, a comrade who fought side by side with Boss. Yes, little Ayu. I am also the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry." As soon as she finished speaking, the Ghost King swung his sword again. Gu Jiao was completely caught off guard. What was wrong with what she said this time? But she did not suffer those attacks for nothing. At least she dodged this attack. It seemed that the real battle was the best shortcut to improve one's strength. But she did not manage to dodge the second attack. The tip of the Ghost King's sword stopped an inch away from her throat. This was because the Ghost King held back. Otherwise, she would have already become a ghost under his sword. Too weak. He said very slowly, put away his sword, and left with the Black Wind King. So you attacked just now to test whether I am qualified to be the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry? You should have at least said hello in advance, hero. You almost scared me to death. Gu Jiao brushed the dirt off her clothes and followed. On his left was the Black Wind King and on his right was Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao hesitated and asked, "Are you from the Xinyuan family?" He ignored Gu Jiao. When he was not attacking, his movements and expression were very slow, as if it was very strenuous. Did he think that a dead person walked like this? He did not answer. Gu Jiao did not find it strange. This person had been isolated from the world for many years and had long forgotten how to communicate with others. Chapter 859. As Gu Jiao thought about this, she slowed down and fell slightly behind. She wasn't in a hurry to catch up. Instead, she looked up at him and the Black Wind King. There was no doubt that only the Xinyuan family could make the Black Wind King so excited. Therefore, regardless of whether he answered or not, Gu Jiao was so sure. As for who he was from the Xinyuan family, Gu Jiao had a vague guess in her heart, but she needed further confirmation. The Ghost King brought a person and a horse, or to be exact, the Black Wind King. Gu Jiao was just along the way. She was now the Black Wind King's little follower. After walking for a long time, they exited the forest and entered another forest. They even crossed a small stream and arrived at another mountain. Gu Jiao didn't understand where he wanted to take them, and she felt that he was going in circles. Gu Jiao voiced the doubt in her heart. "Where do you want to take us? Are we going to where you live? Tell me the direction and I'll find it myself. I promise I won't go in circles." The Ghost King paused for a few seconds, probably thinking about how to say those words. Then he thought of something and said slowly, "Look at the scenery." He wanted to take little Ayu to see the scenery behind the mountain. Gu Jiao was speechless. "Can we not see the scenery?" Objection overruled. Gu Jiao was sleepy, so she rode on the Black Wind King's horse and fell asleep. When she woke up, she found that she was no longer in the forest, but in a spacious cave. The walls of the cave were covered with night pearls, illuminating the whole cave. The Black Wind King silently guarded her. As for the Ghost King of the Xinyuan family, he wasn't there. Gu Jiao thought that he went to guard the graveyard again, so she stood up and went out to look for him. As soon as she reached the door, she saw him sitting outside the cave in the same posture as he did at the graveyard. Gu Jiao saw that there was no repulsive murderous aura around him, so she walked over and sat down beside him. The Black Wind King also walked out silently, looking as if he was going to keep an eye on his little brat so that he wouldn't be bullied by his old master. Gu Jiao asked, "Well, can I take your pulse? That's how polite you are when talking to big shots." "I'm a doctor," Gu Jiao said. He did not refuse. Gu Jiao took his arm and placed 3 fingers on his wrist to check his pulse. His pulse is very strange. Injuries were inevitable. However, it seemed that he was not just injured. There was a pulse in his body that was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It was this pulse that allowed him to erupt with unfathomable strength. Gu Jiao pondered for a moment and said to him, "Your face is dirty. Let me wipe it for you." Then she took out a handkerchief and tentatively put it close to his face. Seeing that he did not refuse, she felt relieved and wiped all the dirt off his face. When the weathered face was completely exposed in front of Gu Jiao's guess was confirmed. "I saw your portrait in the library of the State Master's palace. You are..." Gu Jiao called out his name. Hey hey hey! Wake up! Where is that guy? In the small hut, Tang Yueshan was shaken awake by Sheng Qing. Tang Yueshan could understand a little of the language of the Yan kingdom, but he could not speak it well. What? He asked in the language of the Zhao kingdom. Sheng Qing switched to the language of the Zhao kingdom in a second. I ask you, where is your companion? Who are you? Tang Yueshan fainted when he entered the forest and woke up just now. He had no idea what had happened and did not realize that he had met someone who could speak the language of the Zhao kingdom in the territory of the Yan kingdom. Alas, forget it. Sheng Qing sighed. I'd better look for him myself. That guy probably went to the back of the mountain. Tang Yueshan looked at Sheng Qing's back and did not understand what he was talking about. Hey, did you see my companion? A guy in cyan with a red birthmark on the left side of his face. Sheng Qing waved his hand. Maybe he went to the back of the mountain. I'm looking for him too. Hearing this, Tang Yueshan did not have time to sleep. He quickly sat up and followed Sheng Qing with his precious bow and arrow. The night wind blew and Tang Yueshan woke up a little. They were in a small village in a valley, and the forest in front of them was the place where he and Gu Jiao were ambushed. Little brother, may I ask what happened just now? He asked politely. Sheng Qing said, you and your companion were saved by me. Unfortunately, your companion was not obedient. I told him not to go to the back of the mountain, but he sneaked there in the middle of the night. Tang Yueshan was relieved when he heard that Gu Jiao was fine. Sneaking to the back of the mountain was nothing. There was no place in the world that the girl did not dare to go. The more you told her not to go, the more she wanted to go. Next time, just tell her to go to the back of the mountain. She would be too lazy to go. Tang Yueshan complained in his mind. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to Sheng Qing, who was wearing a mask, and said, little brother, you speak the language of the Zhao kingdom well. Are you also from the Zhao kingdom? Outside the cave, Gu Jiao fixed her eyes on his face. He looked a little different from the middle-aged man in the portrait. He had experienced many vicissitudes of life, but his outline and strength of character were the same as before. Gu Jiao called him again. Probably because he had not heard this name for many years, he was in a trance. After a long time he murmured, Xian Yuan Qi. Gu Jiao told him with certainty, yes, you are Xian Yuan Qi. Dead. He said. Gu Jiao nodded, that's right. Xian Yuan Qi is dead, but there is a second Lord of Shadow in the world. Dark Shadow? Confusion appeared in his eyes for a moment. It seemed that he had been guarding the graveyard alone for too long. His mind was a little absent-minded. Although he did not lose his memory, many of his memories were faded and confused. Xinyuan Li was the Grand Marshal, and Xinyuan Qi was the Grand General. Both of them were unyielding men of the Xinyuan family. They were the existence that made Jin and Liang tremble with fear. It was really sad that he had fallen into this situation. Gu Jiao said softly, it's okay. Think about it slowly. He really began to think about it carefully. During this time, Gu Jiao did not disturb him. Liaochen had always believed that Long Yi had killed Xinyuan Qi, but in fact, Xinyuan Qi was not dead. Gu Jiao was very curious. What happened between Long Yi and Xinyuan Qi back then? Also, why did he believe that he was dead? Why was he not willing to let his corpse be buried in the ground? He closed his eyes and completely entered a state of selflessness. Gu Jiao waved her hand in front of his eyes. No reaction. If I sneak attack you now, can I succeed? As Gu Jiao said, she stretched out 2 fingers and poked at his eyes. He did not dodge in any way. Gu Jiao's fingers stopped an inch in front of his eyes in time. You're right. Forget it, think about it. No one will come to the back of the mountain anyway. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a sneaky sound of footsteps on the path in front of them. Gu Jiao looked at Xinyuan Qi, who was meditating beside her, and motioned for the Black Wind King to stay here while she went over to take a look. This cave was remote. She had to pass through the narrow gap between the 2 cliffs in front of the open space and push through a patch of bushes and thorns to reach the path outside. When Gu Jiao walked out, she coincidentally bumped into the person who came. Tang Yueshan was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a figure, and his bow and arrow were fully drawn. Gu Jiao said, it's me. Tang Yueshan was stunned and looked at Gu Jiao. It's really you. Fortunately, I reacted quickly or I would have been exposed. Why are you so rough with your words? We're kindred spirits. Sheng Qing withdrew his gaze from Tang Yueshan and walked quickly to Gu Jiao. You didn't meet the old ghost king, did you? What's with the blood on your face? Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. Oh, young man, I was too angry and had a nosebleed. She would never admit that she couldn't beat that guy. Without giving Shang Guanqing a chance to find a flaw, she continued, besides, I met the old ghost king. Shang Guanqing didn't believe it and firmly believed that the young man in front of him was bragging. With this guy's skills, the old ghost king would definitely regard him as an enemy and tear him apart. Shang Guanqing snorted, then tell me, where is the old ghost king? We just went to the graveyard but he wasn't there. Shang Guanqing had been to the back of the mountain several times, and every time he met the other party in the graveyard. Gu Jiao said mischievously, so you haven't been to the old ghost king's lair? Are you a close friend of the old ghost king? Shang Guanqing was poked in his sore spot and said angrily, he invited me several times. I just didn't have the time to go. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Oh. Shang Guanqing. On the way here, Tang Yueshan had learned from Shang Guanqing that there was a very powerful guy living in the back of the mountain. There seemed to be something wrong with his brain and he was very wary of martial arts practitioners. I don't know who's more powerful, me or him. Forget it, it's not convenient to fight with the two young ones here. Tang Yueshan said, let's leave here first. Gu Jiao looked at the two of them and said, you two go first, I have something to do. Tang Yueshan asked, you're not going back to Jianghu tomorrow morning? I might not be able to, let's wait. Gu Jiao wasn't sure how long Shen Yuanqi would meditate, so she could only pause and say, let's wait a few days first. She had an unusually strong intuition that she couldn't leave the ghost mountain, or she would never see Shen Yuanqi again and miss the answer she wanted forever. Shang Guanqing looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously, you're not really going to see the old ghost king, are you? Gu Jiao said, you don't have to worry about me, but on your side, Jie Xingzhou and the assassins of the Sword Hut have gone back. Based on my understanding of Gong Sun Yu, he won't let it go. Early tomorrow morning, the Jin army will enter the mountain to suppress the bandits. Shang Guanqing snorted and said, don't worry, I have a plan. Chapter 860. More. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet here. What will come will come. It's useless to be afraid. From the first day they entered the Ghost Mountain, they knew that the war outside would spread here one day. They were not afraid of fighting. They would rather die than become the dogs of the Jin state. Shang Guanqing and Tang Yueshan returned to the village first. Gu Jiao went to guard Shen Yuanqi at the entrance of the cave. He had protected others for most of his life. This was probably the first time someone had protected him silently. Gu Jiao sat cross-legged next to him. She looked at him deeply and said softly, you must remember soon, Shen Yuanqi. Tang Yueshan didn't go back to sleep after he returned. He stood at the entrance of the village with a big bow on his back, staring in the direction of the forest. When the sky was misty, a ghost soldier quickly came out of the forest and reported to Shang Guanqing, the Jin state has sent out their troops. They're coming toward the Ghost Mountain. Shang Guanqing asked, how many troops did they send? The ghost soldier opened his mouth and said reluctantly, 20,000. Shang Guanqing put his hands behind his back and frowned. Obviously, this number was beyond his expectation. Gong Sun Yu had sent 20,000 regular troops to deal with the 300 bandits in the Ghost Mountain. He really thought highly of the Ghost Mountain. Tell them not to light any fires in the morning. Do everything according to the plan, Shang Guanqing ordered. Yes. The ghost soldier quickly returned to the forest after receiving the order. Tang Yueshan entered his room and asked, is the Jin state army coming? Shang Guanqing nodded. He didn't look as calm as last night. 20,000 troops, he said. Tang Yueshan's eyes trembled. What? 20,000? Is Gong Sun Yu crazy? He sent 20,000 troops to deal with the Ghost Mountain. Shang Guanqing said, Gong Sun Yu's grandfather was buried in the Ghost Mountain. Maybe he has an unusual anger toward the Ghost Mountain? But you're right. He's crazy. Tang Yueshan asked, is there a retreat route? What's behind the mountain? Shang Guanqing said seriously, it's a lake, a boundless lake. That meant that there was no way to withdraw. Tang Yueshan asked again, what about the east and west? Shang Guanqing said, there's a lake after climbing over the mountain. There aren't enough boats in the village. Tang Yueshan sensed that the situation was not good. Then, Shang Guanqing's expression suddenly relaxed. Don't worry too much. Ghost Mountain is not as weak as you think. Although 20,000 Jin soldiers are troublesome, they can still hide from them. We will be safe when the Imperial Court's forces come to take back Puqing City. Tang Yueshan looked at him strangely. Half an hour later, Tang Yueshan realized that he was serious about hiding. He hit the stone bell at the entrance of the village 3 times. After a short while, the villagers came out of their houses one after another. They were all ready to go. Tang Yueshan's jaw dropped. Seriously? So fast? Shang Guanqing enjoyed Tang Yueshan's expression package very much. He raised his eyebrows and said, I packed it up last night. Otherwise, why would the villagers not sleep when it was so late at night? Were they doing farm work? The moment the Jin army entered the mountain, he immediately started the emergency plan. Although it was a few days earlier than expected, it was not a big deal. Tang Yueshan said, I'll go to the front. Shang Guanqing said, no, you're responsible for protecting the villagers. The ghost soldiers in front will withdraw soon. Ghost Mountain was not the home field during the day. Shang Guanqing would not make unnecessary sacrifices if he could not win. Tang Yueshan looked at Shang Guanqing in surprise. The boy had a charisma that made people trust him. He was so young, but he was calm, courageous and resourceful, but not radical. Was it an illusion? Why did he suddenly think of old Xiao? There was a mechanism in the ancient well in the village. After it was opened, there would be a hole in the wall of the well. Shang Guanqing arranged 2 ghost soldiers who were familiar with the secret passage to take the lead and then evacuated the villagers into the passage one by one. What shocked Tang Yueshan the most was that no one, from old man Kue Kue to the 3-year-old children, cried out in fear, nor did they show any signs of panic. Everyone obeyed Shang Guanqing's arrangement. This was an unreserved trust. He thought of Marquis Xianping again. Although Marquis Xianping looked frivolous, wherever he went, the hearts of the people were stirred up. He used to blame it on Marquis Xianping's face, but this boy did not show his face at all. Shang Guanqing looked back and interrupted his thoughts. It's your turn, Marshal Tang? Tang Yueshan was shocked. Wait, I didn't say I was the marshal. I only said my surname was Tang. Could it be that the last said it? Yes, it must be. This boy can't know me. Tang Yueshan and Shang Guanqing also entered the passage in the ancient well. The entrance looked small, but it was not narrow. Tang Yueshan, who was middle-aged and fat, could crawl in it without feeling crowded. After crawling for 10 feet, the passage became higher and wider, and he could walk with his body bent. Are the ghost soldiers still behind? Tang Yueshan asked. Shang Guanqing bent forward and walked in front. Yes, they'll be here soon. Tang Yueshan asked. Then? Shang Guanqing said, then this passage will be sealed. This actually meant that they had given up on the village. But as long as they were alive, there was hope for them to rebuild their home. They walked underground for a long time. The passage became wider and wider as they walked. In the end, they could even walk upright. The candlesticks on the walls of the passage had been lit, and the light reflected on everyone's faces. Tang Yueshan followed at a moderate pace. He thought of something and asked, by the way, there was a passage in the forest where the battle took place yesterday, right? What if the Jin army found it? Shang Guanqing paused and sighed. Then it would be terrible. Jie Xingzhou led 20,000 soldiers into the Ghost Mountain, accompanied by Elder Lu of the Sword Hut and 2 disciples who were good at martial arts. Jie Xingzhou and his team rode horses while the others walked. It was not that they were reluctant to send cavalry, but the terrain of the Ghost Mountain was not suitable for cavalry. You didn't find anything after searching for a long time? Jie Xingzhou asked. Elder Lu, are you sure that the battle took place in this forest last night? Elder Lu said indifferently, I'm sure, and there must be traps and arrays in this forest. Jie Xingzhou said, but we have searched for 2 hours and found nothing. General. A soldier lying on the ground suddenly shouted, we found a passage here. Jie Xingzhou hurried over. When he reached the entrance of the passage, the soldier had already gone down. Not long after, the soldier came up with dust all over his face. He picked up a skeleton claw and said, there are passages down here, leading to different places. They must have been playing tricks down here. Jie Xingzhou ordered his 2 deputies, take some people down there and search. Yes. Considering that the ghost soldiers were sinister and cunning, and that they could easily destroy Min Hongyi's 500 soldiers with only 300 soldiers, they took a lot of people down there. They made a major discovery in the passage. The skeletons that broke out of the ground, the bleeding trees, and the corpses of birds turned out to be traps inside. A bunch of guys playing tricks. Jie Xingzhou said indifferently, it seems that it will be over soon. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a terrible explosion underground. The ground shook, and then there were screams coming from the passage one after another. Jie Xingzhou's face changed. What happened? Answer me. Only screams answered him. So it's really tragic. Sheng Guanqing said, once the self-destruction mechanism is activated, no one will be left alive. And it will cut off the passage to the village forever. Well, Tang Yueshan was secretly amazed. What was the saying? Reading 10,000 books was not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. This trip to the Yin Kingdom had broadened his horizons. It turned out that a war could be fought in this way. Tang Yueshan sincerely admired him. How did you think of digging so many tunnels? And set up such ingenious traps? Sheng Guanqing said, it's not me. When I came to Ghost Mountain there were already underground passages. I just figured out how to use those traps. According to the booklet stolen from the old Ghost King. He couldn't say this, otherwise how could he show off? The last ghost soldier also entered the passage, and the entrance of the well was completely blocked by the trap boulder. They walked for a while and came to a natural underground cave. The cave was big and long and there was a stream gurgling through it. The villagers and ghost soldiers sat on the ground together. There was an inexhaustible water source here, and everyone had prepared enough dry food. It was not a problem to hide for a month. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Tang Yueshan wouldn't have believed that there was such a marvelous project in the world. What kind of god dug this? Why did he dig it? Tang Yueshan asked, will the Jin army dig 3 feet underground? No, Sheng Guanqing said. Sheng Guanqing said, I put a boat on the lake of Dongshan Mountain and made some traces of our escape on the shore. They should think that we left by boat overnight. No wonder you told everyone not to make a fire in the morning. If they made a fire in the morning, the Jin army would know that they were still there last night. Then the boat on the lake couldn't have gone far. But if they escaped overnight, it was not strange that they couldn't see the boat on the lake. The little Ghost King's plan was really flawless. Old Xiao, I found a guy as cunning as you. When I take him back and take him as my godson, let's see if you can still show off in front of me in the future. Tang Yueshan said again, the back of the mountain, Sheng Guanqing said, you've been there yourself. The Ghost King's lair is very hidden. The Jin army can't find it. That was true. Then the next step was to wait in the cave. They would wait for the Jin army to leave voluntarily, or the imperial court to attack and force them to leave. The latter was more likely. Old Xiao, we are trapped in Ghost Mountain. You must come quickly. Chapter 861. After losing hundreds of men in the forest, Jie Xingzhou's expression became ugly. If it was said that he was following orders to suppress the bandits earlier, and not to avenge Min Hongyi, then right now, he really wanted to ferret out those cunning fellows and kill them one by one. Daring to fool him, Jie Xingzhou, they were really tired of living. Later on, he increased his guard and brought in soldiers from the city who were proficient in divination. The 8 trigrams formation in the forest was broken and the army finally passed through this dangerous area and came to the entrance of the village. A small stream connected the valley to the village and the wooden bridge above it had been cut off. However, the river was not wide and it was not a problem to build a temporary wooden bridge. I'll have to trouble Elder Lu, Jie Xingzhou said. Hang. Elder Lu sat on the horse and turned his head, gesturing to the 2 disciples behind him. The 2 disciples understood and pulled out their swords from their waists. Then they chopped down the 2 big trees at lightning speed and split them in half. Jie Xingzhou's deputy general called over a few capable soldiers and used ropes to tie the wood together. The curved parts were embedded in the mud and spears were used to fix the 2 sides to prevent the wooden bridge from flipping over. This process only took half an hour and could be said to be extremely fast. The Jin army's war horses could not cross such an unreliable, dangerous bridge, and could not cross it like the Black Wind King. Jie Xingzhou and his men could only dismount and walk across the bridge. A deputy general said, I heard that the Yen country's Black Wind cavalry is very strong. Once we beat them, I'll capture the Black Wind King and give it to General Jie. Jie Xingzhou did not reply, but he was a little tempted. The Black Wind cavalry was the strongest cavalry of the 6 countries. Other than the cavalry's combat skills, their war horses were 1 in 10,000. Especially the Black Wind King, they were simply war gods among horses. When he was young, he once had the opportunity to witness Xinyuan Li's Black Wind King. He was so scared that he couldn't sleep for 3 days. Even now, when he thought about it, his heart still palpitated. Of course, he wouldn't be frightened by a horse anymore. But if he could conquer such a war god horse, it wouldn't be a disgrace to his reputation as a valiant general. I wonder if my lord is interested in the Black Wind King. If she is, then there's basically no chance for me. In just an instant, Jie Xingzhou had already planned the fate of the Black Wind King in his mind. The Jin army entered the village. The deputy general sighed. This village is not small. It can accommodate a few hundred people. He ordered his subordinates, "You guys search every house." Yes. The soldiers accepted the order and split into two teams. One team searched for the villagers' residence, while the other searched for the ghost soldiers' camp. The result was disappointing. Other than finding a few wild boars that they couldn't take away, they didn't even see a shadow of a person. Escape? Jie Xingzhou frowned. He called over the two spies who stayed behind last night and asked, "Did you find anything last night?" The first spy reported, replying to the general, "The two of us were lying in ambush at the entrance of Ghost Mountain last night. We confirmed that no one came out of Ghost Mountain." Jie Xingzhou randomly entered a kitchen and reached his hand into the stove to feel it. It was cold. He ordered, "Check the other stoves." Yes. The soldiers checked one by one. None of the stoves had any temperature. With the current weather, if a fire was lit in the morning, the stove would still have some residual heat. Suddenly, another soldier walked over quickly. He cupped his fists and saluted, "General, there's a discovery on the eastern mountain." Jie Xingzhou brought his subordinates to the location the deputy general mentioned. The Green Mountains were surrounded by sparkling water. The lake stretched as far as the eye could see. Ghost Mountain was surrounded by water on three sides. There was only one entrance, which was the southern mountain. At this moment, on the shore of the eastern mountain, everyone found a large number of footprints and traces of ships that had docked there. There were even some scattered items such as shoes and purses. There was also a small boat on the shore. The bottom of the boat was leaking. Judging from the new cut on the wooden planks, it was newly left behind. Combined with the evidence that there was no fire in the stove in the morning, everyone could not help but imagine the scene of the villagers escaping in the night. It was dark, they could not see the road, dropped things all over the ground, and even accidentally damaged the small boat. Everything was reasonable. There was no other explanation. If Min Hongyi was here, he would definitely lead the army to the other side of the lake to catch the villagers. However, Jie Xingzhou was not so simple. "Zhongqing." He called his deputy general. "Where is the other side of the lake?" "I have not been there either," Zhongqing said. He was a spy planted in Pu City by the Jin Kingdom. He was very familiar with the terrain of Pu City, except for Ghost Mountain, which was like a forbidden area. Jie Xingzhou said, "Repair the boat and send two people who know how to swim over to look for them." Yes. Regarding Jie Xingzhou's decision, Shang Guanqing had already predicted it. Shang Guanqing was not worried at all. This was because there was only a small boat here. It could only seat 2 to 3 people at most. The lake was very big. There were green mountains on both sides of the lake. At the end of the Green Mountains there was a very steep waterfall. Those who had not been there would not be able to return. Of course, with Jie Xingzhou's intelligence he would not only make one plan. As expected, Jie Xingzhou immediately instructed the remaining deputy general. "You guys have to look around. You have to search every mountain. Pay attention to the hidden caves and entrances. Don't miss any clues." Everyone received the order and dispersed. Gu Jiao sat at the entrance of the cave. She already knew that the Jin army had entered the mountain. She also heard the sounds of Shang Guanqing leading the villagers to leave. At this moment, the Jin army was wantonly searching. She did not know if they would find any clues. 2 Jin soldiers pushed aside the bushes outside the crevice. From the outside it looked like no one could enter the crevice. The 2 took out their swords and poked inside. Then they left in disappointment. Wave after wave of Jin soldiers came, but they did not find the cave behind the crevice. There were trees and grass outside the cave. There was food and water inside the cave. There was no need to worry about starving. Gu Jiao glanced at Xin Yuanqi, who was still in a meditative state. Then she continued to meditate and protect him. The Jin army search lasted until evening. They had almost searched the entire Ghost Mountain but still found nothing. In a large cave with a gurgling stream, 300 ghost soldiers were stationed beside the stream. Behind them were more than 500 villagers from the village. A few ghost soldiers who had returned from the various passages reported the situation on the ground to Shang Guanqing. They seemed to have stopped searching. But Jie Xingzhou did not immediately give the order to retreat. He seems to be waiting for the Jin army who went to search the lake to return. Those 2 Jin soldiers were most likely killed. He won't be able to wait. Shang Guanqing nodded. If he can't wait, he only has 2 guesses. One is that they met with an accident. The other is that they were killed by us. Jie Xingzhou may guess the latter. There are no other boats here. He has to go to the city to transport them. Plus he has to search the lake and the shore. This can delay him for a few more days. Then he turned around and looked at the nervous villagers sitting on the ground. He said, "Don't be afraid. We are very safe now. If they can't find us, they will naturally believe that we have successfully moved." Then what? A villager asked. "Then the imperial court's army will attack us." It was Tang Yueshan who spoke. He walked forward and said to the villagers whose eyes were full of hope, "Today the imperial court's army is attacking the Liang army. After that, they will come to Puqing to deal with the Jin army." Shangguan Qing translated. Everyone thought it was a dialect. "Sure you did not think much about it?" The villager said excitedly. "So, we will all be saved?" Tang Yueshan said, "Of course. The imperial court's army will arrive in at most 5 days. Attacking the Liang army, capturing the Nangong family and taking back the new city. With old Zhao's speed 5 days was enough. Old Zhao's daughter-in-law was still here. If they did not arrive in 5 days, old Zhao would definitely guess that he and the girl were in trouble. He would definitely speed up the attack on Puqing." Shangguan Qing repeated his words in the language of the Yan kingdom. "How do you know?" another villager asked. Tang Yueshan opened his mouth, thinking about how to explain his identity. Shangguan Qing put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "He is Marshal Tang, who was sent by the imperial court." Everyone present was from the border and did not know much about the high-ranking officials of the imperial court. However, when they heard that it was the marshal, they immediately believed his words and rekindled their hope. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. They all put their hearts back into their stomachs. Tang Yueshan said softly, "Isn't it a little bit?" Shangguan Qing raised his eyebrows and said, "I didn't say which marshal or which imperial court he is." Tang Yueshan was speechless. He wanted to say something but suddenly noticed the movement above. He hurriedly put his finger to his lips and gestured for silence. The villagers were very cooperative. Even little Ing, who was more than a year old, covered her mouth with her little hand under her brother's signal. Little Ing was obedient. Little Ing did not speak. The cave suddenly became silent. "Okay, let's camp here tonight." They heard the voice of the Jin army. The border trade of Puqing was developed. Before the outbreak of the war, there were many shops opened by the merchants of the Jin kingdom in the city. Basically, the people here could speak both the Jin kingdom and the Yan kingdom. The Jin army actually camped above them. It was a lucky hit. Shangguan Qing gestured and said, "Don't worry. Just keep quiet." Everyone nodded. It happened that it was late now. They should sleep. When they woke up, the Jin army should have left. "Don't sleep if you snore," Shangguan Qing whispered. Tang Yueshan just lay down with his bow and then sat up with a dark face. At night, everyone on the ground and underground fell asleep. Ghost Mountain fell into silence. Tang Yueshan did not dare to sleep too deeply. He found an open space with his bow and sat down. He leaned against the wall and closed his eyes from time to time. In the middle of the night, he heard an unusual sound. It seemed to be a painful groan. He frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. With the light of the luminous pearls on the wall, he saw that it was a pregnant woman with a big belly who was groaning in pain. Tang Yueshan remembered that she was the mother of the little girl, Little Ing. Her husband was killed by the Jin army in Puqing. She was rescued by Shangguan Qing and brought back to Ghost Mountain with her son and daughter. The ghost soldiers on duty were patrolling somewhere else. Tang Yueshan was the only one awake at the moment. Tang Yueshan looked at her in confusion. He did not understand what had happened to her. The next second, Tang Yueshan saw that she took out a dagger and cut her own neck with her teeth clenched. Tang Yueshan's heart skipped a beat. He flashed over and grabbed her wrist. He lowered his voice and asked, "What are you doing?" The moment she took out the dagger, he almost thought that she was a spy. Who knew that she was going to commit suicide? The woman's surname was Zhang. She was soaked in cold sweat and her face was pale. Tang Yueshan vaguely realized something. He looked at her painful expression and her bulging belly. You're not going to give birth, are you? What's going on?" Shang Guanqing woke up from his sleep and walked over. He looked at the water stains under the woman's dress and frowned. He said calmly, "The water broke. The baby is going to be born." Mrs. Zhang was only 8 months pregnant. It was not the expected date. Maybe it was because of too much pressure that she gave birth prematurely. Mrs. Jiang endured a wave of terrible pain. She choked with tears in her eyes. I can't give birth. I can't. Jean Jun was on the ground. Once her child was born, the cries would expose everyone's hiding place. She cried in pain and despair. I'll die. Little Ing will die. Little Hui will die. You will all die. She couldn't ruin the lives of her children and the whole village just because of a baby in her belly. Sheng Guanqing looked at little Ing, who was snoring next to her. He looked back at the sleeping villagers and made a decision in his heart. He said seriously, I'll take you to another place to give birth. You have to bear with it. Mrs. Zhang choked. Won't we be exposed? Sheng Guanqing said, many premature babies don't cry loudly. If we go further away we may not be discovered. I mean, if it really comes to that point, I'll kill him myself. Tang Yueshan was shocked. He actually understood. He looked at Sheng Guanqing in disbelief. He couldn't believe that this child could say such words. For him, cruelty was a more difficult choice than kindness. But if he didn't do it, thousands of people would lose their lives. Compared with letting Mrs. Zhang's hands be stained with the child's blood, he would rather do it himself and let himself bear this shadow for the rest of his life. Mrs. Zhang nodded with tears in her eyes. Sheng Guanqing woke up an old woman in the village and called a few ghost soldiers. He ordered them to do something. The ghost soldiers found an emergency stretcher in the cave and carried Mrs. Zhang away. Sheng Guanqing woke up an old woman and asked her to help take care of Mrs. Zhang's children, lest they feel uneasy and scared when they woke up and found that their mother was gone. What happened? The old woman asked. The villagers woke up one after another. Because they were trapped in the cave, everyone's mental state was extremely tense. Even the slightest movement of the wind would cause them to be extremely afraid. Sheng Guanqing stood under the cold pearl light and said calmly, I'll take care of it. Go to sleep. He exuded an aura that made people believe in him. They didn't ask any more questions. They nodded and went to sleep obediently. Tang Yueshan went with him to the place where Mrs. Zhang gave birth. It was a small cave at least 100 feet away from here. It was originally used for storage. Mrs. Zhang was lying flat on the ground on a stretcher. The old woman was not a midwife. Compared to men, she had more experience in childbirth. She accompanied Mrs. Zhang to give birth inside, while Sheng Guanqing and others all stayed outside the cave. Do you have any wood? The old woman came out and asked. How big do you want? Sheng Guanqing asked. The old woman said, it doesn't need to be too big. Let her bite it in her mouth so that she won't make too much noise and hurt herself. Sheng Guanqing pulled out the cork on the water bag. Is this okay? The old woman shook her head. No. What about this? Sheng Guanqing pulled out the wooden hairpin on his head. The old woman shook her head again. No. Sheng Guanqing hesitated for a moment, then took out a very old wooden dagger from his arms and handed it to the old woman. The old woman smiled. This should be enough. Then she turned around and went into the small cave with the dagger. Tang Yueshan noticed that Sheng Guanqing's expression showed a moment of disappointment. Was the small wooden dagger something very precious? But it didn't look precious. If he liked it, he could carve 10 or 8 daggers for him when he became his godson. Mrs. Zhang's labor pains began during the day. At this time, her uterus was completely open, but she still couldn't give birth. Oh, I'm afraid it's not good. The old woman came out anxiously and said to Sheng Guanqing, Mrs. Zhang is having a difficult labor. Women had to go through the gates of hell to give birth. Once they had a difficult labor, it was very likely that both the mother and the baby would die. Tang Yueshan punched himself in the palm of his hand and muttered, if only that girl was here. What's wrong? A familiar young man's voice suddenly appeared at the other end of the passage. The 2 ghost soldiers quickly became alert. It's me, Gu Jiao said. Sheng Guanqing waved his hand and the 2 ghost soldiers stepped aside. Gu Jiao pushed open a secret door and climbed out. She patted the dust off her body and whispered, it's hard to find here. Sheng Guanqing looked at her suspiciously. Did you come from the back mountain? Gu Jiao said, where else could I come from? From the camp of the Jin army? Sheng Guanqing couldn't hide his surprise. There's a tunnel in the back mountain? And it's connected here? What? You don't know? Well, she just found out. She was bored and strolled around Xinyuanqi's cave residence. Then she accidentally touched a mechanism and fell into a tunnel. She wanted to walk back, but she didn't expect to meet them after walking around. Tang Yueshan grabbed her wrist and walked over. You came at the right time. A woman is having a difficult labor. Go in and have a look. Is she a virgin or a menstruating woman? After asking, Gu Jiao saw the two people's confused faces. She said, "Oh, has she given birth before?" "She had 2 children," Sheng Guanqing said. Gu Jiao asked, "When did it happen?" Sheng Guanqing said, "I don't know the details. She has been enduring it." "Okay, I see." Gu Jiao entered the small cave where Mrs. Zhang gave birth. Mrs. Zhang's face was pale and she was biting a small wooden dagger. There was no dry spot on her body, and even the stretcher under her was soaked with sweat. "Do you feel like you're going to go to the toilet?" Gu Jiao asked. She nodded with difficulty. Gu Jiao checked her. The cervix was open, but the fetus was not in the right position. It was not ready for a cesarean section. Fortunately, her amniotic fluid was not broken, and the fetus could still swim in the womb. The orthodontic surgery that she stole from the old traditional Chinese medicine doctor in her previous life should come in handy. "I hope it's useful for you." Time ticked by. Sheng Guanqing and Tang Yueshan were guarding outside the cave. They looked calm, but their palms were sweating. Tang Yueshan never dreamed that he would one day be guarding a woman to deliver a baby. What was going on? He paced up and down in the tunnel, talking to himself in a low voice. "It's been a long time. Could it be that she can't give birth? No, that girl's medical skills are so good. Why didn't I know that giving birth is so dangerous? Sister-in-law has worked hard giving birth. I'll make it up to her when I go back." With Mrs. Zhang's last groan, a baby with bruises all over his body fell to the ground. It was a baby boy. Although he was less than a month old, he was not small. "Why, is there no crying?" Mrs. Zhang looked weakly at the baby in Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao grabbed the little boy's feet, lifted him up and spanked his little but a few times. The little boy finally moved. He clenched his little fists, opened his little mouth and cried. His crying was so loud that it made Sheng Guanqing and Tang Yueshan's hair stand on end. What happened to the premature baby? Even a full-term baby wouldn't cry as loud as him, right? In the tent on the ground, Jie Xingzhou and Elder Lu opened their eyes almost at the same time. Both of them had good hearing, but they were not sure if they had heard wrongly. The two of them walked out of their respective tents. When Jie Xingzhou saw Elder Lu, he was half sure. "Did you?" Elder Lu nodded. "I thought I heard wrongly. It seems that General Jie heard it too." Jie Xingzhou chuckled. "It's not a ghost crying in the middle of the night, is it?" Elder Lu said indifferently, "If General Jie believes in ghosts, I have nothing to say." Jie Xingzhou said coldly, "Humph, even if there is a ghost, I will find the crying little ghost." Elder Lu said, "The sound seems to be coming from underground." The two of them lay down and put their ears to the ground. At this moment, lightning flashed across the sky, followed by a clap of thunder. Wah! The baby's crying was perfectly covered by the thunder. The two of them stood up. Jie Xingzhou asked, "Elder Lu, what do you think?" Elder Lu said with amusement, "The commander of this operation is General Jie. I will listen to General Jie's orders." Jie Xingzhou looked up at the lightning that was jumping on the dome like a dragon, smiled and said, "They are really lucky. No, we are really lucky." A confident smile appeared on Elder Lu's face. "Although the thunder is dense and covers the baby's cries, we can be sure that there are people underground. We just need to dig 3 feet underground and we will definitely dig them out." Underground. Madame Zhang had fainted from exhaustion. Gu Jiao hugged the crying little guy and stuffed his thumb into his own mouth. He didn't even suck twice before he fell asleep. The people in the passage heaved a sigh of relief. Tang Yueshan asked with the last hope, "The first sound was not covered by the thunder just now. We shouldn't be so unlucky to be discovered, right?" Sheng Guanqing sent the ghost soldiers to investigate the situation. The information he got was that the Jin army on the ground had all been awakened by Jie Xingzhou. "It seems that they have discovered us and are preparing to dig the ground. But they don't seem to be sure of our specific location. They started digging in the village." The ghost soldiers reported. Tang Yueshan guessed it from his expression. He closed his eyes. As expected, there was no such thing as luck on the battlefield. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Sheng Guanqing clenched his fists. Tang Yueshan knew what he was thinking. He patted him on the shoulder and comforted him, "It's not your fault. This place is actually very hidden. Ordinary crying can't be heard." These were not comforting words. He remembered that when Tang Ming was born he was strong, but his crying was not as loud as this baby. His baby was comparable to Tang Ming's baby. Seeing that Sheng Guanqing did not speak, he asked, "Do you really want to kill this baby?" Sheng Guanqing looked at the baby in Gu Jiao's arms. He slowly loosened his clenched fists and sighed, "We've been exposed. Killing him won't help." Gu Jiao asked Sheng Guanqing, "How long can you hold them off?" Sheng Guanqing took a deep look at Gu Jiao and asked, "What do you want to do?" Gu Jiao lowered her head and took the baby's finger out of his mouth. She said, "He will still cry when he wakes up. When the thunder stops, the Jin army can easily find your location. I'll take him away." Sheng Guanqing said, "Where are we going? The Ghost King's lair? We'll be exposed." Gu Jiao said, "No, back to Xiang." Sheng Guanqing was shocked. "You?" Gu Jiao said calmly, "I'll go back to Xiang to get reinforcements. Give me 2 days. The Black Wind Cavalry and the Imperial Army will arrive at the city. This would be the final battle. It's useless." Sheng Guanqing turned around. "Even if you get out of Ghost Mountain, you can't get out of Puqing. It was easy to enter Puqing but difficult to get out. Moreover, the checkpoint at the city gate must be stricter if they wanted to catch people from Ghost Mountain. Even if he did it himself, he might not be able to successfully send them out of the city." Gu Jiao said, "We'll know if we can get out or not. Besides, you guard Ghost Mountain. I'll find a way to get out of the city. You just need to tell me which passage leads out of Ghost Mountain." In her dictionary there was no such thing as retreating. Sheng Guanqing asked, "Are you sure you want to do this? It's dangerous." She was not afraid of danger, but she thought of Shenyuan Qi. At this moment she still had a strong intuition that if she left here, she might never see him again. Those secrets would also be sealed forever. 1,000 lives and the truth she wanted to find out. Without any hesitation, she made a choice in her heart. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.